Dreamscape, an RB Media audio brand, presents #Resort Crush by Samantha Chase. Narrated by Rebecca Gibble. RB Media is the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Find your next great listen and get exclusive offers at rbaudio.com. 1. Early morning walks were sort of becoming the norm. It was peaceful, the scenery was breathtaking, and more than anything, it gave him the solitude he so fiercely craved. Moving into his cabin at the Lakeview Harbor Resort seemed like a good idea to Milo Keene. After all, his buddies had all done it, and seemingly thrived from it. They were all more hands-on with the rebuilding of the resort, so it made sense for them all to be here. But he was the guy who did better when he was sitting behind a desk and not touching anything building-related. He was a tech guy. Correction, a brilliant tech guy. And that wasn't his ego talking. It was a fact. While all his friends were playing baseball or football, he was teaching himself how to code. It felt natural to him in a way that nothing else had. And the older he got, the more he learned until he founded his own cybersecurity company while still in college. Now, as a self-made millionaire, he was still learning and growing his business on a global level, and it kept him incredibly busy. And lonely. He was so used to commanding his company back in Seattle and spending his days in front of multiple computer screens that he had forgotten what it was like to relax a little, breathe fresh air, and have free time on his hands. Being here with his best friends was fun, but sometimes he just needed time alone. Like now. The resort was open and fully functioning, which meant there were guests everywhere. The section they had designated for the owners, himself, Walker, Connor, Slater, and Axel, was off-limits to guests, and it allowed him the opportunity to walk along some paths without having to smile or make small talk with strangers. He despised small talk, mainly because he sucked at it. But he was here for the next 3 months to make sure everything digital, the computer systems, Wi-Fi, security cameras, pretty much anything with a digital footprint, was functioning the best that it possibly could. Did he need 3 months? Probably not. He chose to take that time away from his company as a bit of a sabbatical. Apparently, he'd been getting a little too tense and snappish with his staff. His head of HR had the misfortune of having to come and reprimand him. That had been the kick in the ass he needed to know it was time for a break. It had been far too long since he'd taken any real time off. Sure, he'd come to the resort during the renovation phase and hung out for a few days here and there, a week at most, but it had been years since he'd taken any serious time for himself. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd gone on a date or had sex. Maybe that's why I was getting snappish. It was definitely the reason. And while he could have easily gone out somewhere and hooked up with someone, that wasn't even remotely appealing. Not anymore. Now that his friends were all getting engaged and married, Milo found that he was a little envious. Fine, he was full-on jealous, and he hated it. Walker and Harlow were planning a New Year's wedding. Connor and Lexi were still trying to pick a date for their wedding, but he knew it would be soon. And there wasn't a doubt in his mind that Axel and Maisie were going to get engaged any day now. He knew it was coming because Axel asked him to help pick out a ring, so, yeah, any day now. It wasn't like he felt like he had to be in a relationship, but he'd been a little disenchanted with his life lately. He was bored and lonely and really thought he'd be married with kids by this point in his life. Although it's hard for that to happen when he was working 18 hours a day, 7 days a week. What am I doing with my life? He murmured wearily. He had money, a beautiful home back in Seattle, part ownership in the resort, and he could do anything he wanted. I want to be happy. Unfortunately, he had no idea how to be. He spent so much of his life focusing on his ambition that happiness had fallen way down on the list. Creating a new product or a new code brought him satisfaction, but it didn't make him happy. On some level, he thought being here with his friends and surrounded by happy people would rub off on him. So far, it hadn't. But he was only 3 weeks in. There was still time for that to change. It was all in the mindset. So right now, with the sun freshly up, he pushed all negative thoughts aside as he embraced the peace and beauty of Mother Nature. The morning air carried a kind of hush that Milo wasn't used to. Back in Seattle, mornings came alive with sound. The low rumble of traffic, someone's playlist blasting, the hiss of espresso machines from the cafe next to his office. Here, there was nothing like that. Just the muted crunch of his boots along the dirt path and the soft rhythm of his own breath. He followed the narrow trail that curved through the woods, pine needles and damp leaves cushioning every step. The scent of the forest was sharp and clean, pine, earth, and the faint sweetness of something blooming unseen. A thin veil of fog hovered over the lake ahead, the surface smooth and still, reflecting the pale blush of early light. It struck him how strange it felt to have nowhere he needed to be. No calendar reminders buzzing in his pocket, no emails waiting, no city hum in the background, just space and time. The kind he'd always said he wanted, but never really knew what to do with. He slowed near the water's edge, watching a single ripple move outward until it disappeared. The quiet wasn't just around him. It seemed to seep into him, pressing against the restless noise that usually filled his head. For once, he didn't try to push it away. He thought about how long it had been since he'd allowed himself to be still. Not productive, not efficient, just still. Out here, the world didn't ask anything of him. It didn't care who he was or what he hadn't figured out yet. It just existed. Peaceful, steady, certain in a way he envied. When the sun finally broke through the trees, spilling light across the lake, he stood there and let it warm his face. Maybe this was what he'd been chasing without realizing it. Not escape, but quiet. The kind that lets you hear yourself again. The roar of a jet ski ruined everything. Groaning, he stomped along the water's edge to see why anyone was out on the lake this early. Guests weren't allowed to access the equipment without one of the employees being there, and no one was scheduled to be out here until after 8. Maybe it was one of the staff testing the equipment, or just getting a jump on the day. But it was just barely 7 a.m. Weren't there rules about this sort of thing? He squinted into the fog and saw it. A streak of red cutting through the water like a comet. It was definitely a jet ski. And on it, the only person he seemed to always run into when no one was around. Nora Wilder. Just then she went speeding by, splashing him as she went. Son of a bitch! It wasn't like he got soaked, but his clothes still got sprayed and it pissed him off to no end. Muttering another curse, Milo had to figure out what to do next. Storming over to the dock, he stood, hands on his hips, and had no idea what to do. Did he wait here until she rode back? Or did he go straight to Slater, her boss? Before he could even think, she angled the machine closer, slicing through the mist with effortless control. Water sprayed over the dock, drenching the tips of his shoes. Seriously? Milo muttered under his breath, brushing off the droplets. Her grin was wicked, the kind that made him groan and smile at the same time. "Morning, city boy," she called, voice loud and teasing, carrying across the lake like she knew exactly how to get under his skin. He opened his mouth to reply, something calm, logical, maybe a polite rebuke, but the words got stuck in his throat. God, she was stunning. And that just pissed him off. From the moment he first saw her, he was intrigued. She moved with confidence, and she had a body that typically kept him staring way too long. And that's what always got him in trouble, because she usually caught him. The first time he had been out on one of the docks using one of his top-of-the-line drones to survey the area. They were planning on building an amphitheater, and being out on the dock meant he could launch without a lot of trees around. The plan had been simple. All he expected to see were areas on the resort property that would make the most sense to build where it wouldn't overly disturb guests who were either in their cabins or up in the lodge. What he hadn't expected to see was a gorgeous, topless brunette sunbathing in one of their canoes in the middle of the lake. In all his life, Milo had never seen anyone move so fast or furiously. Her lithe body just sprang into action to first cover herself and then get to shore. He figured that would be the end of it. But once on land, she hauled several rocks at the drone and knocked it right out of the sky and down into the water. At the time, he had no idea she was an employee of the resort. Yeah, he awkwardly found that out later on, in the middle of Jace and Kelsey's wedding reception. But even as furious as he was about the drone, seeing her up close and in person had kind of knocked him on his ass. She took zero responsibility for destroying his drone and confidently put the blame on him before walking away. And what did he do? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Well, he'd walked away, stormed off actually, like a damned child who didn't get his way. Since then, he didn't go out of his way to seek her out, but considering he was doing a lot of walking around the property for the amphitheater project, they typically ran into each other. And every time she was either coming back from a hike or kayaking or some other sporting activity. That's her job, genius. Yeah, Nora was working with Slater on all the activities here at the resort. She was very athletic and seemed to step up to every challenge with ease. Meanwhile, he tended to flinch if a ball was thrown in his direction. Everyone knew he wasn't exactly the outdoorsy or athletic type, but having her know it bugged him. And she knew it. The smirk she seemed to always throw his way when she spotted him out and about said it all. It wasn't like he couldn't play sports, or that he didn't enjoy being out here in the rustic wilderness, but it definitely wasn't his comfort zone. Play to your strengths, right? And this wasn't it. In the distance, he saw her circling back again and groaned. She leaned forward, adjusting her trajectory as if she were reading his thoughts, and then zipped past him, spraying more water that left his hoodie plastered to his back. "Really? You could let a guy have one quiet morning, you know," he shouted after her, though the mist swallowed most of his words. She circled back, slowing just enough to hover near the dock. "Quiet mornings are for people who hide behind screens and spreadsheets," she said, sharp enough to sting. "I know you tech guys think this entire lake is a simulation, but some of us like doing it for real." Milo blinked. I don't... That's not what I'm doing." "Yeah, right, sure." She shot back, and he knew she was rolling her eyes behind her sunglasses. "You're scouting out more spots to take down trees and ruin the beauty of the property so you have an opportunity to make more money." She snorted with disgust. "Not every piece of land needs to be destroyed for the sake of the mighty dollar. I'm sure that's not what they taught you at your fancy college, but maybe you should stick to the cities and leave this beautiful landscape alone." And before he could respond, she was gone, spraying him one last time as she went. For several moments, he didn't move or focus on just how wet his clothes now were. He just watched her go. That was the longest she'd ever spoken to him, and he wished he could have thought of something to say so they could have an actual conversation, particularly one where she's not making all kinds of assumptions about him. It would be nice if she took a minute to know something about him. Or if she even wanted to. Because he'd be okay with that. The sun was up, and it already felt like today was going to be another scorcher. Still, having the lake all to herself before the resort guests were up and about was a great way to start the day. Securing the jet ski, Nora couldn't help but smile. "Life is good," she whispered, before straightening and staring out at the glorious view. The lake, the mountains, the blue sky. It made her happy. This job made her happy. There was something about being outdoors that just fed her soul. After years of working for extreme sports tour companies, it was nice to do things at a slower pace so she could actually have some downtime to enjoy the wonder of Mother Nature. Until some jerk cuts it all down and blocks what's left with more buildings that no one needs. And she knew who that jerk was. Milo Keene. She dubbed him King of the Jerks. Ugh, what am I, 12? Grabbing her tote bag off the dock, she made her way to the supply shed. She and Slater had set up a mini office down there so they could be close to the lake and where the bulk of the activities were. It wasn't pretty, but it was functional. But as she walked past a row of cabins, she couldn't help but wish she had one for herself. Her apartment in town was fine, but she was lonely. At least if she were here, she'd be around people all the time. Not that she felt the need to be around people 24/7, but since moving to Harbor Town and coming to work at the resort, there was a definite shift in how she looked at life. She'd grown up with a great family, a ton of friends, and a healthy dose of travel that included every kind of outdoor activity: hiking, skiing, swimming, kayaking, whitewater rafting, bungee jumping. You name it, they did it. Her family was full of overachievers who lived for the thrill of, well, thrills. But they just didn't have the same appeal anymore. Sure, it was fun to take a group of resort guests on a hike up one of the mountains, but these weren't overly challenging, nothing a beginner hiker couldn't handle. And even though she took other groups parasailing around the lake and even on the small zip-line course they built, she was having more fun helping with the kid camps. Not that it was surprising. Her siblings were all married with kids, and she had become the favorite aunt to all her nieces and nephews. But after every visit, when everyone left and she was alone, she started feeling a longing for what her sisters and brother had. She wanted a family of her own. She met a lot of people in her line of work, but they were usually part of a tour who were only there temporarily, and then she'd never see them again. But that wasn't the only deterrent. Most of the guys she met were either frat boys who were just looking for a good time, or guys going through a midlife crisis and thought doing some extreme sports would help them recapture their youth. Dating guys like that was so not what she wanted. But she really wanted to go on a date. It had been so long since she'd gone out with a man, but she was done settling for just any guy who asked her out. Not that anyone had asked lately. Pretty hard to date when you don't have roots anywhere. Could Harbor Town be where she put down roots? Maybe. It wasn't terrible, but this was still primarily a resort town. And just like all her other jobs, everyone she met was only here for vacation, a few weeks tops. Rounding the bend in the path, she spotted Slater talking to, oh no, Milo. Milo, who was undoubtedly ratting her out because she splashed him with the jet ski. It was a pretty childish thing to do, but he was always so uptight and pristine-looking that she thought he could use a bit of mussing up. Every time she saw him, he was in khaki shorts and either a polo shirt or a button-down short-sleeve shirt. Did the man even own a t-shirt? Or go out without brushing his hair? The sun had barely been up, and he looked like he could hold a business meeting on a yacht. Right now, he didn't look quite so polished and put together. But he did look mad. Nora stepped off the path and casually waited behind a tree until he walked away. She knew she could explain herself to Slater. He was incredibly cool and laid back and enjoyed pushing people's buttons for the sake of lightening the mood. So that's what she was going to go with if he asked why she decided to splash his friend. Peering out from behind the pine tree, she made sure the coast was clear before continuing up the path. Stepping into the storage shed, she found Slater sitting at the desk, feet up, hands clasped behind his head, grinning. "Good morning," she said cheerfully. "Good morning. You just getting here?" Yeah," she lied as she put her tote bag down. "Did you swim here? Because you look like you just came off the lake." His tone was light, so she knew it was pointless to even try to keep up the ruse. "Fine. I got here over an hour ago and took one of the jet skis out to watch the sunrise." All he did was nod. "I'm used to being up early, and the view from my apartment is pretty dismal, so I thought I'd come here. It's nice having the lake to myself before we start all the activities for the day." Another nod. Huffing, she started to get defensive. "There's over 1,500 acres here. Why does he have to come to the lake, huh? Why can't he find someplace else to start the day?" Now he arched a brow. "Why is he always by the damn lake? Isn't he here to do tech stuff? Can't he work up in the lodge or something?" She huffed with annoyance again. "And most normal people, with common sense, would know to step back when a jet ski is coming through, so it's not my fault that he got wet." Swinging his feet down, Slater sat up straight, folding his hands on the desk. "Okay, I'm going to stop you before you dig yourself an even bigger hole. You do realize that Milo's one of the owners here, right?" She nodded. "And while he's not as hands-on as me, Axel, Connor, or Walker, he's still one of your bosses. The guys and I all agreed early on that we could hire our own staff for our own departments without getting everyone else's approval, but we also agreed that if someone was causing issues or not a good fit, that we could step in." Dread hit like a lead bomb in her stomach. "Oh." "And Milo's stepping in." "Slater, He held up a hand to stop her. "Look, I'm all for messing with him too. We all do it in good fun, but unfortunately, everything that's transpired between the two of you comes off as you being a bit of a bully." "Oh, please, I'm not a bully. I had perfectly good reasons for all the things that transpired." "The drone?" "He was being a perv. I was sunbathing out on the lake and he used the drone to spy on me." "So he saw you in your bathing suit and you destroyed a $10,000 drone? You don't think that's excessive? He wanted to fire you because of that." Nora felt her cheeks heat. "I wasn't exactly wearing my bathing suit," she murmured. "Just the bottoms." Slater groaned. "And you thought he was spying on you because of that?" "He was! The damn drone hovered. What else would it be doing?" Looking at the property?" he suggested. And yeah, he was heavy on the sarcasm. "That's his job, Nora. He needs to see the property from angles he can't get while just walking around. He's heading up this amphitheater project, and he's looking for spots." Crap. "Look, I get that you don't know Milo, but the guy is a tech genius. He's the least pervy guy I know, and believe me, I know a lot of pervy guys." He chuckled. "Milo's harmless, okay? But he is one of your bosses, and you need to find a way to make nice with him. Otherwise, we're going to have issues." "You'd seriously let him fire me?" she asked incredulously. He at least had the decency to look uncomfortable. "I wouldn't really have a choice. The drone alone should have had me firing you." Double crap. So much for putting down roots here in Harbor Town. Pulling up a chair, she sat facing him. "Fine. I was out of line. I overreacted when I smashed the drone. I'm sorry." "And the other stuff?" Sighing, she shook her head. "What other stuff?" "Milo claims that you're borderline hostile whenever you see him. Personally, I don't understand that because you work with people all the time and no one's ever complained, so..." Until a few minutes ago, she wouldn't even hesitate to tell Slater what she was thinking. But right now, she had a feeling it would only get her into more trouble. So she said nothing. Then it became a battle of wills to see who was going to speak first. It didn't take long for Slater to cave. "Come on, Nora. I can tell that it's killing you not to defend yourself. If Milo did something, you can tell me. But I can't defend you if you don't tell me what's going on." Her shoulders sagged. "You and I have known each other for a long time, but not nearly as long as you've known, all the guys here," she began. "And we both know that if push came to shove, Milo's going to win. It doesn't matter what I say or anything. He's an owner and I'm just a tour guide and activities director." She shrugged. "So if you're going to fire me, can you just do it and get it over with? I can probably catch a flight to my parents' place tonight." Leaning back, he crossed his arms, studying her. "That's it? You're not even going to try to explain your behavior, your attitude? I thought you were made of tougher stuff than that." She knew he was baiting her, and she reacted anyway. "He's invading my territory, okay?" she snapped. "This lake, these trails, they're my world. You can plunk me down on any point on a mountain and I can survive with little to no supplies. I've spent years working as a guide, teaching tourists how not to wreck the shoreline or scare the wildlife. Then here comes Milo, a quiet city-dwelling tech guy with noise-canceling earbuds and the air of someone who's just visiting. He'd either die or hurt himself if you left him out there by himself for more than a few hours." "Nora, I don't care that you all grew up coming here in the summer. To me, he's just another clueless outsider who has no genuine respect for the land. He may know tech stuff or whatever, but out here, I'm the expert." His brow arched again, but he looked more amused than anything. "So that's what this is about? You enjoy reminding him that out here you're the expert?" "It's not like I'm on a power trip, Slater. You know I'm not like that." "I thought I did. But that's kind of how you're coming off." "You know how it is sometimes. We get people that sign up for our tours and they are so damn clueless that you know they're going to hurt themselves. When I look at Milo, that's what I see." "Okay, but he's not asking for you to take him on a tour or even asking to do any of the activities you're leading. Seriously, Nora, it's fine if you don't like him, but just ease up on the hostility. He's just here doing a job that we all want done. It's not like he's bullying the rest of us into the amphitheater. It was always in the plans." "But what about the land, Slater? Where does it end?" He didn't say anything for a moment. "I hear what you're saying, and I get it. We're not looking to get rid of a ton of space. The goal is for the amphitheater to be only for resort events. We're not adding extra parking or a ton of concession areas. We're not building the Hollywood Bowl, okay? But whether or not you agree with it, it's happening. And if that's not something you can live with, then..." He shrugged. "Damn it." "So, what's it gonna be? he asked. "I'd hate to lose you, because you're my friend and one hell of a guide." "I can live with it," she murmured. "And Milo?" Ugh. "I'll ease up, and I'll stay out of his way." "Good." She knew it would be easy for them to just end the conversation right here, but she had one more question. "What about you? What are you going to tell Milo?" Standing, he shrugged. "I'll tell him to unclench, and then give him your schedule so he'll know exactly how to avoid you. Sound good?" Smiling, she walked over and hugged him. "As good as it can be, I guess." 2. For the next several days, Milo kept to his morning routine and went for a walk down by the lake. And every day, he saw Nora, but she kept her distance. Slater had explained the situation to him, and he was offended that she thought he couldn't handle himself here in the wild. Pfft, the wild. What the hell does that even mean? But he knew. And the truth was, she wasn't entirely wrong. Coming to the Lakeview Harbor Resort as a kid meant that every day with his friends was an adventure. He kept up with everyone, and when it came to activities he wasn't interested in, no one ever questioned it. Staying friends with the guys well into adulthood, they'd gone on more than one extreme sports weekend, compliments of Slater's career, and the fact that everyone was super competitive. And again, he kept up, but he never pushed the limits. Not like Walker, Axel, and Slater did. Sometimes he and Connor would opt to relax, while the other three just went wild and did whatever stupid stuff they liked to do. It worked for their group, and it was great that he didn't have to prove himself to be included. But when it came to handling themselves in the woods, camping, hiking, yeah, then he was out. First, it held zero appeal to him. Why would he sleep on the ground in a tent with God knows what kind of critters lurking around when he could sleep in a comfortable bed in either a cabin or a hotel? Some would wonder why he'd invest in a rustic resort, but honestly, it was a no-brainer. Besides the nostalgia of the whole thing, he would also never have to camp out or trek up any of the mountains, so... Plus, his buddies all knew him well enough to know that he would never take part in any activities even remotely like that, so he was safe. This morning, however, made him wish that maybe he wasn't so opposed to the trekking thing. He spotted Nora with a group of resort guests, and they all had backpacks, binoculars, and boots on. It seemed a bit early for a group activity, but apparently this was bird watching, and there were some sightings that were specific to this time of day. I could probably handle bird watching. But it was too late to join the group. He didn't want to impose and risk Nora mocking him in front of everyone, even though Slater promised that would never happen again. Standing back, he watched her lead the group down a path and out of sight, which was just as well, since he was enjoying the peaceful morning and had a lot on his agenda for the rest of the day, so he might as well finish his walk and get to work. An hour later, he was up in the lodge, working in the conference room, because his office was being renovated. "Hey, Milo, you got a minute?" Maisie, Axel's girlfriend and the resort's resident decorator, asked. Looking up from his laptop, he smiled. "Sure, what's up?" "Okay, so the paint's done and the shelves are in." "That's great." "The issue is the desk," she went on, frowning. "It's not the one we ordered, but I'm not hating it. Can you come look at it?" Shrugging, he stood and followed her. Not that it was going to matter. He ordered the same desk he had in Seattle because he liked it. No matter what this desk was, he was sending it back. Maisie stepped aside and let him go into the office first. And when he did, he stopped and stared. "What the?" I know, it isn't even remotely like what we ordered. I don't know what happened. But before I went and made calls, I figured you should look at it and see if maybe you like it? Maybe? She walked slowly into the room. I know you chose a specific style because it's what you have back home, but I genuinely like this one. And it fits really well in the space. Glancing over his shoulder, he frowned. So you think I should keep it? It's not my choice. From a design standpoint, it's gorgeous. And I can do some amazing things in here that would make it a lot cozier than the original plan. What was wrong with the original plan? Poor Maisie looked like a deer caught in the headlights. You don't have to be afraid to tell me. I can take it. The original design was boring, she blurted out. Very utilitarian and basic, functional, cold. Oh. Sorry. Again, you don't have to apologize. I thought it all looked sleek and modern. No, those aren't the words I would have used. I was very respectful because you seemed adamant about what you wanted. But now that I'm seeing this desk here, I love it. Of course, if you really don't want it, we'll send it back. Or maybe I'll see about putting it in one of the other offices. Milo slowly walked around the desk, inspecting it. It's wood, he murmured. It is. And I know the one you picked out was glass and metal. I honestly don't know who messed up the order, but we can correct it, if you really want to. He ran his hand over the top, the wood smooth and cool to the touch. Stepping up beside him, she held the desk's brochure in her hand. This desk was meticulously crafted by master carpenters from 100% natural New Zealand pine, showcasing its raw strength and natural beauty. He glanced over with amusement. A desk has raw strength? Seriously? According to the brochure, she replied, waving it at him. Okay, let's see what else it says. Every inch is solid wood, so no veneers, no particle board, no shortcuts, and built to last. The desktop is 3 inches thick, and the stout legs equal unshakable stability. I'm not planning on dancing on it. Hey, you never know, she added with a wink. And look at the wood grain and natural knots. It says each piece of furniture has its own story and can be used in a variety of scenarios: home office, studio, workshop, or executive suite. And it looks freaking fantastic. It says that in the brochure? No, it was my own observation. As an interior designer and decorator. If I were you, I'd stick with this and switch up some of the other decor elements we discussed. But this isn't me, Maisie. I like the desk I have back in my office in Seattle. And you'll still have that desk back in Seattle when you're done with everything here at the resort. This desk fits the resort. The other one didn't. She paused. What do you say, Milo? Will you take a chance on this and let me make this office a warm and welcoming space? It was an innocent enough question, but it made him realize what she was actually saying. His design choices were cold and unwelcoming. He was beginning to notice a pattern in the way other people saw him, and he wasn't loving it. Studying the desk a little more, he decided it maybe wasn't the worst idea, and it did match the overall vibe of the lodge much more than what he had picked. Can I ask you something? Maisie's eyes went wide again. Sure. Do I give off I don't know. Like, do I stick out like a sore thumb around here? Why would you even ask that? Because of the things I picked out for my office. Because I don't do all the activities that are offered, even though you all take part in most of them. I don't, she said with a laugh. Axel loves to walk the property and go on hikes, and that is definitely not my thing. I'm basically a city girl. That's how I grew up. I love living here now, but I also love going back to my place in Manhattan. Sometimes I just need that. So you get it. It's not just that I'm being a weirdo. No one thinks you're a weirdo, and no one's forcing you to participate in stuff, right? Because that would be wrong. Raking a hand through his hair, he sighed. I don't know. I honestly don't get what the big deal is with some of it. Like, why do people enjoy hiking? You're just basically walking up something that you're going to have to walk back down. And there are bugs and wild animals, and the weather could change in a heartbeat. So you really don't like it? Nope. It's not a big deal. I'm sure if you asked Axel to sit at a desk all day, he'd go insane. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. And when it comes to what we do in our free time, we should do things that mean something to us, not what means a lot to everyone else. Really? Her face scrunched up a little. It would be different if you were married or in a relationship. Then you sometimes have to do things you'd rather not do. Like going for a hike? She nodded. Like going for a hike. Damn. There are shelters scattered around the mountain paths. She shrugged. They're basically just lean-tos, and they're not meant to live in, just keep you out of the elements. But once a month, the resort makes sure that they're stocked with supplies in case anyone needs them. I had no idea that was a thing. How do you keep the animals from taking the supplies? We installed lock boxes and the instructions for them, and the codes are visible. We make sure of it every time they get restocked. It's just minor stuff like some bottled water, granola bars, a blanket. Nothing major. Just a few necessities to keep someone safe until a storm passes or help can get to them. I guess that makes sense. Anyway, last month it was Axel's turn to do it. Not that he needs to take a turn. He's the manager of the resort. He could make anyone do it. But he likes to go for long walks and hikes, and he asked me to go with him. We packed a picnic lunch and all that, but it was my least favorite thing to do. So why'd you go? She smiled. Because he's my person, she said simply. I love him. And if walking up and down part of a mountain with me makes him happy, then I'm going to go. It would be super crappy if I refused. It would be honest, though. Oh, he knows how I feel about it. But it was a pleasant escape for the day. And the next weekend, we went to the city for me to get some stuff for the apartment, and that's his least favorite thing to do. So it's a balance. All he could do was nod. Basically, Milo, you are your own person. Do the things you enjoy, and don't worry about what anyone else thinks. You're here taking care of stuff that none of us knows how to do. So if anyone wants to make you feel like a weirdo because you don't want to zip line or bungee jump... We bungee jump here now? Not the resort specifically. There's a place on the other side of the lake that we sometimes team up with. We bring people over on one of the boats, or sometimes Slater flies them over, and they bungee jump through the other tour company. We don't reciprocate, though. Like, they don't offer any of our services to their clients. And that made sense, too. There were so many aspects of the resort that he had paid no attention to, and now that he was here full-time, he was discovering a lot. Do you like flying? She asked, interrupting his thoughts. What? Flying. Do you have a fear of flying? That made him chuckle. No, I fly all over the world. You should ask Slater to take you up in the seaplane. The view is spectacular, either sunrise or sunset. That might be a way for you to get a better look at the property other than using the drones. I hadn't even thought of that, he murmured. Thanks, Maisie. I'll talk to him about it when I see him later. When he turned to leave the room, she stopped him. What about the desk? Oh, uh, yeah. Let's keep it. Do your thing in here. The conference room is working fine for now. Great. And you're going to love your office when I'm done, I promise. 3 days later, Nora was finishing up with one of the kitty camps when Slater texted her. Slater, hey, can you meet me at the shed office? Slater, LOL, we really need a better name for that, don't we? Slater, or maybe we just need a structure down here that's not part of a shed. Slater, but don't come at me because we may have to take down some trees. That made her laugh softly. Honestly, she wouldn't mind an office that had some insulation in the winter and air conditioning in the summer. And one that didn't smell like gasoline and motor oil would be nice, too. Nora, just finished with camp. I'll be there in 5. Slater, thanks. It was a little after 4 and her shift was over, but they typically got together at the end of the day to talk about how things went. All the activities were well coordinated, and it seemed like all the guests were having a great time. Lexi was responsible for getting people to sign up and handling the business end of things, and she was great at it. But now that she was pregnant, they were going to be hiring an assistant for her. The plan was to wait until fall so they could get through the busy summer season, but she had no idea if Lexi was going to want to wait that long. I should probably talk to Slater about that, she murmured as she made her way along the path. At the shed, she let herself in and found Slater behind the desk, frowning. Uh-oh, what's wrong? He looked up at her distractedly before returning his attention to his laptop. I had gotten a deal on a pontoon boat and we were all set for delivery, and now the seller is jerking me around on the price. He's a local, and I think he's trying to get more money because it's for the resort. Muttering a curse, he slammed the laptop shut. I hate people sometimes. I get that. Sometimes they really suck. What are you going to do? I need to go and talk to him man to man, and if he's going to be a dick about the whole thing, then I'll let the deal go. I can get a pontoon boat from a dealer. I just like the convenience of buying local. She sat down and sighed. It felt good to be off her feet. She'd been running around all day between 2 hikes and camp. Tonight, she figured she'd pick up a pizza on her way home and sit with her feet up for the rest of the night. Slater twisted in his chair to face her. How was your day? Brutal, she said with a laugh. I was just dreaming about how good it's going to feel to go home and put my feet up and relax. Oh. Why? Did you need me for something? He waved her off. It's nothing. Forget about it. You deserve to go home and unwind. Slater. What? I'm serious. It was a personal favor, and it probably wouldn't have worked out anyway. Okay, now I'm curious. You never ask for favors. So what was it? He stared at her for just a few seconds too long, and now she wished she had just left when he said she deserved to go home and unwind. I was going to do a sunset flight tonight, he said slowly. Is that it? I can do that. But I'd like to go up to the lodge and grab something to eat first, if that's okay. I was going to grab a pizza on the way home, but if I wait until after the flight, it will be late and the drive sucks and... Sorry, I'm rambling. Why does the drive suck? It's only 20 minutes, right? It is. But when I'm beat, that winding road with no lights isn't my favorite drive. Then, because they were talking favors, I honestly wish I could rent one of the cabins here, she said casually. I'm typically here when the sun's rising, and some days I don't leave until it's dark. But I couldn't afford to rent one like a guest. That would probably take my entire paycheck. Laughing, she shook her head. Anyway, so... yeah, I'll do the flight after I grab something to eat. When she went to stand, he stopped her. Not so fast. It's not just as simple as a flight. What do you mean? I mean,
There's a reason I said it probably wouldn't have worked out. You see, I'm supposed to take Milo up for the flight. He's never done it, and he wants to get an aerial view of the property to look at areas for the amphitheater. Like he was trying to do that day with the drone.
Nora inwardly groaned. Oh.
So now you see why I think it wouldn't work out.
Unfortunately, she did.
How are things going between the two of you lately? He asked. Any other run-ins that I should know about?
She shook her head. None. I've only seen him from a distance, and that's it. I've behaved. He grinned.
I knew you had it in you.
Without a word, he reached for his phone and began texting someone, probably Milo, to tell him he couldn't take him on the flight tonight. I'm gonna head out, she said, standing up.
Just give me a minute,
he said, still typing on his phone. Sitting back down, she heard her stomach growl, and so did Slater because he chuckled again. After almost a solid 5 minutes, he put his phone down.
Okay, I have a proposition for you.
Okay.
Axel's cabin is empty now that he and Maisie moved up into the owner's suite. It's just sitting there vacant. The place is yours for the summer.
He went on.
We'll reevaluate in the fall when things slow down here, but I don't think it will be a problem. You can talk to Walker tomorrow about rental costs and whatnot. I'm sure you have a lease in town, and you'll probably get fined for breaking it, so be sure to consider all your options.
Holy crap, Slater, really? You guys would do that for me? He nodded.
You are a valuable member of our team, and you really do spend a lot of time here already. It just makes sense to make things a little easier for you.
Oh my goodness! This is amazing! Thank you! Jumping up, she went over and hugged him. You have no idea how much this means to me if you ever need a favor. And when she pulled back, she knew exactly what he was going to say. Damn it.
You know I'm not going to hold you to anything, Nora, so relax. Would I like it if you could take the flight with Milo? Absolutely. But I also know he'll be fine if he has to wait another day or two. It's not a big deal.
It would be easy to agree, but considering what he just did for her, it would be petty to just thank him and leave. I can take him on the flight. Really. As long as he's not a big baby who's going to freak out in a small plane, we'll be fine. When Slater didn't say anything, she felt a slight twinge of unease. He's not afraid of small planes, right? Slater?
He's never flown in one before, but he flies all over the world for business, so I'm sure he'll be fine.
Okay. How about this? Have him meet me up in the restaurant and we'll talk. If he's okay with me taking the flight with him, then we're all good. If not, at least you know I tried. To be the bigger person, she almost added, but refrained. He studied her again. This almost feels too easy. Shrugging, she grinned. When people act like adults, it is easy.
And there's my little smartass,
he teased.
Get yourself something to eat. Tell the server to put it on my tab.
You don't need to do that. I can buy my own dinner.
I know. But if Milo's joining you, it's the least I can do.
You got that right. Nora watched as he picked up his phone.
I'll text him now and let him know he's meeting you and not me. If he backs out, I'll text you. But dinner's still on me.
Thanks, Slater. After running up to the activities office in the lodge and quickly freshening up, Nora went to the restaurant and waited to be seated. Glancing around, she didn't see Milo anywhere, but had a feeling he was going to bail. Which would be her preference, because she wasn't looking forward to taking him up in the plane, just the two of them. Although, to be fair, She really didn't know him. Not really. But once she was seated, it felt like the perfect time to maybe do a little research on Milo Keene. You know, just in case. A quick search of his name gave her more results than she could have imagined. It wasn't just social media links. It was a lot. Holy crap, she murmured as she continued to scroll. Just who the heck are you? Clicking on a link for Forbes magazine, she was shocked to see him at the top of the list for Forbes 30 Under 30 Tech Innovators. The article was from 2 years ago, but it seemed like a good place to start. Milo Keene, founder and CEO, Armor Wave. From the quiet suburbs of Portsmouth, New Hampshire, Milo Keene taught himself to code before he learned to drive. At 14, he was reverse engineering chat encryption protocols just to see if he could. By 19, he'd dropped out of MIT after one semester, frustrated by what he called the lag between classroom theory and real-world security needs. 6 years later, Keene launched Armor Wave, a communications security startup that now powers encrypted infrastructure for over 300 Fortune 500 companies. Known for its minimalist interface and quantum-resistant encryption core, the Aegis Link system has become a silent backbone of corporate communication networks, the kind of system you never notice until it stops working. Investors describe Keene as brilliant, elusive, and allergic to small talk. He rarely gives interviews, preferring late-night debugging sessions over keynote stages. Colleagues say he speaks in API metaphors and half-sentences, but when he talks, people listen. Despite his $700 million valuation, Keene still drives the same old hybrid he used in college and has been known to answer customer support tickets himself, because that's where the truth is. His next goal? Making privacy a human right, not a premium feature. Everyone says communication connects the world, Keene says. They forget that connection only matters if it's safe. Letting out a long breath, Nora had to admit that she was kind of impressed. She read a few more articles about him, and they all described a brilliant yet quiet man who didn't enjoy being in the spotlight. Then came the pictures. They ranged from the typical corporate CEO portrait with a suit and tie to Milo being hands-on in some kind of computer lab or factory. If she hadn't met him, she wouldn't have pegged him as the mega-wealthy type. From her standpoint, he was just a regular guy living in a tiny cabin for the next few months while he installed computer and safety systems around the resort. Putting her phone down, she had to wonder why. Why do it himself when he could clearly afford to hire people to do it? And why when it seemed like he could own the whole damn resort himself? Okay, so maybe he wasn't being a perv that day with the drone. She could concede that. Not that she could afford to replace the drone, so maybe she'd just let that one go. She was so lost in thought that she never noticed Milo's approach. "Hey, Nora," he said stiffly. Looking up, she started to smile and then froze. Oh my God. He looked like he had just stepped off the pages of an L.L. Bean catalog. Or like he was trying to be the summer version of Indiana Jones. Biting her lip to keep from laughing, she took in his outfit. A lightweight canvas utility vest, tags definitely just removed, a breathable khaki button-down, sleeves rolled to the exact midpoint of his forearms, like he Googled how men roll sleeves. Cargo shorts with so many pockets, it looked like he was prepared to smuggle gear for an entire expedition. Brand new trail sneakers that have never seen an actual trail. A pair of aviator sunglasses he clearly bought just for this flight. And bless him, a beanie. In July, at a lake. Already sliding off his forehead because it's too warm to justify wearing one. He was trying so hard to pretend this was his normal summer look, but she could see that he was sweating under the vest and trying not to show it. But the best part was when he casually shifted like he was trying to play it cool, hands shoved in his pockets like this was his everyday look. As she continued to glance at him, she couldn't help but blurt out, "Rough morning on the tundra, huh?" Looking mildly offended, he stared down at his outfit.
What? What's wrong with what I'm wearing?
Milo stood there like a catalog model for beginning wilderness explorer, chin lifted, hands tucked in the useless pockets of a brand-new canvas vest. The beanie, was the last surviving soldier in his heroic battle to look rugged, and it was hanging on for dear life. The AC was on full blast in the restaurant, and it still wasn't cold enough for that thing. She was pretty sure she was about to draw blood from biting her lip, because laughing would be mean. But it was getting harder and harder by the second not to laugh. Clearly oblivious to her amusement, he said,
"Figured I should, look the part."
"You look, Pausing, she pretended to assess his gear like she would a pre-flight checklist. "Prepared."
"For what?"
he asked warily. She pointed to the beanie. "A sudden blizzard?" His ears turned pink as he tugged the beanie off and shoved it into a vest pocket, his dark hair completely askew.
"Okay. Yeah, that one was a mistake."
"No," she said, gentler now, smiling despite herself. "It was earnest."
"Yeah, right."
Glancing around, Nora could tell he was ready to bolt. "He's one of your bosses. Play nice." "I hear we're going on a flight together tonight," she said, before motioning to the seat opposite her. "And we're having dinner first." It took a moment, but he visibly relaxed. Not much, but enough that she could see the nervous tension ease in his shoulders. But as soon as he sat down, he was back to looking uncomfortable. "We have a small window of time for you to see the property before the sun goes down. I know it's a little like an early bird dinner, but I've had a long day and don't want to eat pizza at 10 o'clock at night. But if you're not into this and flying with me, you won't hurt my feelings. I know you were expecting to go with Slater, so—"
"It's nothing against you,"
he quickly interrupted.
"I just figured you weren't into doing this with me either, especially after the way you looked at me just now."
"Well, you have to admit you went a little overboard. I mean, have you seen anyone around the resort dressed like that?" Exactly. And we're not getting off the plane and exploring anything. We're going to take a 30-minute flight so you can see the entire resort from the air and catch the sunset, too. It's really a cool thing to see from the plane."
"Oh."
He looked awkward and uncomfortable, and she suddenly felt bad for teasing him. "Look, who am I to judge, right? You were just trying to be prepared, and it's nice that you put in the effort. Slater said you've never gone up in the seaplane before, and you were making sure you had everything you could possibly need."
"Like a beanie?"
Shaking his head, he muttered a curse.
"When he mentioned the possibility of the flight the other day, I went online and researched, and it looked like a lot of people were dressed like this. I didn't want to show up on the dock and be the only one dressed casually."
"Milo, you never dress casually. Not really. Most days you walk around like your clothes are all freshly pressed. It's okay to be comfortable sometimes."
"But I am comfortable."
"Oh."
"Maybe this was a bad idea. I'll talk to Slater tomorrow and—"
"Don't," she said quickly, reaching out to stop him from getting up. "Don't go. We can totally do this." Just then, their server walked over to tell them about the dinner specials. Once she gave her spiel about the barbecue platters, Nora looked over at Milo and smiled. "So, are we doing this?" He hesitated long enough to make her squirm. But finally, he relented.
"Okay, let's do this."
3. He knew small plane meant small, but stepping into the seaplane felt like climbing into a very expensive lunchbox with wings. The cabin was narrow enough that his shoulders nearly brushed both sides when he stepped up onto the float and ducked inside. Instead of the wide, carpeted aisles he was used to on a large commercial aircraft, there was just a single strip of metal flooring that led 2 steps forward into the cockpit. No flight attendants, no soothing pre-recorded announcements, no sense of anonymity. Just him. And her. The seats were a shock, too. Plush, yes, but close together. More like high-end car seats bolted to the floor than anything meant for cruising altitude. Everything smelled faintly of lake water and engine oil, a mix he wasn't sure was comforting or terrifying. The windows curved around them in big, bubble-like sections, offering a panoramic view he absolutely did not want to think about yet. Nora was already in the pilot's seat, casual and confident, flipping switches like she was turning on a stereo instead of whatever kept a machine like this in the air. When she glanced over her shoulder at him, smiling that easy, "You're fine, I promise" smile, he straightened immediately, trying to pretend his heart wasn't thudding loud enough to rival the propeller. He slid into the co-pilot seat, acutely aware there was no door separating the cockpit from the cabin, no row behind him, no comforting weight of 200 other passengers who could all pretend this wasn't insane. Up front, everything was close, her knee inches from his, her elbow brushing him when she reached for a knob, her voice the only thing grounding him as the plane vibrated awake. He gripped the armrest, not too tight, he hoped, and stared at the instrument panel like it was written in ancient runes. This was nothing like commercial flying. There was no autopilot hum or ceiling-height overhead bins, just open windows, metal bones, and trust. And her. Mostly her. "Ready?" she asked, eyes sparkling with way too much enthusiasm for a person about to drive a boat into the sky. He swallowed hard and nodded, trying to look braver than he felt. Because in a seaplane this small, there was absolutely nowhere to hide his fear, except behind a good bit of acting. And he sucked at acting. Once he had to play an owl in a school play. His only line was hoo-hoo, and he forgot it right before he fell off the stage and threw up. Fortunately, he was pretty much out of everyone's sight, but that wasn't an option here. No separation. He could see every switch, every dial, every little blinking green light on the instrument panel, along with Nora casually flipping through them like it was nothing. What are those switches for? What do they do? He was comfortable with computers and how they worked, and the instrument panel was primarily computerized, but he wasn't familiar with the system. Why didn't I research that instead of taking fashion advice from the internet? It was loud even before the engines started, the kind of ambient water and wind noise you never hear inside a commercial jet. And when Nora finally fired up the engines, the vibration moved straight through the soles of his shoes and into his spine. "Here, put these on," she said, handing him a pair of headphones with a mic. "What's this?" "So we can talk to each other and be heard," she explained. "This is a small plane and it tends to get loud, especially up here. Now we'll be able to talk. If you have questions, I'll be able to hear you and vice versa." "Okay." He slipped them on and straightened them right before he tightened his seatbelt. "You ready?" Was he? Nora was watching him expectantly, and whether he was ready or not, they were doing this. So he gave her a thumbs up and braced himself for whatever came next. The pontoons slapped at the water beneath them, sending a shudder up the entire cabin, and for a second Milo was pretty sure this thing was held together by bolts borrowed from a hardware store and pure optimism. If I survive this, I'm going to strangle Slater. But then the plane started skimming across the lake, bouncing once, twice, and lifting. That wall of windows suddenly made sense. The view was ridiculous. It was bright, wide open, like the entire world was on display, and they were close enough to touch it. The entire thing felt small, loud, slightly terrifying, but incredible. And for a few minutes, he forgot about everything except the magnificent sight in front of him.
"How much do you know about the property?"
he asked. Good question. Slater took me on a ton of flights just like this so I could get familiar with everything, but those first few, I wasn't really listening because I'm more of a visual person. I wanted to take it all in and then figured I could ask questions later.
"He must have loved that,"
he murmured. Slater and I have worked and known each other for years, so I think he was mentally prepared for me to be a lousy student at first. Plus, he really enjoys the sound of his own voice. Now, when I take people up on these flights, I have an entire speech I typically give.
"Really?"
She smiled up at him. Yep. Want to hear it?
"Go for it."
The Lakeview Harbor Resort encompasses 1,500 acres and was originally meant to be a spot for the Bradshaw family. What started as a few cabins for family and friends morphed into a rustic, family-oriented resort. After that, people from all over the country came here for different variations of camping around a lake. And it's been enjoyed by guests like you, she said with a wink, for over 40 years.
That was pretty basic knowledge, he thought.
When the Bradshaws couldn't keep up with all the day-to-day operations, they closed the doors 2 years ago. But luckily, the great-grandson of the original owners rallied a group of his closest friends, who had all met right here at this very resort as kids, and decided to bring everything back to its former glory and make it better. He nodded. What you see now are almost all the original structures, from the 100-room lodge to the 50 cabins that come in a wide variety of styles and floor plans to accommodate families of every size. There's also a campground for campers and RVs, as well as an entire section dedicated to those who wanted to really be one with nature and enjoy tent camping.
"I never got the appeal of that one,"
he murmured. "I'll let you in on a little secret," she said with a grin. "It's not my favorite either. I can do it, but if given the option, I'd rather have a lumpy cot in an old cabin than sleep on the ground in a tent." That was a little surprising. He pictured her as being all about what did she just call it? One with nature? "Want more resort facts?" she asked.
"Sure."
She talked for several minutes about the type of fish you could find in the lake. Pausing, she looked at him. "Do you like to fish?"
"Fishing, yes. Cleaning and gutting, no."
She nodded. "Good to know. Should I go on?" He shrugged.
"Sure."
This region is also a favorite for bird watchers. She rambled off a list of birds that were native to the region and the most common ones to spot on a hike. When she glanced at him, Milo held up his hand and chuckled.
"No, I'm not into bird watching."
"You don't know what you're missing."
"Do you actually enjoy it? Or is it just part of the job?"
It's not particularly exciting until you spot some birds that are a little rarer. Then it's like spotting Justin Bieber in the mall.
"Seriously? Justin Bieber?"
She shrugged. "What can I say? He was my teenage crush," is all she said, before spouting more facts about the property. It's nothing he didn't know, well, except for the bird species, but it was good to know that as a representative of the resort, Nora knew what she was talking about. Plus, she had a pleasant voice, sweet, melodic, and she smelled really good.
Uh-oh. Okay, don't panic.
It's not like he wasn't already aware of his attraction to Nora. She was a beautiful woman, and he'd already acknowledged that to himself. Even when he was majorly annoyed at her behavior, there was no denying that she was attractive. But she was like the cool chick,
Ugh, how old am I?
Growing up, he was always the nerdy kid, and other than his summers here at the resort, he typically hung out with other nerdy kids. The girls he dated were on the debate team or the chess club. He never even attempted to ask out the popular girls, the cheerleaders, the homecoming queens, because he knew they'd laugh right in his face. A little like Nora had earlier when he showed up for dinner. So while he figured it was okay to internally acknowledge that she was attractive and all that, he couldn't allow himself to read too much into it. And he certainly shouldn't think about how good she smells, or the fact that she had a small patch of freckles on her cheeks, or, I'm in trouble. The thought hit just as she banked the plane to the left, startling him. "You okay?" she asked with just the tiniest hint of amusement. And that's when he knew where his focus needed to be. The property. He was up here to look at the property, and nothing else. They were 20 minutes into the tour when she heard it, the shift in his breathing. Not loud, but sharp. It was quick and controlled, in that I'm not freaking out, you're freaking out way. He'd clearly been startled when she banked the plane slightly, but he had to realize they weren't just going to be flying straight ahead, right? They'd crash into a mountain or have to go over one, but eventually they'd have to turn around to get back to the resort. She glanced sideways without being too obvious. His shoulders were locked. His hands, which had been resting lightly on his thighs, now had a white-knuckled grip on the seat edge. His jaw ticked. His eyes, which were full of awe a few moments ago, were now fixed straight ahead and unblinking. Oh, he's panicking. She'd had this happen a bunch of times before. Some people were okay flying, but not up in the cockpit where everything was just right there in front of them. Keeping her tone soft and steady, her pilot voice, but the warm version she only used with people she liked. And she supposed she liked Milo. Not like him romantically, but as a person he wasn't terrible. "You doing okay over there?" His swallow was audible. "Yep." A lie. A terrible one. And he was looking a little green. The last thing either of them needed was for him to lose his dinner all over the cockpit. She nudged the yoke gently, giving them a smoother pocket of air. "Hey," she tried again, quieter. "Talk to me." His breath shuddered. Nora watched as he pressed his fingertips to his thigh, tapping out a rhythm that was too fast to be anything but nerves. Although she could easily imagine him typing out computer codes like that. "I'm fine," he insisted. "Just didn't realize it would feel this small up here." Damn, the poor guy, trying so hard to look rugged in that ridiculous vest, and now unraveling at 3,000 feet. "Okay," she said, doing her best to sound reassuring. "Look at me for a second." Naturally, he hesitated before he actually turned. But his eyes were the giveaway. Wide, wired, scared in a way that he'd probably rather die than admit. "There you are," she murmured. "You're okay. We're okay. This is just your brain being a jerk." That earned a sharp breath that was almost a laugh. She kept going, her voice low and even. "Here's what I need you to do. Unclench your hands." For a moment, he didn't respond. But then she watched as Milo tried, failed, and then tried again. Finally, he pried his fingers off the seat. "There you go. See? That's good," she said. "Now plant your feet flat on the floor. Feel the heel, the toes. Ground yourself." Glancing down, she watched him shift his feet until they were flat, like she instructed. When he nodded, she knew he was feeling what she wanted him to feel. Nice. Now match my breathing. She inhaled slowly, but in a loud and exaggerated way, before holding and exhaling gently. He followed, shaky at first, but then again and again. His shoulders loosened by degrees. There you go, she said softly. See, you're not going to die today. He shot her a hard side eye. Not exactly the comforting phrasing I was hoping for. Unable to help it, she laughed. Not in a way that was making fun, but because she appreciated his honesty. And the snark. Want something better? She asked. He nodded faintly. We're flying smooth, weather is clear. You're in a perfectly maintained aircraft with a pilot who knows this sky like her own backyard. She leaned in just enough for her shoulder to brush his. And I'm right here. I've got you. His gaze met hers and held. And she saw something there. Gratitude. Or something more. Before he quickly glanced away. His chest continued to rise with one steadier breath, then another. I'm serious, Milo, she said quietly into her headset. I've got you. Yeah, he replied softly, turning back to look at her instead of the windows. You kind of do. His voice was low and gruff, and it did something to her. Between the look in his eyes and the tone of his voice, she was momentarily mesmerized. And for a dangerously warm heartbeat, she forgot that she was supposed to be focusing on the instruments. Shaking her head to clear it, she continued the tour, spouting all kinds of random nonsense. Nervous chatter, her mother used to call it. But it passed the time. Milo didn't ask any questions, but he was definitely focused on the property below. And so they finished the flight, each doing their own thing. The floats kissed the water with the softest ripple, the kind of flawless landing that would make any instructor proud. She coasted them toward the dock, cut the engine, and the sudden quiet settled around them. He exhaled the longest breath she's ever heard a man release without collapsing. She waited, giving him a beat to gather himself, to peel his fingers off the seat one by one like they'd been glued down. He straightened, rolled his shoulders back, and cleared his throat. And just like that, he was trying to look cool again. Adorable. So, she said, unbuckling, how'd we do up here? He wiped his palms on his shorts, subtle as a sledgehammer. Great. Totally fine. Smooth ride. Mm-hmm. She hid her smile. Did the turbulence give you trouble? Nope. It was crazy how they were both essentially lying. I know for me personally, it feels like so much, more when you're in a small plane compared to a commercial jet, especially up here in the cockpit. It's normal to feel a little nervous. He slid her a look that was supposed to be offended, but considering he was still slightly pale, it lost its impact. I wasn't nervous. Right. She leaned back in her seat, arms crossed. That explains the deep breathing exercises, the death grip on my upholstery, and the fact that you stared at the windshield like it owed you money. His ears turned pink. I was just appreciating the view. Of the dashboard? He opened his mouth, closed it, then tried again. You were showing me how grounding your feet helps. I was focusing. Mm-hmm. And the part where you forgot how to blink? I blinked. Not for a solid 2 minutes. He pressed his lips together, stubborn.
Still wasn't nervous.
Unable to help it, she laughed, warm, teasing, not unkind. You know, she said lightly, it's okay if you were. Happens to a lot of first-timers. He lifted his chin.
I wasn't scared of the plane.
Oh?
No, I was...
He stopped abruptly, the rest of the sentence hovering between them like static. Her eyebrows lifted. You were... He cleared his throat. Hard.
Never mind.
But she knew. She knew. He wasn't scared of the seaplane. He was scared of feeling something he hadn't planned for. There wasn't a doubt in her mind that Milo Keene liked to be in control of everything he did, and this was something so far out of his control that he didn't know how to save face. Fine. She wasn't going to push. It was late, and she was ready to go home. After shutting everything down, she rose and slowly made her way to the door and opened it for them. The warm night air, along with the sound of crickets and other assorted wildlife, greeted her. Milo was close enough behind her that she knew he was eager to be back on the ground. Hopping out onto the dock, she offered him her hand, mostly to test him. He looked at it for one long second before taking it carefully, like she was the fragile one and he was afraid he'd hold on too tight. But when he stepped out onto the dock beside her, he still didn't let go. Not that she cared. He probably just needed a few minutes to unclench. So, she said, smirking up at him, ready for your second flight? His eyes widened, not in a terrified way, but something dangerously close to intrigued.
Ask me again, he murmured, after I recover from this one.
Oh, trust me. She squeezed his hand before letting go. I fully intend to.
Why?
He asked. Shrugging, she started walking, knowing he was going to follow. Because the next time you'll probably want to bring a camera or a notebook or whatever it is you need to take notes. I mean, that was the reason for the flight, right? Research?
Oh, yeah, right. I guess I should have thought of that.
He fell in step beside her. You probably should have thought more about that than what you were going to wear. She teased and playfully nudged his shoulder. And before she knew it, and it all seemed to happen in slow motion, he tripped, stumbled, and then promptly fell right into the lake. Oh, crap! Milo! She cried, already on her knees on the dock, holding out her hand to him. The water was obviously shallow, but she had no idea if he landed awkwardly or on a rock or... He surfaced, shaking off like a wet dog before focusing on her. Furiously focusing on her. Don't laugh, don't laugh, don't laugh. Oh my God, are you okay? She asked, still waiting for him to take her hand.
What is it with you and water, huh? First the drone, then the whole jet ski thing, and now this.
Muttering a curse, he reluctantly took her hand as he awkwardly climbed up onto the dock. When he stood up, he reached into his pocket and cursed again. What? He pulled his phone out and held it up to her. Cracked screen, dripping water. Shit. Any chance you were due for a new one? She asked with a nervous laugh.
No, just like I wasn't due for a new drone. What the hell, Nora?
And without another word, he stormed off. She knew she was going to chase after him, but she needed to get her own anger in check first. The drone was, sadly, a mistake. She'd acted rashly, but still on her gut instinct. The jet ski was just her being a smartass. But this This was a legit accident. It wasn't her fault that he couldn't handle walking like a grown-ass adult. Unfortunately, this wasn't going to win her any points. She had no doubt that he was going to tell Slater that she purposely knocked him into the lake, and she would be kissing her job goodbye. No, absolutely not. That can't happen. Jogging after him, she caught up and stepped in front of him, effectively blocking his path. The look of surprise barely lasted a second before the fury returned. "Move!" "No," she said firmly. "Look, I'm sorry that you fell, but that wasn't my fault." His dark eyes went wide. "How was it not your fault? You shoved me." "Again, no. I playfully nudged you, and you lost your balance. Trust me, if I had shoved you, you would know it." "But I do know it. That's how I ended up in the lake." The man was infuriating. "Look, you were clearly still wobbly from the flight. That's not my fault. We were just having a normal conversation, and I barely touched you." She raised her hand to show him just how lightly she had nudged him, and she swore he flinched. "Ugh, I am so fired." "Come on, Milo. Isn't there just the tiniest chance that you lost your footing because you weren't, steady on your feet after the flight?" No answer, just that hard glare. "So that's it? You're just not even going to talk to me? You're only going to see this from your point of view and not even consider mine?" Nothing. And because keeping her mouth shut was apparently her least favorite thing to do, she added, "And now I guess you're going to run and tattle on me to Slater, right? You'll tell him your side of the story when I'm not around and tell him to fire me. Well, you know what? That's bullshit. At least have the decency to be a man and tell me off to my face." Milo's jaw ticked, and she honestly thought he was going to continue to ignore her. But he didn't. "Fine. You want me to talk? Here it is," he began through clenched teeth. "You're infuriating. You're so busy walking around like you're some freaking queen bee around here. Some know-it-all thinks she's better than everyone. Popular girl, homecoming queen, mean girl, and I don't like it. Women like you think you're smarter than everyone. Well, let me tell you something, Nora, you're not. I may not know how to fly a plane, but I can configure the entire computer system that makes one fly if I had to. I may not know the latest fashion trends, but I can build the computers and the systems that manufacture them. So go ahead and judge. Make fun of the nerdy guy. You're not the first, and you won't be the last. But don't stand here and expect me to keep you out of trouble by batting those big brown eyes at me, because it won't work. Trust me. I learned that a long time ago." She was too stunned to utter a single word. There were a lot of things to unpack from that little speech, and by the time she was ready to respond, he had already stormed off, leaving her a little dazed and confused, and a lot more interested in what made Milo Keene tick. 4. The next morning, Slater showed up at his cabin grinning from ear to ear as Milo opened the door, and leaning against the doorframe like he couldn't wait to interrogate him. "So?" Slater asked as soon as he stepped inside. "How was your big, scenic seaplane adventure with Nora? I mean, you obviously survived, but I'm sure there's a story. Did you puke? Cry? Call for your mom?" Milo had been in the process of making himself a cup of coffee, so he walked back to his small kitchen to finish. Shrugging, he added sugar to the steaming mug, aiming for casual. "It was fine." Slater snorted. "Fine? You flew in a glorified metal canoe with wings. Try again." Horrified, he stopped stirring his coffee. Seriously? If that's how you feel about the plane, why do we even have one? Why are we taking guests up in it?" Rolling his eyes, Slater strolled over to the kitchen counter. "Because that's basically what they are, but they're safe. Plus, I know how you think, and I figured you weren't going to be thrilled with the whole setup once you got on board." Another shrug as he pretended that he didn't spend half the flight negotiating with God.
Honestly, it wasn't a big deal. Pretty smooth ride.
Slater narrows his eyes.
Uh-huh. Right. Then why do you look so pale and maybe even a little green around the gills? Green around the... what? Gills. You know, like someone who panicked so hard his soul almost left his body.
He straightened.
I did not panic. Is that what Nora told you? Because
Slater's grin grew.
Then why'd she radio last night that she had a nervous gentleman on board? She did not radio that in.
Slater pulled out his phone.
Are you sure? Maybe you were catatonic at some point and she started to freak out. Plus, we're always in contact with a crew member on the ground when we're flying, so...
He groaned.
Okay. Look, I was surprised. Surprised?
Slater parroted, clearly delighted.
By what? Gravity? Air? No,
he murmured, heat rising in his neck.
I just wasn't expecting the plane to be so compact.
Slater laughed so hard he wheezed.
Dude, you've seen the plane on multiple occasions. We even discussed the layout and basics of it the other night when we discussed going up in it. Obviously, it's not a jumbo jet or even like the private ones I know for a fact you've traveled in. So I don't get it. Let's just say that once I climbed on, it was a bit jarring. I've seen picnic coolers with more interior space. A bit of an exaggeration, but fair. Anyway, I handled it.
Slater's eyebrows shot up.
Handled it? Because according to the report Nora, who by the way sounded pretty amused, wrote, someone forgot how to breathe for a minute.
He stiffened.
I was regulating. You were hyperventilating. Same difference.
Slater's grin turned wicked.
And she said you gripped the seat like it was your last lifeline.
He huffed.
It was just precautionary stability. And why did she put all of that in the report anyway? It doesn't seem necessary. So you were scared? No. Terrified. Slater, shaking in your fancy new boots. They're hiking boots, and there's no way Nora put that in the report.
He snapped.
You live in a city. The most rugged terrain you've ever hiked is a Target parking lot.
He scrubbed his hand down his face.
Are you done? Not even close, because she also mentioned...
He lifted a finger for a dramatic pause.
That you kept staring straight ahead like you were praying. I was focusing on horizon balance. You were seeing your ancestors.
He exhaled slowly.
Okay, fine. Maybe I got a little tense.
Slater's grin softened, but just barely.
A little tense?
He hesitated.
And then, because Slater was Slater and wouldn't shut up until he got the full story, he muttered, She helped.
Slater froze. His eyes sparkled.
Oh, no. She helped,
Slater echoed, practically vibrating.
What, like held your hand, whispered soothing things, gave you a cookie? Breathing techniques, he muttered. Just breathing. Uh-huh. And that's all? That's all.
Slater leaned in.
You like her. I don't. You like her.
He scowled.
We're not talking about this anymore. I swear you're like a child.
He dumped his untouched coffee down the sink.
And how did you come to the conclusion that I like her? Oh, not like her. Like her. You're impossible.
Storming out of the kitchen, he went to his bedroom and grabbed his shoes.
I'm going up to the lodge to work."
Slater called after him in a sing-song voice.
"Next time, maybe ask her to hold your hand before you start dying."
When he walked back out to the living area, Milo decided he'd had enough.
"Have you actually talked to Nora, or have you just read the report?" "I haven't seen her yet, but she writes extremely thorough reports, and before you say anything, yes, information like that is pertinent." "And does the report include anything that happened after we got off the plane?" "No, why?"
Snorting with derision, he slid his shoes on and walked to the door.
Figures. Just figures.
He stepped outside with Slater hot on his heels.
"Why? What happened after the plane?"
"And now I guess you're going to run and tattle on me to Slater, right? You'll tell him your side of the story when I'm not around and tell him to fire me. Well, you know what? That's bullshit. At least have the decency to be a man and tell me off to my face." It would be so easy to throw her under the bus right now. God knows she deserved it after putting all that stuff in that stupid report. But for some reason, he hesitated. They started walking up the path toward the lodge.
"Come on, Milo, what happened after the plane?" "It's nothing." "Then why bring it up?" Ugh, why did I bring it up? "Just forget about it, okay? But if I need to go up again, maybe you can be the one to handle the flight. You know, like you said you were going to do before you bailed."
Chuckling, Slater nodded.
"You're right. I did say I'd take you up in the plane, but I had to talk to a guy about a boat." "And did you get everything settled?" "No, I canceled the contract and now I'm starting from square one. It sucks." "Seriously?" "That's crazy, but if he's dishonest, then it's probably for the best." "Exactly. Still, it's unprofessional and unacceptable. I think I'm a pretty easygoing guy, but when people pull stunts like that, I have zero tolerance for it."
The sound of pounding footsteps came from behind, making them both pause and turn, and see Nora practically on top of them. She immediately came to a halt, glaring briefly at Milo before looking at Slater. "Let me explain," she said breathlessly. "It wasn't my fault. Yes, I realize it does look suspicious, especially if you look at the other incidents, but this time I swear it wasn't intentional, okay? So whatever he told you, you need to at least hear my side of the story." Crap. Slater glanced between the two of them, slowly crossing his arms and trying hard not to preen. The bastard.
"Nora, you really don't have to do this,"
Milo quickly interjected. "Why? So he only hears your version and then I get fired? No way."
"Why would you?"
Slater began, but no one was listening.
"There was no version. We only talked about the flight and your very thorough report,"
he said stiffly. "Right. I'm sure you couldn't wait to rat me out first thing this morning. I can't believe you didn't run to Slater's cabin last night."
"I would have, but I was soaking wet and needed to order a new phone." "What happened to your phone?"
Slater asked. "Okay, the phone thing definitely sucks, but it's still not my fault.
"You pushed me."
You tripped!" A loud whistle pierced the air, causing them both to freeze.
"If someone doesn't tell me what's going on, I am going to lose my shit,"
Slater shouted. But when they both started speaking at the same time, he hauled off and whistled again.
"Would you stop that?"
Milo demanded.
"I'm going to have permanent hearing damage." "Fine. But only one of you should be speaking, okay?" "Ladies first,"
Milo mumbled. "Oh, no. I want Slater to hear your version so I can correct it." She crossed her arms under her breasts and cocked her hip, practically vibrating with nervous energy. She was spectacular.
"This woman is going to be the death of me."
They were both staring at him, and he knew he needed to say something. With a sigh of resignation, he simply told the truth.
"I was a little shaky when we got off the plane last night. and as we were talking and walking along the dock, Nora nudged me, and I fell into the lake."
The snort/snicker came from Slater before he looked at Nora.
"Is that true?"
She nodded. "I didn't do it maliciously. We were actually having a pleasant conversation. Like a friendly one. I playfully nudged his shoulder and he stumbled and, fell," Slater said before yawning loudly.
"And that boring story is why you chased us down and Milo clammed up?"
They both nodded.
"Sounds like yet another unfortunate accident between the two of you. If this keeps up, I'm going to have to completely separate you, which will be almost impossible since Nora's taking over Axel's old cabin, or—"
Wait, Milo interrupted.
"What do you mean she's taking over Axel's cabin? Those are for the owners." "That was the original plan, but she's here more than she's not, and it just makes sense. We're giving it a trial run for the summer."
How was it only 8 in the morning and he was already mentally exhausted? Having Nora as a neighbor? There really was no escaping her now. Although Axel's cabin wasn't next to his, she'd still be close enough. They'd definitely be crossing paths every day. Is that going to be a problem? Nora asked cautiously.
No problem,"
Slater assured her.
"Why don't you head down to the shed office and get things started? I'll be down in a few minutes."
Okay, sure. Then she glanced at Milo. "And again, I'm sorry about your phone," she said softly, before turning and walking away. And as usual, he watched until she was basically out of sight. Slater's hand on his shoulder nearly made him jump right out of his skin.
"Dude, you so like her."
Shit. Fortunately, her morning was busy, and it kept her mind off the fact that Milo had a change of heart and hadn't got her in trouble. Granted, the reality was that he realized he was wrong, but he could have used the situation to get her fired anyway. But he didn't. He also didn't look thrilled about her becoming his neighbor for the summer, but she was sure it wouldn't be a problem. "I'll make sure it's not a problem. I'll kill him with kindness if I have to." At lunchtime, she was sitting in the office shed eating a sandwich when there was a knock on the door and Walker Bradshaw let himself in. "Oh, hey, Walker," she said around a mouthful of her lunch, hiding her mouth behind a napkin. He smiled.
"Hey, Nora."
He glanced around and made a face.
Is this supposed to be an office?"
Swallowing awkwardly, she nodded. Yeah. It's more convenient than having to run up to the lodge all the time. Slater set it up and we've been making it work." His face was still a little scrunched up.
"I'll talk to him about it, because this is just wrong on every level, and there's no AC in here."
"We have some fans and we're in the shade so it's not awful, so—" Pausing, she realized she should try to get him out of here sooner rather than later because he really didn't look comfortable. "Slater's on a hike with a group. He'll be back around 2. I can tell him you were looking for him and—"
"Actually, I'm here to talk to you."
Uh-oh. Did Milo go over Slater's head and directly to the guy whose family built the damn place? That weaselly little—
"I understand you're going to be moving into Axel's cabin for the summer,"
he said when she didn't respond.
"Slater said he'd leave it up to me to figure out rent and all that, so I thought I'd come down and talk to you about it."
Oh, okay, sure, thanks." He pulled up a chair and frowned again. "I really appreciate you being open to the idea," she said quickly, hoping to distract him from the surroundings. "I know the drive into town only takes 20 to 25 minutes, but I'm here more than I'm home, and I feel like I could do more if I lived closer." He laughed softly.
"If you did any more for the resort, Nora, we'd have to double your pay."
That made her smile. You wouldn't hear me complain.
So here's what I'm thinking. And just so you know, I talked about this with my fiancée Harlow because she's in real estate. I'm not just pulling figures out of thin air.
She nodded. Okay.
You're probably going to pay a penalty for breaking your lease in town, he began. And if living here didn't work out, then you'd be out of a place to live. I know it all seems like a good idea to live here since you're already working a lot of hours, but the fact is that you might enjoy having a little separation from the resort on your days off.
Another nod.
Here's what I'm proposing. The cabin is yours to use as much or as little as you need, rent-free.
She was pretty sure her heart stopped. What?
It was going to be sitting there empty for the rest of the summer, so it's not like we're going to be losing an income source by you moving into it. At the end of the season, when you're not here as much, you can move back into your apartment. And if that's not what you want, we can talk about it then. But trust me, as a guy who has lived and worked here, it gets old after a while. So no one's going to be offended if you say you'd rather move back into the apartment in town.
Oh, wow, Walker. You have no idea how much this means to me. I know it sounds silly. I'm young and the drive shouldn't be a big deal. But my job is very physical, and by the end of the day... He held up a hand to stop her.
Believe me, I get it. And no one's looking at you like you're being lazy. I'm just glad we're able to help. Slater's done nothing but gush about how big of a help you are. The staff loves you, and all the guests do too. So really, I'm just thankful we can do something for you after all you've been doing for us. We're all really thankful to have you on our team.
She could argue that point, but why? Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a couple of keys and key cards and handed them to her.
The place is yours, effective immediately, so whenever you're ready, you can start moving things in. Axel and Maisie left most of the furniture there, so you have the basics. A bed, a dresser, a sofa and coffee table, and a small dining set. There are curtains and blinds, and we stocked some of the resort towels and bedding. You know, to leave the place ready in case family or friends arrived unexpectedly.
Oh, does that happen? Will I need to leave if that sort of thing? Another soft chuckle.
Absolutely not. The place is yours. The only reason you'd have to go to your apartment is if you want to. So basically what I'm saying is it's ready for you to sleep there tonight if you wanted.
Relief washed over her. Thank you, Walker. This is going to be great. I can't wait to hit the ground running tomorrow. His eyes went a little wide.
You're going to stay there tonight?
Nodding excitedly, she tossed the rest of her lunch in the trash. I get done at 4 and I'm going to go home and pack up a bunch of my stuff and bring it back. I'm definitely motivated. They both stood, and he shook her hand.
Glad this is all working out. And thanks again for all your hard work.
I love what I do, and the resort is one of the nicest I've ever been to. You guys did a great job.
I appreciate you saying that. It was a labor of love, but not all the time.
I'm sure. After another minute of casual chit-chat, Walker left, and Nora did a happy little dance in the crappy office shed. It really was crappy, and maybe now that she was going to be on site more, she could help Slater build something better. Not that they would need to knock this space down. They were still using it for storage. But something like a one-room cabin would be nice for them if they could find the space. Motivated, she slid her sunglasses on, put her new keys in her pocket, and checked her watch. She still had another 30 minutes on her lunch break, and she decided to go and check out her new home. When she stepped outside, she nearly skipped all the way to the cabin. Not that she had far to go. Axel's cabin was at the end of the owner's row and closest to the shed. Apparently, when they were working on the resort, he was the guy doing a lot of the hands-on stuff, and it just made sense for him to be closer to his tools. But now it worked out nicely for her because it meant she was close to their office and her commute went from 25 minutes to about 25 seconds. And I am loving it. She stepped up onto the small front porch and already envisioned maybe putting a rocking chair out there and a potted plant or two. Unlocking the door, she stepped inside and just sort of took it all in. It wasn't anything spectacular, but it was fully furnished with 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, and a living room kitchen combo. It was small, but fully functional, with the bonus of not sharing any walls with her neighbors, like she had to at her apartment. For a few minutes, she just walked around and tried to make a mental list of what she was going to bring back later. Her own pillows, her clothes, her electronics, and whatever personal effects she could manage. It wasn't like she was in a rush to get everything moved, but she also didn't want to take 47 trips to get just the basics here. And again, some things should be left at the apartment for the nights she might want to stay there. Although I can't imagine ever really wanting that. Taking her phone out, she snapped a few pictures so she could send them to her folks and show them her new temporary digs. And when she stepped back out onto the porch, she truly felt lighter than she had in a while. Not that she'd been feeling heavy or anything. She really loved this job. But she didn't love where she lived. Now it felt like things were falling into place. Typing out a text to her parents, she wasn't watching where she was going and walked right into someone. Milo. Of course it's him. "Hey, sorry," she said quickly, reaching out to steady them both. "That was totally on me. I wasn't paying attention to where I was going, sorry." He smiled.
You already said that, but thanks.
He nodded toward the cabin.
Checking out your new place?
Unable to contain her own smile, she nodded. "Yup. I wanted to see what was there so I know what to bring back later. I'm going to have my laptop and tablet and all that, but is the Wi-Fi info the same down here as it is up in the lodge?"
We have different passwords down here. If you give me your number, I'll text everything to you.
"Thanks." She gave him the number, and in less than a minute she had all the information she needed. "Anything else I need to know about living here? Anything funky with the appliances or anything like that? When I moved into my apartment, the property manager told me not to use the back left burner on the stove, not to run any 2 small appliances at the same time, and that I could only take a 10-minute shower because that's all the hot water I'd get. So," she shrugged. "Anything like that here?" He looked mildly horrified. "Milo?"
Oh, no. No, there's nothing like that here. Everything's practically brand new. The appliances, the plumbing, the electric. Everything here is safe. You'll be safe.
Smiling and more than a little relieved, she thanked him again.
For what?
"You totally put my mind at ease." And then, for some reason, she hugged him. Like, wrapped herself around him and hugged him. He went completely still and didn't hug her back. And Nora just figured he wasn't a hugger. No biggie. When she pulled back and smiled, he no longer looked horrified, but if she didn't know better, she'd swear he was blushing. "Oh, and I really should thank you for this morning." He frowned.
What do you mean?
"Well, that was your chance to get me in trouble with Slater, and you didn't. So, thank you." He glanced away for a moment before looking at her again.
Believe it or not, I don't go out of my way to get you in trouble with Slater. Or with anyone. The truth is, you kind of had a point last night. And I was just too...
Pausing, he groaned. And it shouldn't have sounded sexy, but it did. "Too," she prompted.
I was embarrassed, okay? I had completely humiliated myself on the flight, and then falling in the lake, and it was just a lot for me, and my ego.
She didn't know him well enough to know if this was a big admission, but it felt like one. For what it's worth, I get it. I haven't exactly been nice to you. She snorted, I've kind of been a major bitch." He didn't correct her. "I made some assumptions, and I shouldn't have. That's on me. But when we landed and were walking on the dock, I was really just enjoying talking to you."
"Seriously? Then why did you—"
"I didn't shove you," she said wearily. "It was a playful nudge, and you lost your balance."
You know, you get defensive way too easily.
His lips twitched slightly as he said it. "I could say the same for you."
Yeah, well, I know why I get defensive. I've spent a lifetime getting beat up by jocks and bullies and people who thought I was an easy target because I used my brains instead of my fists. What's your excuse?
Honestly, I don't have one. Not like you. I didn't have any issues in school or when I was growing up. But if we're being honest, part of my issue is just with guys who are just, like big jerks. He already started to bristle before she could explain. "Before your head explodes," she began, "what I meant is that I've been around a lot of men on these kinds of jobs, the hikes and tours and whatnot. And there's been a lot of harassment that I've had to either just shake it off or get physical to fight them off. I broke one guy's nose." His eyes went wide. "And I got fired," she added. "Yeah, that one was a huge lesson in how unfair things were. But Slater swooped in and helped me land another gig, so it all worked out."
"Holy shit, Nora,"
he said, suddenly sounding concerned.
"Why would you keep doing this then?"
"Because I love it. And I refuse to let anyone force me to quit just because some guys don't know how to behave. And it's not just the guys on the job. It's in my personal life, too. It seems like those are the kind of guys who are attracted to me. Trust me, I'm not the one choosing them, and I don't always see the red flags right away. So I guess I react first and get the facts later, so sorry. It's very obvious that you're not like that. You're a successful man who taught himself to code before he learned to drive. And at 14, you were reverse engineering chat encryption protocols, and I have no idea what that is, just to see if you could. And you dropped out of MIT after one semester and still launched a company that now powers encrypted infrastructure for over 300 Fortune 500 companies.
"You read the Forbes article,"
he said simply. Nodding, she went on. "And from everything I've seen, you're more than capable of taking care of yourself in all the ways that count. Who cares if you don't like to fly in a small plane or hike?" She shrugged. "I've hung out with and dated guys who are adrenaline junkies like me, and yet they can't do anything for themselves." He chuckled.
"I know the type, too. I've gone on several excursions with the guys, and even though we typically just stick with the 5 of us, we're sometimes around other groups, and it's a little embarrassing how some guys act."
"Exactly. I'm sorry I painted you with the same brush." They were quiet for several moments before Milo spoke.
"If you weren't doing this sort of job, what would you do?"
Good question. I honestly don't know. But she didn't finish the thought. He was technically one of her bosses, and if she said she wasn't looking to do this for much longer, she might be out of a job sooner rather than later.
But
who knows what I'd do? This is all I know, so it really doesn't matter. Anyway, I should go. My break's almost over, and I'm kind of hoping the afternoon flies by so I can go into town and grab my stuff.
why don't you wait for the weekend and do it?
I don't know. I'm just excited about the whole thing. Plus, I'm leading a tour group on Saturday, and I'll be gone most of the day.
What's the tour?
We're doing a family-oriented day hike. It's going to be fun, easy for the kiddos.
Do you lead that alone, or do you have an assistant?
He asked casually. Why? Do you want to come and check it out? I think you'd enjoy it. His eyes went wide.
No, that wasn't what I was getting at. I was just asking.
It was crazy to be disappointed. He'd already admitted that he wasn't the outdoorsy type, so why would she even think he'd be interested? Oh, well, if you ever wanted to try hiking, I take a lot of the beginner groups. We do educational hikes and learn all about the flora and fauna. We do wildflower hikes and, of course, the birdwatching ones. You're always welcome. All he did was nod. Well, enjoy the rest of your day, and I guess I'll be seeing you around a bit more, neighbor, she teased before walking away. She'd gone no more than 10 feet when she felt the urge to turn around. And when she did, she noticed that Milo was watching her. Smiling, she waved, and then watched as he nervously turned around and walked in the opposite direction. Maybe he wasn't so bad. If anything, he was kind of cute. 5.
What in the world are you doing?
Milo froze and hung his head before turning around.
Just going for a walk. With a backpack, hiking boots, and God only knows what tucked into all those pockets? Seriously, dude, where did you get that vest?
Slater asked with amusement.
Shut up. I've been walking along the lake every morning and I'm bored with it. I figured I'd venture, up a bit. There are trails, and I don't plan on going far. I've got my phone, a compass, plenty of water, insect repellent, my sunglasses, a hat. Yeah. You read the guidebook and bought one of everything. Got it. What I don't get is why. Why now? I just told you. Yes, you're bored, but there are other trails you can walk on. Like the actual walking trails that are paved. Why not just do that? Why? You don't think I can handle a beginner-level hike? I didn't say that. You didn't have to.
Rolling his eyes, Slater studied him for a moment.
Take one of the two-way radios.
They were outside the shed office, and he really didn't think anyone was going to see him because it was so early. He'd already watched Nora go up to the lodge, and he just figured Slater would be up there too.
Come on, man, really? Don't treat me like a damn baby. I'm not. I'm treating you like a friend who's like a brother to me, who doesn't know how to handle himself in the woods very well, especially alone. I'd just feel better knowing you could reach me if you got turned around or something. Or something? Okay, like if you fell because a squirrel was chasing you.
He teased.
Just take the damn thing, please. On one condition. What? You don't tell anyone what I'm doing. Anyone,
he said with emphasis.
I know what you all think of my skills out here, so I'd prefer it if you didn't say anything so I don't have to get mocked later on. No one's gonna mock you.
The look he gave Slater expressed how much he didn't believe him.
Fine, I won't say a word to anyone. Thank you. Wait here while I get the radio.
Milo watched him walk into the shed, and he considered just taking off. But with his luck, he'd trip and fall on his face and just prove everyone right. So he waited for the radio. When Slater stepped back out and handed it to him, he did it reluctantly.
All kidding aside, call me if you run into any kind of trouble. Use Channel 3. I'll be the only one who can hear it. Which path are you taking? The one that starts around the east bend by the gazebo garden. Okay, good. You'll hit a point where the path splits, and the trail is marked green to the right, yellow to the left. Take the green. Because it's easier? Exactly.
It was pointless to argue, and the longer they stood there, the more of a chance there was for people to start coming down.
You really should wait until Saturday and go with Nora's group. This way you could get a feel for the trail. It's a family group thing. I'd stick out like a sore thumb more than I already do. No thanks. Fine, I have the radio.
He quickly interrupted.
I'll be fine. I'll see you later.
And without waiting to see if his friend had anything else to say, he walked off. Milo knew he should feel good about Slater looking out for him, but he couldn't help but be a little offended. He'd camped out with the guys before, and they grew up running up and down most of these trails on their summer vacations, so the fact that apparently no one thought he could do it was definitely a reason to be insulted. He got to the base of the trail and let out a long breath. Here we go. For the next 30 minutes, he walked along at an even pace. The scenery was decent, and he wasn't even slightly winded. At one point, he stopped and turned to look at the view of the lake, and that was the real money shot. This was the sort of thing he never took the time to see in his life back in Seattle, even though the Pacific Northwest was pretty damn scenic. Maybe when I get back, I'll make the time, he murmured, before continuing up the path. Then he simply lost track of time. This was a longer morning walk than he typically took, but it felt good. The higher up he trekked, the more accomplished he felt. And when he hit the split in the path like Slater said he would, he decided to be a little defiant and go to the left. After all, how much harder could it be? 20 minutes later, he had his answer. He was breathless, thirsty, and the trail kind of narrowed and disappeared into the brush. He spotted one of the lean-tos that were specifically for hikers to use in an emergency, but he walked by it and continued on the trail. But it didn't take long for him to realize he was exhausted and that maybe this was a mistake. Not a big deal. I'll just sit and rest and get my bearings. Slipping his backpack off, he sat down on the ground and immediately guzzled half of his first bottle of water. When he pulled out his phone, he quickly realized that he didn't have reception up here. Maybe I should see about adding some towers up here when we do the next round of work, he muttered. For several minutes, he sat there resting and put the backpack behind him as a pillow. His mind wandered as he tried to figure out what he would need to do to make sure they had better reception at higher altitudes, so they wouldn't have to solely rely on two-way radios. And that was his mistake. Because whenever Milo started thinking about an idea, he would get so lost in trying to work it all out in his head that he really did lose all sense of time. When the loud crack of thunder shook the ground, it effectively snapped him out of his reverie. Oh, shit. Standing, he finished the rest of the one bottle of water and slid his backpack on. No sooner was it in place than he stumbled and fell, rolling several feet away. When he stood, he was mildly disoriented and suddenly couldn't remember which direction he was supposed to head in. The radio had GPS on it, so he decided to reach for it and see if it would help. After all, that was the purpose of these high-tech ones. They basically did all the thinking and directing for you when you needed it. He studied the screen and moved around a bit to make sure he was going in the right direction. If he couldn't get it figured out, he'd pull out his compass and use that as his guide. Rain was gently falling, and he hoped he could get to the lean-to and regroup properly. Unfortunately, he wasn't paying attention to where he was walking and missed the roots of the giant mountain maple. He stumbled for the second time and went down hard, all the air knocked out of him, just before the world went black. The morning had been super busy because of the inclement weather, and Nora was getting ready to head down to her cabin for lunch when Lexi called out to her, "Nora! Nora, wait!" Turning, she spotted Lexi practically running down the office hallway toward her. "Hey, where's the fire?" she joked, but sobered immediately when she saw the panicked look on Lexi's face. "What's going on?" "We have a situation," she whispered, before gently pulling her over toward a quiet corner. "Slater's on the intermediate hike off the west trail, but he left me with one of the two-way radios." "Okay." "Ugh, I know he's going to want to kill me for this, but Milo's missing." "What? What do you mean he's missing?" "He went out on a hike this morning on the east trail, and Slater really didn't want him to go, but, well, obviously he did. He took one of the two-way radios with him, and they agreed on the channel they'd use so no one but Slater would get any calls from him." She paused, nervously glancing around. But Slater's group had some high-maintenance guests, and they're dealing with the rain, so he left one radio with me with only Milo's channel on it. But he hasn't come back yet, and he's not answering. I don't want to bother Slater or any of the guys because I don't want to embarrass Milo, but... Okay, I got it. I have a kids' camp that I'm supposed to start at 1, so I've already got it covered. I called Sammy, and he's going to take over with Liz. They've got it under control. I really didn't know what else to do. Other than Slater, you're the only one who knows the trails and can navigate them quickly. Unfortunately, she was right. Letting out a long breath, she said, "Let me have the radio, and please ask the kitchen to quickly pack up 2 lunches and several bottles of water. I'll load everything into one of the packs down in the shed ASAP." Lexi pulled her in and hugged her. "Thank you. I just really didn't know what else to do." "You did the right thing. Hopefully he just lost track of time." "Then why won't he answer when I call him?" "Good question." "Maybe he accidentally turned it off," she suggested. But the idea sounded lame even to her. Everyone knew Milo wasn't the outdoorsy guy, but she certainly didn't want to keep driving that point home. He also wasn't stupid. If he wasn't answering, it was definitely cause for alarm. "Let me try radioing him. If you can get the lunch order, and I don't care what it is, then I can get going." "I'm on it. The radio is on my desk." Lexi raced off, and Nora quickly stepped into her office and grabbed the radio. She let out a long breath, knowing if he answered, he was going to hate that she was the one calling. But what choice did she have? "Milo? It's Nora. Over." Nothing. "Milo, can you hear me? Over." Nothing. She was about to speak for the 3rd time when she remembered that these 2-way radios had trackers in them. When Slater had suggested them, she didn't think they'd need anything quite so high-tech for a resort setting. But right now, she was seriously glad he hadn't listened to her. It was the first time she was using it, so it took her a few seconds to figure out how to get Milo's location. What the? He was at a higher elevation than he should be considering he's a beginner hiker, and he wasn't moving. "Okay, it's definitely a situation," she murmured before heading out to the kitchen. She ran into Lexi in the lobby. "Here are your lunches. They were making lunch bags for the teens over at the rec center, and I told Scott I was grabbing 2 for an emergency. He didn't question it. He just packed a few extra cookies and water in them for you." "Thanks, Lexi. I need to go." "Good luck." Jogging out of the lodge and down to the shack, Nora quickly transferred everything she was going to need into her backpack before slipping her poncho on. It had been raining on and off for the last 2 hours with the occasional rumble of thunder. With any luck, she'd get to Milo and get them back without getting caught in a storm. According to her weather app, nothing major was supposed to hit, but you never knew. She grabbed an extra poncho for him and 2 emergency blanket packs just in case. They probably weren't going to need them, but she believed in being prepared. After making a quick mental inventory, she felt confident that she had everything. Hefting her pack on, she secured it, grabbed the radio, and headed out. If the GPS tracking was accurate, she might reach him in an hour if she walked at a quick pace, which she did. Every few minutes she tried to reach him but wasn't getting an answer. Until she did. And all she heard was a low groan. Shit. Pushing herself harder than she had in a long time, Nora continued to hike farther up the trail. When she hit the split, she mentally cursed, because she knew Slater would have told him to go on the green path. So why would he go the opposite way? But she already knew the answer. The damn man thought he knew better. "And look where it got you, dummy," she mumbled as she continued to the left. Holding up the radio, she saw she had another 300 yards to go and decided to try to get a reaction from him again. "Milo, it's Nora. Over." Nothing. "Come on," she whispered. "Talk to me." Then she tried again. "Milo, can you hear me? Over." A faint groan was her only response. Deciding not to talk to him again, she focused on simply getting to him. She wound her way through some heavy brush where the trail disappeared for a bit and then tripped over a large fallen limb. Crap! She stumbled and fell, cursing the entire time. But once she sat up, she pushed her wounded pride aside and realized she hadn't tripped over a limb, but a man. Milo. She quickly crawled over to him. He had the radio in his hand, but he was sprawled out, and after quickly assessing him, she found a large lump on his head. "Oh, Milo," she whispered, as her hands moved over him to make sure nothing was broken. "Why would you do this to yourself?" There was dirt smudged across his face and a nasty scrape at his temple. He was breathing, thank God, but he was too still, too quiet. For several minutes she moved his limbs and did her best to assess any injuries, but from what she could tell it was only the bump on the head. "Milo? Hey, wake up!" Her voice cracked. "This isn't funny. Get up, please." His eyelids fluttered. A groan escaped him, low and pained. "Nora?" Relief slammed into her so hard she nearly laughed. "Yeah, it's me," she said softly, her hand resting lightly on his chest. "Congratulations. You successfully terrified me. Can you sit up?" He blinked at her like she stepped straight out of a dream. His pupils were blown, his focus drifting somewhere between her face and the treetops. She gingerly wrapped her arm around his back to help him up. "I wished for you to come," he murmured. She nearly got whiplash as she turned her head to look at his face. "What?" His eyes were closed again, but he said, "Wished for you. And now you're here." Her hand gently cupped his cheek. "Can you open your eyes for me again?" He shook his head. "Hurts. This is better. You saved me. Just like in my dream. You're like the coolest girl." She chuckled. "Slater thinks I like you. And he's right. Oh. I've got a crush on you," he said with a small laugh, right before his head lolled to the side, and she knew he had passed out again. Damn it. Picking up the radio, she called down to Lexi. "Hey, it's Nora, over." "Hey, did you find him? Over." "Yes, I'm with him, but he's hurt. Over." "Okay, what do you need from me? Who do I need to call? Over." Good question. "I think you need to..." She paused when Milo stirred and tried to sit up. Dropping the radio, she quickly put her arm around him to help steady him. "Careful, okay, not too fast." "Nora? Nora, can you hear me? Over." Grabbing the radio, she quickly replied, "Yes, sorry, he's waking up. Over." "Who should I call? Over." "Get the resort doctor on the phone and explain the situation. Male, early 30s, lump on his head from a fall, no other obvious injuries. Over." But he slumped over again, and she gently guided him back down. "Okay, are you going to try to move him? Over." "Maybe in a few minutes. But you may need to let Axel and Walker know what's going on. Over." "Will do. I'll call you right back. Over." Unsure of what to do, she stared at him for several long moments before trying to wake him up again. "Milo? Milo, come on, no napping. This is not a designated rest area." She was going for light and teasing, but the truth was, she was worried. Terrified, actually. He was pale, and the fact that he kept losing consciousness wasn't a good sign. He groaned, and she swore she'd never been more relieved in her life. His eyelashes fluttered, his forehead creased in pain, and then he squinted up at her like he wasn't entirely convinced she was real. or that he'd talked to her only 2 minutes earlier.
Nora?
His voice was scratchy and soft, and he sounded weirdly relieved.
Wow. I really did die.
She let out a strangled laugh. You're not dead. You're just an idiot. Congratulations. His brow knit as if he were trying to focus.
You're glowing.
That's just daylight, champ. Happens to everyone.
You always glow,
He mumbled, dreamy and sincere in a way that Milo never was.
even when you're mad at me.
Oh, good, she muttered. Delirious flattery. That's new. Sliding an arm behind his shoulders, she carefully tried to move him. Come on, sit up. Slowly. And please don't vomit on me because I will leave you here. I swear I will. He laughed weakly, then winced.
Ow. Okay, no laughing.
He leaned sideways and she caught him with both hands, his forehead brushing her shoulder. He smelled like sweat and pine and trouble. Milo, I need you to focus, she said carefully. We need to get to the lean-to before the weather changes. So,
I like you.
the words were so casual, so unfiltered that she almost didn't catch them. I'm sorry, what? Lifting his head, eyes glassy but locked on hers, he nodded. And Nora swore the way he looked at her, like she was something he shouldn't touch but desperately wanted to, stole her breath.
I like you.
He repeated simply.
Like, stupidly, painfully, annoyingly. Do you have any idea how hard it is pretending I don't?
Nope. No air. Her lungs? Gone. Disappeared. Probably rolling down the mountain somewhere. Milo, she whispered, but had no idea what else to say.
I'm trying really hard not to.
He continued, earnest and drowsy and absolutely devastating.
You make it impossible. You walk into a room and I forget how to be a person.
Unable to help it, she barked out a helpless laugh. Well, that explains so much. He smiled a lopsided grin that looked good on him. Then he leaned forward. There was no time for her to process or prepare or even think. His lips brushed hers, warm and unexpected, hungry and gentle all at once, not hesitant. It was like he'd been holding back forever, and his brain finally forgot to stop him. Shock lit her up like a lightning strike, and for a heartbeat, she couldn't do anything but feel. It was the first time in a long time anyone had shown her tenderness. But just as she was letting herself sink into the kiss, panic crashed in. Milo! She pulled back so fast he swayed. You're concussed. You can't. That was... He blinked, confusion sliding slowly into his expression.
What just happened?
He murmured. She stared at him as if he were crazy. You kissed me. His eyebrows shot up.
I did? Seriously?
Heat flooded her face. Yes, seriously. They stared at each other for what felt like an eternity before he grinned faintly.
Huh. I have excellent taste.
Unsure if she should be annoyed or relieved, she gently shoved his shoulder. You're unbelievable. He winced before slumping against her again.
Ow. Don't abuse the injured.
Her heart was still pounding, her lips were still tingling, and her world was absolutely, completely upside down. Okay, she breathed, wrestling her sanity back into place. We're filing all of that under things we're not thinking about right now. Lean-to, safety, brain damage first, emotional trauma later.
Bossy,
he mumbled, but he threw an arm around her, trusting, heavy, and warm.
Don't leave me.
Like she ever could. I won't, she softly assured him. You're stuck with me. The radio crackled, interrupting the moment. Nora, it's Lexi. Walker and Axel are on their way up with one of the medics. Can you confirm your location? Over. I'm taking him to the first lean-to on the yellow path. Tell them he's awake and semi-alert. Over. Will do. Be careful. Over. Slowly, Nora maneuvered them to their feet. Milo was definitely not overly steady, but he was doing better than she would have expected. When they finally started walking, it was shaky and slow. And silent. After several minutes, Milo cleared his throat.
So, why are we hiking again?
He asked, bright and clueless. Seriously? You don't remember? He frowned.
Remember what?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Her heart flipped, her stomach dropped, and it suddenly felt like she couldn't breathe. Oh, she said lightly, forcing a small smile. Nothing important. Turning his head, Milo smiled at her like she was his safe place. And Nora kept walking, pretending her world hadn't just completely changed. Unfortunately, there was no time to really let that thought take hold. The lean-to was in sight, and she needed to get them there and make sure he got hydrated and had something to eat. It was going to take the guys at least an hour to get to them, and hopefully by the time they did, Milo would be in better shape. She knew he would hate that his friends saw him in such a vulnerable state. When they reached the lean-to, she was careful as she lowered them both to the ground. Quickly shucking off her backpack, she helped Milo with his. He was breathless and still looked very dazed and sleepy. Hey, she said quietly but firmly, stay with me, okay? When was the last time you ate or drank anything? Thinking seemed to cause him pain because he winced, and she figured it didn't matter when he did either of those things. The important thing was to make sure he did them now, to keep up his strength. Rifling through her backpack, she pulled out the water and sandwiches, giving him the water first. Here, drink this, she said softly. And while he did that, she unwrapped one of the emergency blankets and covered his lap before handing him a sandwich.
I'm not really hungry,
he murmured. Don't care. It's a long walk down, and even with the guys helping, you need some protein in you to help give you some strength.
The guys are coming?
He asked miserably.
Why?
The mirthless laugh was out before she could stop it. Because I can't carry you down the mountain on my own. I mean, I could if I absolutely had to, but I don't, because help is nearby.
I could walk down by myself.
Uh-huh, sure. Please just eat. Save your energy. She opened her own sandwich and took a large bite to keep herself from saying anything else. The rain slowed to a drizzle, and the sound of it was rather comforting. They ate in companionable silence, and that's the way Axel, Walker, and the medic found them. Nora let the guys take the lead on the way down the mountain after Milo had a quick exam.
You okay?
Walker asked her as they began the trek down. Nodding, she said, I'm fine. Just glad I found him. She sounded disgruntled even to her own ears.
Lexi said you got up there fast. Axel and I didn't even come close to your pace, so thank you. Slater's bragged about you since before we hired you, but what you did today literally saved Milo's life."
She felt herself blush. I don't think it would have come to that, but I'm glad I could reach him and then have you meet us. I don't know if I could have gotten him down safely.
"You would have,"
he said, and she knew it was a compliment. Then he smiled at her.
"And now you're officially one of us, part of the family."
Axel, who was helping the medic walk Milo down the trail, glanced at her over his shoulder.
"Ditto. You're awesome, Nora. What you did today was amazing."
"Thanks." The medic praised her next. The only one who didn't was Milo, and she tried not to take it personally. 6. His head was throbbing, and the sounds of nature that he normally enjoyed suddenly felt like they were going to kill him. It had been 2 days since his rescue, and he hadn't left his cabin. Partly because he had a concussion and felt like shit, but partly because he was embarrassed. Everyone heard about what happened. Everyone. Freaking Slater swore he wasn't going to tell anyone about the hike, and it ended up being everyone except Slater to show up to rescue him. And man, did he hate having to be rescued. So many of the details were still a blur, but he got the gist of it. He hiked where he shouldn't have, fell and hit his head, and Nora was the first to reach him. That one stung more than the fact that he clearly couldn't handle anything beyond a beginner's hike. He could only imagine what she must have been thinking, the thoughts racing around in her head about how lame he was, or that everything she already thought about him was correct. Groaning, he made himself a cup of coffee and resigned himself to another day in his cabin. He could work right here with no problem. Since everything he did was remote, it didn't matter if he was up in the lodge or in his cabin, although he did need to touch base with his assistant back in Seattle. They usually spoke every day, but with everything that happened, he never got the chance. But it was weird that there were no calls, texts, or emails from her. First up, call Evie. He could email her just as easily, but it would probably be easier for him to explain everything over the phone. But he'd check his email first, just in case she had reached out since he last checked. No sooner had he sat down with his laptop than someone was knocking on the door. Crap. He hadn't been alone much since the whole thing happened. Slater stayed with him that first night because of the concussion. The doctor said he needed to be woken up every 2 hours, and Slater had volunteered to be the one to stay and watch over him. In the morning, Slater left, and Connor showed up with breakfast and then hung out until lunch. That's when Walker took over and hung out until dinner. Then Connor was back with a ton of food for him because he saw how poorly stocked the cabin was. Axel and Maisie ate dinner with him and stayed until he was ready to go to sleep. So really, he was looking forward to having a few less visitors today. But clearly, no one realized that. Sighing, he got up and went to the door and wasn't the least bit surprised when he found Slater standing there. "Good morning."
"Hey, how are you feeling? Any better?"
Milo stepped aside so he could come in and noticed he had a bakery box with him.
"My head's still pounding, but that's to be expected."
Pausing, he motioned to the box.
"What's in there?" "Cinnamon rolls. They were just coming out of the oven as I was walking through the kitchen, and I snagged us a few."
Putting the box down on the kitchen table, he grinned.
"Mind if I make myself some coffee?"
"Help yourself." With his own mug in his hand, he sat down. "You didn't need to come and check on me. The doctor said the first 24 hours would be the worst, and I survived. Besides, it was only a minor concussion."
"He also said you should go for a CT scan to confirm, and you didn't do that."
Slater joined him at the table and opened the box before helping himself to a cinnamon roll.
"Any chance you're doing that today?"
"I don't really know any of the doctors around here, and I honestly feel fine other than the headache, so—"
"Look, I'm not here to judge or tell you what to do, but if it were me, I'd want to make sure everything was okay. And that's all I'm going to say on the matter. Good. Although, you freaked everyone out, and they're worried. It might put a lot of minds at ease if you maybe went to the hospital and got checked out. We should have done it yesterday, but...
He shrugged.
I saw everyone yesterday, and no one was freaked out,
he countered.
and I spent quality time with everyone. Not Nora,
Slater said around a mouthful of cinnamon roll.
She was the one who found you, and she's been asking me about when you're going to get checked out.
Nora was worried about him? Seriously?
Tell her I'm not holding her responsible,
he said with a small laugh.
I know I was hurt before she found me.
For a moment, Slater just stared at him.
What? Why are you looking at me like that?
No response. Just more chewing.
Slater, come on.
One thing about Slater was that he was rarely serious. He tended to be quick with a joke or a snarky comment. But not this time. Leaning forward, he almost looked menacing.
You understand that she hiked the path to you at almost double the speed of the average hiker, right? She assessed the situation before she even took off after your dumbass and made sure she would have everything you'd need when she found you. And when she found you, she was smart enough to know exactly when and how to move you to minimize any further injuries. Slater, no,
he quickly interrupted.
You need to hear this. She kept in contact with the team to get medical help to you as fast as possible, knew the information to get so the medic could treat you, and then made sure you got back down the mountain safely. A trek that could have and should have been avoided if you hadn't decided to be a dick and go on a path you weren't familiar with. Are you done?
He asked blandly.
No. If I'm telling you that Nora's worried, that should speak volumes to you. She doesn't trust easily, and she doesn't get attached. Ever. If anyone's ever gotten hurt on one of her tours, she gets them to a doctor and moves on. Not because she's cold, but because there have been far too many people who've done some really stupid stuff to her. So when she takes an interest, you should pay attention and know it's sincere. Shit.
He was about to apologize when Slater pulled another cinnamon roll out of the box and plopped it down in front of Milo.
Now eat, so we can go to the hospital. The doc already called and told them you were coming.
It was pointless to argue, and honestly, he knew he'd feel better after getting confirmation that nothing else was wrong.
Fine, but I need to call my assistant and let her know what's going on. We never go for this long without talking, and I'm sure she's wondering what's going on.
Shrugging, Slater relaxed.
You can call her on the way to the hospital, but I've already talked to her a few times. She knows what's going on, and I told her you'd call her when you were feeling better. For now, eat, and let's get on the road. I took the morning off for this.
It was on the tip of his tongue to say something like, "No one asked you to." But Milo wasn't a mean-spirited person. It was actually a very nice thing his friend was doing. Friend? Slater was family. Not by blood, but by choice. And that was priceless. All the guys were. And he had no idea how he'd gotten lucky enough to get such a great group of people as his chosen family. Taking a bite of the pastry, he moaned with appreciation, and Slater nodded with a grin.
Right? Like, how does he do it? Everything Connor makes is freaking amazing.
Milo had to agree.
I know. I'm getting spoiled. Back home, I get a lot of takeout, and it's all good. But Connor's cooking is just so much, I don't know, more? And that he bakes and cooks is truly impressive. It's usually one or the other. I never heard of that before,
Slater commented around a mouthful of food.
It's not like an all-or-nothing sort of thing, but cooking tends to be more flexible and forgiving. It often relies on estimation, tasting as you go,
and adjusting ingredients and techniques on the fly. Success is often a result of intuition, creativity, and an understanding of flavor profiles. I've been in the kitchen when he's cooking, and he doesn't measure anything. It's wild to watch him and then taste whatever it is he's made, and it's delicious.
I've yet to taste anything bad from him.
Whereas baking is more precise. It typically demands exact measurements, adherence to specific instructions, and careful control of variables like temperature and timing. Chemical reactions require a strict process to achieve the desired texture and structure. There's a science to it, and one wrong move and the entire dish is ruined.
He's had a few baking mishaps,
Slater said.
Well, to him they were mishaps because they didn't look perfect. I volunteered to eat them so he wouldn't have to look at them.
He grinned.
Like a good friend.
Yeah, you're a giver, he teased, and they both laughed.
Trust me, you weren't here when he was spiraling about the menus.
No, but you all called me, and I showed up for more than one intervention, so...
Does it feel weird?
Does what feel weird?
That we did this?
Like, we were just little kids when we met here. It's wild enough that we stayed friends for so long, especially considering the fact that we all lived so far apart. But we did. And then we grew up to be such different people. And yet we're all still friends. And now we own the place that literally started it all. I don't know if I'd call it weird, but it's definitely a unique situation. When Walker approached all of us about it, I just thought I'd write a check and that would be it. He shrugged. Now, I'm glad that I could really put something into it personally. I know it's not the same as all the hands-on stuff the rest of you did, but it wasn't a competition, Milo. We all have our strengths. Walker and Axel really did most of the labor-intensive stuff. Connor came on and got the kitchen going and knew how to handle the restaurant aspect of the resort. I pitched in wherever I could, but my expertise didn't come into play until we were ready to open.
But you?
He said with amusement. Dude, we have the most high-tech gadgets I've ever seen. All the systems that we use to run the resort are freaking marvels. Everyone was blown away when we were training them. It really wasn't a big deal.
To you,
Slater corrected.
None of us could do what you do.
That seems only fair, since clearly I can't do anything that the rest of you can.
Brain versus brawn, you know?
Or maybe it's like cooking versus baking.
We're like the cooks, and you're the baker. And really, your job requires way more skill than ours, so stop beating yourself up. It's good to know your strengths and weaknesses.
He snorted quietly.
I should have remembered that when I left the other morning.
Yeah, you should have,
Slater said evenly. But I know you were ticked off because of the way I talked to you. So, I'm sorry for that. I didn't mean to make you feel inferior.
But you were right. I couldn't handle it, and I went and took the harder path anyway. Another snort. Harder path. That's a joke. Everyone else can handle it except me. Nora must have had a few things to say about that.
I'm not even going to go there with you again, dude. Stop it.
Fine. Come on. Finish eating so we can go. They're waiting for you at the hospital. So he popped the last bite of cinnamon roll into his mouth before getting up and gathering his things. Let's get this over with. Milo looked annoyingly healthy. That was Nora's first thought when she spotted him on the resort lawn later that afternoon, laughing with Slater like he didn't nearly die 2 days ago. Still, she was glad he was okay. The outcome could have been so much worse, so she was happy and relieved that he was up and about and joking with his friends. Apparently, he didn't completely lose his memory. Maybe his subconscious just didn't want him to remember certain things. Like the thing he did but didn't remember doing. Which should have been fine. It should have been great. except her lips still remembered. And he did not. Fantastic. He noticed her and paused, and for a moment she couldn't tell if he was happy to see her or embarrassed. Slater gave his shoulder a quick pat before walking away, coming toward her.
"Hey, are you done for the day?"
he asked. She forced herself to focus on her boss. Yes. I just got back from the hike and it was a long day. We had a few guests who really shouldn't have been on the intermediate tour, but I made it work."
"They couldn't handle the terrain?"
"No. They were easily distracted and kept stopping to film themselves and discuss which social media sites they were going to post on. Super annoying."
"They signed the form stating not to do crap like that. Did you remind them of it?"
"Multiple times. But I had a group of 12 and I couldn't keep stopping for them. Everyone else was annoyed too, and I had to break up more than one heated argument." He groaned.
"Did you?"
"It's all in my report. And I told them they were banned from future hikes." She shrugged. They didn't seem too bothered. Raking a hand through his hair, he sighed loudly.
"They never are. Sorry you had to deal with that."
"It's all right. I have an early family hike in the morning, so that'll be easy. It looks like it's a small group and no small kids, so we'll probably do some bird watching too."
"Why don't you take tomorrow off?"
"What? Why?"
"It's been a hell of a week. With everything that happened with Milo and everything you did for him, I really wanted you to take that next day off."
"It wasn't necessary."
"Nora, you're entitled to some time off when you do extra work. And that hike to get to Milo was more than just a quick hike. So please take tomorrow off, and I'll cover the family and bird thing."
"You hate the bird thing," she reminded him.
"Yeah, well, I've had some difficult guests on my hikes this week, too. So I think I need a group who are basically there to look at birds and not bitch."
"I can't guarantee that they'll want to look at birds. I just figured I'd throw that in since there are no kids scheduled."
"Then why did they sign up for a family hike?"
She shrugged. "Adults are family too, so—"
"Oh, right,"
he said with a laugh.
"Okay, I'll handle the family thing and throw in some birds. I'm on it."
"But—" He held up a hand to stop her.
"The words you're looking for are thank you."
Grinning, he mimicked what he did with Milo and gently patted her shoulder.
"Sleep in, relax, do something just for yourself, okay? Please?"
"Fine, but you can't make me enjoy it." He laughed.
"Wouldn't dream of it."
And with that, he walked away, leaving her standing there with suddenly a lot of free time on her hands. That's when she noticed Milo was still standing where Slater had left him. Smiling, she waved to him and was about to walk over, but he surprised her by jogging over with an easy energy that made something traitorous flutter in her chest.
"Hey,"
he called.
"You look less panicked today. I'm taking that as a compliment to my recovery."
"Yep, that's exactly it," she said lightly. "Glad to see you're upright and breathing. Gold star." He grinned.
"And I got a clean bill of health at the hospital."
"That's good. Glad to hear it." She could hear the hint of bitchiness in her tone and immediately tried to correct it. "I mean it, Milo. I'm seriously relieved that you're okay."
I heard you were worried about me."
Her eyes went wide. "What? No, I wasn't." He didn't look the least bit convinced.
"You absolutely were."
"I was mildly curious, that's all." He tilted his head, studying her.
"You're lying."
Crossing her arms, she really wanted to be mad at him, but she was secretly enjoying this banter. "You're ridiculous."
"And yet,"
he continued,
"you found me unconscious in the woods and dragged my body to safety. Sounds like devotion to me."
"Yeah, no, sounds like me doing my job," she corrected lightly. but not lightly enough, apparently, because something in his expression changed. And there it was, the spark of irritation she'd been waiting for. Because that she could deal with. Snarky banter worked, especially after. Funny thing about not wanting people to die right in front of me. It tends to motivate me into action. And for a moment, the fleeting thought of what could have happened flashed through her mind. And then the image of what did happen popped up again. He laughed softly, then stopped when he caught her expression.
What?
He asked, cautious now. She shouldn't say anything, and simply pretend it never happened, move on. It was safer that way. Only feelings didn't care about logic or self-preservation. You don't remember, do you? She asked quietly. He frowned.
Remember what?
She stared at him. Blank confusion, genuine concern, a flicker of guilt, as if he suspected he'd messed something up, but had no idea how. So, no, he didn't remember. Something twisted in her chest, disappointment tangled with relief, and yet somehow also braided tight with fury. You said some things, she said carefully, before we made it to the lean-to.
Okay.
He shifted, suddenly nervous.
Like, what kind of things? Did I embarrass myself? Please don't tell me it involved pants. I feel like concussed me is capable of losing my pants.
I wish it were pants, she muttered. He winced.
Worse than pants?
She swallowed. You confessed stuff. He went still.
What kind of stuff?
She forced herself to meet his eyes. Feelings. For me. Total silence. Like it honestly felt like the entire world went quiet. Then he laughed. Actually laughed.
Okay,
He said, incredulous.
that's funny. You almost got me.
She didn't laugh, and his smile faded. You told me you liked me, she said, her voice thinner than she wanted. Not friend-like. Like. You said I drive you crazy. You said pretending you didn't care sucked. That seeing me changes rooms. She drew a breath. That I glow. And then you kissed me. More silence. But not entirely. The wind rustled the trees. Somewhere nearby someone laughed. The world kept moving like hers hadn't just stopped. Milo looked like he'd been punched.
I kissed you.
He repeated weakly. Yes.
And I said,
He swallowed hard.
all of that?
Yes. He dragged a hand through his hair, and he suddenly looked pale and shaken, not unlike the way he looked when she found him passed out on the mountain.
I don't remember,
he whispered. I know.
And you're sure I said that?
I didn't mishear someone's mouth on mine, Milo. He flinched.
I didn't mean, God.
He closed his eyes.
Did I screw everything up?
Yes, she snapped, but instantly regretted it. No. Maybe. I don't know. A jagged laugh slipped out. It'd be easier if you were just some idiot who lies when he's concussed. But it didn't feel like a lie. Their eyes met. Something raw lived there. Something deep. Something real.
Do you want it to be?
He asked softly. She froze. Because that was the question, wasn't it? Did she want it to mean nothing? Or everything? He stepped closer. Not touching, not crowding. Just gently nearer.
If I said those things,
he murmured.
It's because somewhere in my brain, in the place with no filters, they're true.
Her heart stuttered.
But I don't want your memory of it to be me injured and half-conscious,
he continued.
I don't want our first proper kiss to be something I don't remember.
Her breath caught. What do you want? She whispered. He exhaled slowly.
Time. To be sure. To not screw this up. To do it awake. And right. If you'll let me.
She tipped her face toward the sky, because of course he'd say the exact, right, frustratingly perfect thing. Fine, she muttered. But if you hit your head again and blurt out another confession, I'm charging you per emotional crisis. Humor was a great shield, and right now, it seemed like the perfect way to maybe lighten the mood. A smile tugged at his mouth.
Reasonable.
Can I... He gestured helplessly, and it took her a minute to realize what he was asking. Anne tried not to get emotional, because it was so incredibly sweet. No man had ever been sweeter to her. You can hug me, Milo. Careful, slow, no dramatic fainting. A smile tugged at her lips. He laughed, relief flooding his face as he pulled her in. It was warm, steady, real. And the terrifying part? It felt like the beginning of something they wouldn't be able to undo. His arms felt stronger, his body more muscular, and everything about him had her on sensory overload. In all the chaos up on the mountain, she didn't consider him as a man, an attractive man, but as a resort guest who she needed to get to safety. But now that there was no rush, and they were just a man and a woman embracing under the pine trees and clear blue sky, she was considering everything. His hands gently smoothed down her back before he loosened his embrace and took a step back, smiling shyly. She immediately missed the warmth of him. So, He gently cleared his throat.
I don't know if I ever said thank you the other day, so I'd like to say it now.
He paused, and if anything, the look he gave her made him look devastatingly handsome. Thank you. She was about to quip that she was just doing her job, but caught herself. Instead, she simply said, "You're welcome." This time, the silence was comfortable.
"Milo!"
Someone called out, and they turned to see Walker jogging toward them, effectively breaking the moment. When he reached them, he was grinning.
"It's good to see you out and about, man. I heard the CT scan was clear. That's awesome."
Milo glanced at her before turning his attention to his friend.
"Yeah, everything was good, and I'm glad I went and confirmed it. Yeah, I heard Slater had to practically drag you out of the cabin." "It wasn't that bad."
He glanced at Nora again.
"I knew I needed to go, but—"
"Hey, I get it," she told him. "I'm not a fan of going to the doctor either. Especially when it's for one of those tests where they practically strap you to a table." She shuddered dramatically, playfully. "But sometimes they're necessary."
"I'm just glad no one has to babysit me anymore and I can get back to work."
"They were just concerned about you," she assured him. "A head injury isn't anything you should take lightly. And with all your work staring at a computer screen, you should probably ease back into that. Eye strain isn't good for you either." He shrugged.
"I'm used to it by now. Plus, I really need to get caught up on a few things for my office back in Seattle. I called my assistant while Slater was driving me to the hospital this morning, and the entire staff is freaked out."
"Because they're worried?"
"No, because I didn't check in for 2 days. So—"
Another shrug.
"I really need to check on a few things. What about you? Are you still on the clock today?"
"I am, but I'm off tomorrow. Slater insisted."
"Well, that was nice of him, but I thought you had that family hike."
"He's taking care of it. I told him it wasn't a big deal, but—" Walker gently cleared his throat.
"Sorry to interrupt your conversation," he said with amusement, "but one of the security panels up in the lodge is blinking angrily. I was wondering if you could come up and check it out?" "Oh, sure, no problem."
Turning to Nora once more, he smiled.
"Thanks again for everything. And I guess I'll see you around."
She nodded. "Yep, I'll see you around." 7. The next morning, he was up early and ready to get back to his usual routine. Walking around the lake rather than hiking up a mountain.
"What the hell was I thinking?"
he murmured. The lake was calm in that early morning way Milo had come to depend on lately. Mist hovering just above the surface, the air cool enough to clear his head. He walked along the shoreline path at an easy pace, careful with his steps, aware of his body in a way he hadn't been before. Healing had made him patient, or maybe cautious. More cautious than he usually was, and that was saying something. The low hum of a jet ski reached him before he turned and spotted her. Nora eased toward the dock, cutting the engine and letting the craft drift. The sight of her did something unsettling to his chest, a quiet pull he hadn't quite figured out how to name. "You said I drive you crazy. You said pretending you didn't care sucked, that seeing me changes rooms, that I glow. And then you kissed me." When she told him all of that, he wanted to deny it, like vehemently deny it. But the logical side of him knew she wasn't lying. All she was doing was repeating things he'd been thinking for a little while now. Still, it stung that he'd said it and couldn't remember it. And he'd kissed her and couldn't remember that either. He'd had nightmares about it last night, that he'd kissed her like a drunken frat boy with no couth, and she'd been thoroughly repulsed.
"Because that would be my luck."
Unable to help himself, he waved, and then inwardly groaned.
"She's right there, dummy. Why are you waving?"
"Good morning," she called from her perch. He smiled, the kind he wasn't going to try to rein in anymore.
"Hey, good morning. I was hoping that was you. For a second, I thought Slater was terrorizing the lake again. I think he's more aggressive out there than you. Ugh, why am I trying to pick a fight?
She snorted. He's banned until at least 9.
Good.
He stepped closer to the edge of the dock, hands shoved into his pockets.
You heading out?
Already was. I'm off today, but I enjoy starting my day on the water. What about you? Out for your morning walk?
Yeah,
he said, watching the way the light caught in her hair.
But I'm sticking to the boring route. No more adventures for me.
Any time you want to try a hike, I'd gladly go with you. It's a fairly strict rule that you should never hike alone.
I guess I learned that the hard way, huh?
The silence that followed wasn't uncomfortable, just careful. He could feel it stretching between them, something new and fragile and worth not rushing. Gently, he cleared his throat.
Listen, I was wondering, would you like to have dinner with me tonight? You know, up at the lodge, the restaurant. Nothing fancy, just dinner.
Her eyebrows lifted ever so slightly. You're asking me out, she said, and he couldn't tell if she was interested or not.
I am,
he answered, meeting her gaze.
If that's okay.
Something softened in her expression. It's totally okay. I'd like that. The knot in his chest totally loosened. And, she added, tilting her head, if you're up for it, there's a moonlight paddle tonight. Very safe, no cliffs, no woods, minimal chances of you knocking yourself unconscious. He laughed, the sound surprising him with how easy it felt.
You really know how to make it sound appealing.
I take your safety seriously now, she said. Plus, it's a beautiful way to stargaze, low pressure. He nodded.
Dinner first, then a moonlight adventure with my favorite activity guide.
Even from a few feet away, he could see her blush. Favorite?
Well,
he said, smiling.
You're the only one who's ever hauled me out of the woods and still agreed to see me again.
She rolled her eyes but was still smiling when she started the engine again.
I'll see you tonight,
he said. Yeah, you will, she replied. What time?
I'll come pick you up around 7. Will that work?
Pick me up, she repeated with amusement. I'm only 2 cabins down. Plus, I can meet you up at the lodge. You don't have to.
Do you seriously have to argue everything?
He interrupted, unable to contain a soft chuckle.
I'm asking you out on a date, Nora. And when I ask a woman out on a date, I always pick her up. That your cabin is 30 feet away means nothing, okay?
She watched him, her expression thoughtful for a moment. Okay. Then I'll see you at 7.
Thank you.
He watched her glide back out onto the lake, the jet ski cutting a clean line through the mist. The quiet settled around him again, but this time it hummed with anticipation. And for the first time since the accident, Milo wasn't just moving carefully forward. He was looking ahead. It was almost lunchtime when he realized that he was in over his head. It was one thing to ask Nora out on a date. It was another to actually go on the date. She already probably thought he was lame because of the whole rescue thing. The least he could do was try to plan an evening that didn't border on boring.
Dinner here at the lodge? What the hell was I thinking?
He muttered. Knock, knock! Looking up, he saw Lexi standing in the doorway.
Hey, Lex, what's up?
She smiled serenely at him, something she did a lot. She was like the little mother hen of their social group, and he simply attributed it to the fact that she was a mother and had another baby on the way. I was coming back to check on you. I know you got cleared by the doctors to come back to work, but I want to make sure you take a break once in a while."
"Thanks. I appreciate that."
When she continued to stand there, he figured she maybe had something more to say.
"Something on your mind?"
Now she stepped into his office. "Actually, yes. I heard that you made a reservation for 2 at the restaurant tonight."
"You did?"
She nodded, sitting down in one of his chairs. "I did, and... Am I late?" Looking up again, he saw Maisie standing in the doorway now. "Nope, you're right on time," Lexi assured her.
"On time for..."
Once Maisie was seated, they both faced him. "I heard you're having dinner with Nora," Maisie said softly, almost whispering.
"Okay, how?"
"It's not important," she said, waving him off. "The thing is, we want to make sure that you're, She paused. "That you maybe..." "I've got this," Lexi interrupted. "We wanted to see if you needed any help."
"Help?"
They both nodded. "We obviously don't know what your social life is like back in Seattle, but there's not a lot of privacy here at the resort."
"Obviously,"
he murmured.
"Otherwise, how would you know that I asked Nora to dinner?" "Never mind," he said wearily. "You wanted to see if I needed help?"
"Yes," Lexi said. "What would you think if we suggested a private dinner in one of the cabins? Not either of yours, because maybe that's too personal, but someplace where everyone's not looking and watching. Connor can prepare the menu and have it delivered, and then there's less pressure."
It wasn't the worst idea. I don't know, with no distractions. That puts a lot of pressure on the two of us to carry the conversation, don't you think?
"Not at all," Maisie said. "Plus, Nora's a great conversationalist. She's been a fun addition to Girls' Night. We all adore her." He wasn't sure what to say to that. "And before you say anything," Lexi went on, "it's not like we'd be kicking anyone out of their cabin. I already called Kelsey, and she said she wouldn't mind you using hers and Jace's cabin. I can speak from experience that it's lovely. And I can set it up with some flowers and twinkly lights and soft music," Maisie added. "I can make it a very romantic spot."
It's a first date. Maybe it'll be our only date. How romantic does it need to be?
They exchanged glances before looking at him again. "Do you date a lot, Milo?" Lexi asked. "You know, back in Seattle?" Because Evie says you don't."
"Evie? You reached out to my assistant?"
he asked incredulously.
"And asked her about my dating life?"
"Well, I reached out to her the day you got hurt on the mountain. You know, just to let your people know that something was going on. And then I called her today just to follow up and let her know how you were doing. She said she'd already talked to Slater, so..."
"And me. I called and told her how I was doing."
She shifted primly in her chair. "Obviously, I didn't know that," she said sweetly. "And while we were talking, I casually asked about your social life, and she said you rarely go out because you're a workaholic. If you ask me, she's kind of relieved that you're going out on a date."
"You told her I was going out on a date?" he asked loudly. "Lexi, what in the world?" "Hey, you're not yelling at my future wife, are you?"
Connor asked firmly as he strolled into the office.
"Great. More witnesses." "I wasn't yelling at your future wife. You were speaking in loud tones, and that's not good for her or the baby,"
Connor swiftly reminded him as he eased himself onto the corner of Milo's desk.
"What are you even doing here?"
he asked.
"Oh, Lexi said you needed a menu for your date tonight, so I worked up a few options for you to look at. Scott mentioned that he knows Nora is fond of the salmon, so maybe we'll do that as the main course."
Milo pinched the bridge of his nose as he silently counted to 10.
And how is all of this saving us from having everyone looking and watching us? It sounds like the whole damn staff knows about this date.
He groaned, leaning back in his chair.
Maybe I should just cancel. This is getting out of hand.
No! They all shouted in unison. Slowly, he straightened in his chair.
All I wanted was to have a simple dinner with Nora. Nothing overtly romantic, nothing that was going to put pressure on either of us. And somehow now the entire resort knows, along with our friends who live 800 miles away. And I'm suddenly feeling a ton of pressure.
No one said anything for several long moments. "You're right," Maisie said. "We thought we were being helpful. Like I said, we all really adore Nora, and we were excited at the thought of the two of you getting together and wanted to make the night special for her. She's had some really crappy experiences with guys, and we just felt like her agreeing to go out with you would be, a good thing."
"Yeah," Lexi chimed in. "A way for her to see that there are good guys out there. That they're all not creeps."
He looked up at Connor, who simply shrugged.
"I don't care what you do, but if it were me, I'd always go for a more private setting. The restaurant is a family place. It's loud, kids are running around, and it's not really conducive to a date. But if you don't care about that sort of thing, no, you're right. It would be nice to have some privacy. Less chance of there being witnesses to me screwing things up."
There was a collective groan, and Milo was about to ask why when Connor explained.
"Why do you do that, huh? For such a smart and successful guy in business, you've got zero confidence in your personal life. I know you tend to let your work consume you so you don't have an active social life, but you've never mentioned anything going so heinously wrong that you need to hide. So what gives?"
Raking a hand through his hair, Milo let out a long breath, hesitating to say anything in front of Lexi and Maisie. Unfortunately, he knew they'd just find out eventually, because at the Lakeview Harbor Resort, gossip didn't travel. It checked in, unpacked, and made itself at home.
"What am I even doing?"
he asked miserably.
"What right do I have asking Nora out? The woman had to come and rescue me, for crying out loud. I should run in the opposite direction and avoid her, not plan a romantic dinner with her."
No one said a word for several long and awkward moments. "Do you want to know something that most women find sexy but rarely admit?" Lexi asked. And if Milo wasn't mistaken, Connor's head snapped around so fast he should have whiplash. When he shrugged, she continued. "Vulnerability," she said. "Sure, a strong, confident man is sexy too, but when you find a guy who doesn't pretend he's something else, someone who's almost brutally honest about what he perceives as flaws, yeah, very sexy."
"Seriously?"
both he and Connor said in unison. "Oh, absolutely," Maisie agreed. "You're looking at this situation the wrong way. Although, I get it, we all have insecurities, and most of the time no one can talk us out of them. But Nora's not focused on the fact that you needed to be rescued, okay? She's focused on getting to know a guy who she likes and respects."
That really didn't do much to encourage him. It wasn't like she was focused on getting to know a guy she was physically attracted to. You like and respect your accountant or your doctor. But it sounded a little lackluster when describing the person you were going on a date with. "Look, either you're going to do this or you're not," Connor said, interrupting his thoughts. "Personally, I think you're freaking out over nothing."
He stood.
"And I've got the menu covered. I'll be there to prepare it myself at 7:15, whether you're there or not."
"You've got this, Milo," Lexi whispered as she got to her feet and followed Connor out the door. "I agree," said Maisie with a smile as she stood up too. "Believe in yourself. Taking one little risk, breaking out of your comfort zone, can lead you to something amazing. and with a little wave, she walked out the door, leaving him feeling a little better about tonight. But not much. Nora stood in front of her closet as if it had personally betrayed her. She shoved hangers aside with mounting irritation, the metal clacking together in protest as one impractical outfit after another slid past her fingers. Athletic shorts, resort polos, more athletic shorts, a hoodie she refused to apologize for. Apparently, at no point in her adult life had she prepared for the possibility of going on a date with a millionaire tech guru. "This is ridiculous," she muttered, yanking a dress off the rack and holding it up like evidence. Too fancy. She wasn't trying to impersonate someone who owned throw pillows. The next option was worse. Too short, too stiff, too not her. She shoved it to the back of the closet with a scowl. She leaned her forehead against the closet frame and sighed. She wasn't fashionable. She was functional. She owned clothes meant for early mornings, lake water, hiking up a mountain, and mild disasters, not candle-lit dinners with men who probably know what the word bespoke means. Somewhere in the chaos, a familiar realization set in. Milo hadn't asked her out because of what she wore. He'd asked her out because she was herself. Still, she shoved the hangers aside one more time, squinting. "I swear to God," she told the closet, "if you don't give me one reasonable option, I'm wearing jeans and calling it quits. It's not like he's going to show up wearing a tuxedo, right?" The closet, unsurprisingly, did not respond. In the end, she wore jeans, but with a cute top that still had the tags on it, which she found tucked away in the bottom drawer of her dresser. It was white and flowy and off the shoulder. It looked like it could be dressed up or down, and after she put on a pair of large silver hoop earrings and a simple silver necklace, she decided she looked softer, more feminine. "Probably because I also put on makeup," she murmured, studying her reflection. Most days she didn't bother with it because she was outside all day either hiking or running or on the water. Makeup wasn't practical, but tonight felt like a good excuse to wear some. A date. She was seriously going on a date. The last time she'd gone out on one was... Yikes. When was it? The fact that she couldn't remember simply told her it had been too long. Was she nervous? Sure, but they were going up to the lodge where they hung out every single day. It wasn't like he was jetting her off to Manhattan or Paris or something. Then why did it feel like she had dozens of butterflies fluttering around in her belly? That was easy. This wasn't just a casual dinner between friends, even if it was just up at the lodge. This was a date with a man she found attractive, a man who openly admitted that he was attracted to her. It didn't matter that he didn't remember saying it. Once she confronted him about it, he didn't deny it. And here they were. The knock on her door made her jump, her hand resting over her racing heart. Okay, I can do this. He's just a guy, not a millionaire, just a regular guy. Sliding her palms along her thighs, she slowly made her way to the door, letting out a long breath before opening it. He stood on her small porch looking devastatingly handsome. And nervous. Glad I'm not the only one. His dark hair desperately needed a cut, but the casual disarray looked good on him. His jaw was slightly stubbled, and the khakis and button-down shirt were his standard look. And yet tonight, it looked a little nicer. Or maybe I'm reading too much into this. "Hey," she forced herself to say, and realized it came out a little harsher than she intended. Laughing softly, she shook her head. "I mean, hi." He smiled back. "Hi." It was too early for crickets, and yet that's what she swore she heard in the silence. "So, should we go?" she asked, reaching for her small purse. "Sure." Milo took a step back, and when Nora stepped out onto the porch to shut the door, she felt his hand rest on the small of her back. It felt nice. They turned and stepped out onto the path. The air was starting to cool, and she shivered slightly. "How was the rest of your day?" she asked as they started walking. "Did you figure out why that panel was blinking?"
I did. It was just a loose connection. Someone had banged into it and it knocked something loose and didn't want to own up to it. Easy fix.
She started to veer to the left toward the lodge, but noticed Milo veering to the right. He stopped and faced her.
Okay. Slight change of plans.
Okay.
And if this makes you uncomfortable or if you think it's dumb, don't be afraid to say so.
That made her laugh softly. I think we both know that I typically speak my mind. He laughed with her, his hands sliding into his trouser pockets.
Very true. So, we're not eating dinner up at the lodge. Lexi and Maisie sort of suggested that it might be nicer to eat someplace quiet.
She wasn't sure what to say, so she waited for him to explain.
So, we're eating in one of the cabins.
Really? She asked skeptically, hating how she had misjudged him. When was she going to learn that nice guys don't exist? You say one nice thing to them and they think you owe them something. Like sex. Damn it. When she met his gaze, he looked wildly uncomfortable. Good. That made two of them.
I can tell by the scowl on your face that this isn't acceptable,
he quickly said.
I'm just now realizing how it sounds and what you must be thinking.
He muttered a curse.
They thought it would be more, romantic than being up in the restaurant with loud families and kids running around, and that we'd actually be able to have a conversation if we ate somewhere else. And honestly, that's what I want. The chance for us to have an actual conversation. That's it. I swear.
Her gaze narrowed like she was trying to decide if she believed him. I don't know, Milo. This is all just a little too familiar to me, unfortunately. And I can't help how I feel. This is, very triggering for me. Another curse.
I'm really sorry. I thought Lexi and Maisie knew you better, and I'm kind of offended that they didn't take any of that into consideration.
And still another curse. Milo,
No, this is completely unacceptable. I was already so nervous about tonight and just wanted to do everything right, and because I listened to other people, everything's wrong. I'm really sorry. Let's just do this another time, up at the lodge, no pressure. Not that there was any pressure tonight. I just wanted us to get to know each other, and now you think I'm a perv who was just trying to get you alone.
He groaned.
I swear I'm going to strangle Connor when I see him.
Connor? I thought you said you talked to Lexi and Maisie.
I did. But then Connor came in to ask about the menu. Scott mentioned how much you liked the salmon, so I think that's what they're all planning, and...
Wait, she interrupted.
How many people did you talk to about this? Just the three of them. But I have no idea how many people they talked to. All I did was make the reservation, and somehow everyone figured it out. Again, I am so sorry.
He raked a hand through his hair before turning and motioning back to their cabins.
I'll walk you home. Or you probably want to eat so I can walk you up to the lodge and then I'll leave you alone.
He looked and sounded positively miserable. And for some reason, that was wildly reassuring. What was your plan before you talked to Lexi and Maisie? She asked, because her curiosity was mildly piqued.
Just like I told you earlier, dinner up at the lodge, and then you mentioned the whole moonlight paddle thing. That's it. I swear.
He held up his hands like he was surrendering. Everything about this really could have sent her over the edge if it were anyone else. But if there was one thing she'd learned about Milo Keene since coming to work at the resort, It was that he was possibly one of the most trustworthy guys around. Plus, apparently everyone knew where she was and who she was with. Is the food already in the cabin? Is it getting cold? He shook his head. No. Connor's due to arrive any minute to start cooking. He said he wanted to prepare it fresh for us or something, so... At that point, it was a no-brainer. This wasn't a creepy setup. Nothing bad was going to happen. And they weren't going to be alone for part of the night, so... Reaching for his hand, she whispered, "Don't make me regret this." His dark eyes went wide, right before he gave her hand a gentle squeeze. Never. That gruff and tortured voice was enough to make her heart skip a beat. Then they walked silently along the path, around the bend, and ended up at a cabin she thought belonged to one of the other owners. This is Jace and Kelsey's place. They're the reason the resort got reopened. Wow, really? I thought you and the guys just decided to take it over from Walker's grandparents. Am I missing something? He stepped onto the porch and opened the door for her. I'll tell you all about it over dinner. Nora stepped inside and froze. Music was softly playing. There were twinkly lights woven through the rafters, and there were flowers and candles everywhere. It was the most romantic setting she'd ever seen. Oh my goodness. Slowly, she moved farther into the room. It was like a fairy wonderland. She'd never considered herself a whimsical person, but that's what this felt like. Romantic and whimsical and so damn perfect that she almost felt overwhelmed by it all. Behind her, Milo stood unmoving. When she turned to him, she felt suddenly shy. This is amazing. Thank you. This is probably the nicest place I've ever seen. Maisie promised to make it look nice, he said quietly. I wanted it to look nice for you. For us. Oh, wow. She could feel herself falling hard and fast, and it didn't freak her out. Mission accomplished, she said, and they both laughed nervously, probably because this was so new and a little strange, considering their previous interactions. Then they weren't laughing. The moment felt warm and a little charged, like suddenly it occurred to her they were alone in this very romantic setting. She caught his gaze lingering on her lips, and her pulse raced. The kiss. Instantly, her mind went back to the kiss. It was brief, but powerful, and she almost wished he would do it again, so she could know what it felt like when he was fully aware of what he was doing. Would it be soft, needy, seductive? Would his arms go around her so he could pull her in close? But more than anything, she wanted to know what she would do this time as a willing participant. So many questions. Unwittingly, her gaze went to his lips, and it was on the tip of her tongue to almost demand that he kiss her. As if reading her mind, Milo took a tentative step closer, and then another, until they were toe-to-toe. Please don't be angry, but this has been on my mind since you told me about, my kissing you. And you have no idea how much it's killing me that I can't remember. He paused, one strong hand reaching up and caressing her cheek. So, please, Nora, may I kiss you? She swallowed hard even as she eagerly nodded, because honestly, it was all she'd been thinking about too. And then he touched his lips to hers, and she simply stopped thinking and let herself feel. 8. He was kissing Nora. Nora was kissing him back, and there was no way he was going to forget it. When her lips met his, the world shrank to warmth and breath and the steady pressure of her hands against him, anchoring him in place. She smelled like fresh laundry and skin, clean and familiar and achingly real. It wasn't something that overwhelmed him, but something that settled him, like he'd found his way back to himself without realizing he'd been lost. His arms slowly wrapped around her waist, just as hers came to rest on his shoulders. He could feel all her curves as he gently urged her closer, and he swore no moment had ever been this perfect. She hummed softly, a throaty little sound that was surprisingly arousing, so much so that he took the kiss deeper. He was hungry for more of her, hungry to hear her make that little sound again. Nora's hands smoothed down from his shoulders to his chest, where she lazily fisted his shirt in her hands, clenching it and then releasing it. It was slowly driving him insane, because now he wanted to feel her hands on his chest, her nails gently scoring over his skin. He wanted. Reluctantly, he broke the kiss. They stood there breathless, resting their foreheads together. Milo knew he could have kept on kissing her all night, but she trusted him. He swore he'd never let her regret choosing to have dinner alone with him, and if they didn't stop what they were doing, he was afraid he'd make her uncomfortable. "Sorry," he said quietly. "I didn't mean to get so carried away." To be fair, I think we both got carried away. Still, his arms were around her. There was music playing softly in the background, and before he knew it, they were swaying to it. It felt like the natural thing to do, and they stayed like that until Connor knocked on the door a few minutes later. "Sorry I'm late," he loudly announced, as he walked in with 2 members of his kitchen staff, causing Milo and Nora to jump apart. Connor immediately told his team what to do before turning to Milo and Nora. "Pretend I'm not here." "Kind of hard to do when you came through the door like a Mack truck," Milo murmured. "Just wanted to be sure you heard me and I wasn't interrupting anything. Anyway, just ignore me. My team will be out of here in 2 minutes, so go back to dancing. Salad will be served in 5. The moment was broken, and rather than trying to recapture it, he took Nora by the hand and led her over to the sofa. "Can I get you something to drink? It looks like Connor's brought the wine, but there's also soda and water Water would be nice, thanks." There was a pitcher of water set up on a tray on the coffee table, and he poured a glass for each of them before sitting down beside her. "I know this is going to sound incredibly lame, but why don't you tell me about yourself?" Luckily, she smiled. "Okay, I grew up in Northern California. My dad's a dentist and my mom teaches 5th grade. I have 2 sisters and 1 brother. What about you?" "We moved around a lot when I was growing up. My father was a chemical engineer and my mother is a psychologist and an author." Nora's eyes went wide. "Wow, no wonder you ended up being so smart and successful. You've got overachieving parents." She said it lightly, and he knew she wasn't making fun. "Do you have siblings?" He shook his head. "Nope, just me." Pausing, he took a sip of his water. "So, one of the reasons we kept coming back here to the resort on our vacations was because it was the first place where I made friends. We moved around a lot. I was shy, and because I was, well, smart, most kids didn't want to hang out with me. They said I was weird." It still pained him to admit it.
Obviously, I was socially awkward. But when I met Walker, Axel, Connor, Slater, Jace, Kelsey, and Lexi, they just treated me like I was just like them.
She glanced in Connor's direction, and he saw a ghost of a smile before she returned her attention to him. And you've been friends ever since?
Exactly. They all know I'm not as athletic as them, but they don't make a big deal of it.
Why should they? They're not as smart as you, and you don't make a big deal over it, right? If he wasn't mistaken, she sounded a little defensive. On his behalf. Gently clearing his throat, he nodded.
Right.
You mentioned Jace and Kelsey. They're the ones who got married here a few months ago, didn't they?
They did.
So how are they responsible for you all buying the resort? He explained about his friends meeting up here after not seeing each other for over 15 years, and then learning the resort was closing.
Kelsey has a real emotional attachment to the place, and when she heard that Jace was still in contact with Walker, she begged him to reach out and try to convince him to take it over.
He laughed softly.
It didn't happen right away, and we all had to figure out how we were going to invest and how much we were investing, and it was a lot. We didn't realize just how bad the shape of the resort was until Walker arrived, but by that time we were locked in.
So you bought it sight unseen?
Yep. It was something we were all on board with no matter what. And after a lot of conversations, we came up with a plan for what we were all bringing to the project. We each contributed differently, but we sat down with an attorney and made it work. This place meant a lot to all of us, and it felt like something we could all take pride in.
That is incredibly sweet, and all because Kelsey didn't want to see it close. Her hand rested over her heart, her smile serene. I'll have to remember to thank her when I meet her.
I guess there wasn't really time when they were here for the wedding. They don't come back as often as they'd like, but we keep them in the loop. They were both really impressed with the activities you and Slater came up with.
Well, we've been doing that sort of thing for a long time, and all the activities were things we knew we could handle and even train others to do.
How did you get into, I'm not even sure what you call it, but we call Slater an adrenaline junkie. I don't think that's the official job title, though.
He teased. It's not, she agreed lightly. So, my dad has a pilot's license, and my mom used to be a competitive skier. I had a pretty typical upbringing, but we used to always be doing stuff on our school breaks. We're all competitive, and honestly, we weren't happy unless we were outside doing every kind of sport and activity.
And your siblings?
Nodding, Nora replied, "They're all adrenaline junkies, too." She shifted slightly. My dad's brother, my Uncle Seth, was a helicopter pilot with a business in Vegas. He used to do tours of the Grand Canyon and all the places around there. He's retired now, but I worked a few summers with him, and that's how I ended up getting my pilot's license. I can fly a plane or a helicopter, but I prefer to be on land. I love hiking and nature, and I'm really enjoying all the water stuff here, too.
Like jet skiing?
She laughed softly. Like jet skiing.
I kind of envy you. I'm just not coordinated enough for most of that stuff, as you've learned firsthand. I mean, between freaking out on the plane and then getting hurt on the hike, you must think I'm a total doofus.
Her expression turned a little fierce. The only one thinking that is you, she said firmly. You should be comfortable and confident in who you are. Not everyone is good at everything. I can't code for shit, and most days I want to throw my tablet in the lake because it never does what I want it to do. I don't speak its language. But you do. She shrugged. And you know what? I like who you are. A lot. I mean, I didn't at first, but that's on me. I have issues, and that's it. I have issues. I jumped to conclusions, and I believe I apologized for that. And all of your friends like you for you, so maybe read the memo, dude. You're fine just the way you are."
Wow.
Slater's words from a few days ago came back to him.
If I'm telling you that Nora's worried, that should speak volumes to you. She doesn't trust easily, and she doesn't get attached. Ever. If anyone's ever gotten hurt on one of her tours, she gets them to a doctor and moves on. Not because she's cold, but because there have been far too many people who've done some really stupid stuff to her. So when she takes an interest, you should pay attention and know it's sincere.
Now it was all coming together and making sense, and it made him smile.
Thank you.
He whispered. For what?
For being honest and telling me what I needed to hear, so thank you.
She blushed, ducking her head. You're welcome. Connor gently cleared his throat.
Your salads are served.
Milo stood and held out his hand to Nora, helping her to her feet, and he continued to hold it as they walked over to the table. He held out her chair for her, and while she got situated, Connor came up behind him and whispered,
She's a keeper,
before quickly moving away. Smiling to himself, Milo took his seat and poured 2 glasses of wine. Picking up his glass, he said,
Here's to taking a chance.
Nora's smile was a little shy as she lifted her glass. To taking a chance. After that, their dinner unfolded at an unhurried pace. There was no reason to rush since no one was waiting for the table, and it meant they could linger over each course. Connor started it with a simple, elegant salad, crisp greens tossed lightly in a citrus vinaigrette, and slivers of shaved Parmesan. They talked about the resort and the work that they'd done since Walker first arrived, and it was perfectly pleasant. Their main course arrived hot and fragrant, salmon with a light drizzle of lemon dill sauce resting on a bed of herbed rice and perfectly crisp green beans. Steam rose as Connor set the plates down, and he smiled proudly at the presentation.
Your desserts are in the refrigerator for whenever you're ready,
he said softly.
Someone will come in and clean up tomorrow so you won't be disturbed. Enjoy your evening.
He smiled at them but made no attempt to add another word as he let himself out. I feel a little weird about him cooking for us like this, Nora admitted. But he seemed to enjoy it.
Connor loves cooking for people. It was turning into an obsession for a while, but we've gotten him under control now. Plus, with Lexi being pregnant, he wants to spend all his spare time with her and the kids instead of being in the kitchen. This was just a quick way for him to flex his skills.
She laughed softly. He's very good at what he does. I don't mind cooking, but I can't do anything like this. She took a forkful and hummed with appreciation. Damn, that's good. So what about you? Do you cook?
Not at all. I tend to get consumed with whatever I'm working on. Looking at data, coding, and whatnot. And have started more than my share of kitchen fires. Now I let someone else do the cooking.
One perfectly manicured brow arched. So you have a personal chef? That made him chuckle.
Hardly. I have a meal delivery service, so all I have to do is microwave my food. Most nights I get takeout because I'm at the office, but when I'm home, there's always something for me to heat quickly. And I can stand being away from my screen for 3 minutes, so no fires.
Good for you, she teased. From there, they ate slowly, the conversation weaving in and out of all the usual topics, favorite foods, movies, music, and books. When they talked about travel, Milo was impressed by some of the places she'd gone to for the sake of an adventure, from big wave surfing in Hawaii to paragliding in New Zealand and ice climbing in Canada. In contrast, his world travels for business with limited sightseeing opportunities seemed boring. Very boring. By the time they were done eating, the cabin felt warmer. Not from the meal itself or all the candles, but from the easy intimacy that had settled in, as if the dinner had done exactly what it was meant to do. Help them get to know each other better. Nora stood and began clearing the table, and Milo helped, They put the dishes in the sink and then stared at them. "It feels wrong to leave them for someone else to do," she murmured.
"If we ate up at the restaurant, would you go to the kitchen to do the dishes?"
"No."
"Okay then. We can leave them."
He went to the refrigerator and peeked at what Connor left for them.
Apple pie, chocolate mousse, and white chocolate-covered strawberries.
She peered over his shoulder, and he almost groaned at the feel of her body pressed so intimately against his. "I'm not sure I'm ready for dessert yet. What about you?" She moved away so he could shut the door and face her.
"I'm in no rush."
That seemed to please her. Me either. They strolled back over to the sofa, picking up their wine glasses along the way. And when they sat down, he felt completely content. The lights were low, and the only sound was the faint tick of the wall clock. Nora curled into the corner of the couch, her shoes discarded so she was barefoot, her knees tucked to her chest. Milo chose to sit close, but not touching. He was close enough to feel her warmth without the pressure of anything more. Neither of them was ready to say goodnight. And he was pleasantly surprised at how they'd been in sync all night. It should have felt like there was nothing else to talk about, but the conversation continued. And continued. And continued. At some point, she had to stand and stretch, because the sofa wasn't particularly comfortable, and it should have been a reason to call it a night. But they didn't.
"Are you okay?"
he asked, concern lacing his voice. "I hate to say it, but I can't sit on that couch anymore." He frowned as he moved, and then laughed.
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything, but I think my butt's numb."
Okay, that was adorable.
"What time is the moonlight paddle?"
he asked. "Oh, we missed it. That started almost 2 hours ago. I can't believe I forgot about it." She stretched again. "But I definitely need someplace else to sit." Glancing around, his frown deepened.
"There aren't a lot of options. We can finally have dessert and maybe eat at the table?"
She thought about it for a minute, and then decided to be a little bold. Deep down, Nora knew that Milo could be trusted, that she could let her guard down and say what she was thinking without him taking it the wrong way. At least, that's what she hoped. "What if we... maybe..." Nope, it was too forward and presumptuous.
"Nora?"
He stood but didn't make a move to touch her.
"Maybe..."
Groaning, she threw caution to the wind. "Okay, fine, I was going to say maybe we could grab our dessert and eat it on the bed," she blurted out. "We could turn on the TV and just, keep hanging out and talking." He stared at her. "Of course, maybe that's wrong to even suggest eating on your friend's bed. It was nice enough of them to let us eat dinner here, but it's majorly crossing a line making ourselves comfortable in their bed." She paused. "Isn't it?" He didn't confirm or deny it for a moment, and then, without a word, he simply walked over to the refrigerator and grabbed all the desserts before heading into the primary bedroom. Smiling, Nora grabbed their glasses and followed. And just like that, they migrated from the couch to the bed without either of them quite addressing it. They tasted all the desserts, sharing them as if it was the most natural thing in the world.
"What's your favorite dessert?"
he asked, as he clicked on the TV and immediately muted it. She had just taken a bite of the apple pie, and as delicious as it was no contest. Chocolate chip cookies hot from the oven with vanilla ice cream on the side or a really tall glass of extra cold milk.
"Extra cold? You mean like frozen? As in ice cream?"
He teased. "Nope. as in just as cold as it can be before freezing. It's so good. She poked her fork around the pie again. I mean, this is really good too, but I'm not big on fruit desserts. I prefer cakes and cookies. Although that mousse was seriously decadent. I wish there was more of it.
I'll remember for next time.
That made her smile. He was already thinking about doing this again. Once dessert was done and the dishes moved aside, they got comfortable. Milo sat with his back against the headboard, the television casting a low glow across the room. Some late-night rerun was playing, but neither of them was actually watching. Nora lay on her side beside him, propped on one elbow, close enough to feel the steady rise and fall of his breathing. There was nothing sexual about it, and yet it felt even more intimate than that. It was warm and cozy, and something she felt incredibly comfortable with. If you hadn't turned into a computer whiz, what do you think you'd be doing? She asked. He looked down at her with amusement.
Seriously?
Yep.
I probably would have gone into engineering like my dad. But who knows, right? I don't think I ever had an interest in anything else. What about you? I know I've asked you this before, but if doing the outdoor thing wasn't an option, what would you do?
Her sigh was soft and yet long. The last time he asked, she didn't want to answer because she looked at him like one of her bosses, and she didn't want to admit that this really wasn't the dream anymore. But tonight, he wasn't her boss. He was her date. Sometimes I think I'd want to do something completely different. You know, like something with regular hours, where I had weekends off, vacation time, and just different.
Where do you think?
I don't know how to stop, she said quietly, picking at a loose thread on the blanket. I've spent my whole life chasing the next rush, the next thing that makes my heart pound. I don't even know who I am without that. Milo turned his head to look at her. Really look at her. Not like a problem to solve, like a person he wanted to understand.
Do you want to stop?
He asked. Yes. But she didn't say it, and instead let herself think about it. About cliff edges and open water. About how the silence used to scare her, how stillness felt like failure. I don't know, she admitted, knowing full well she was lying. I just don't know if I can do it forever. I don't know what comes after. He reached out slowly, giving her time to pull away if she wanted to. But she didn't. His fingers brushed a loose strand of hair back from her face. The touch was so gentle it made her chest ache.
Maybe you don't have to decide yet,
he said.
Maybe there's a version of you that still flies, just not every second.
Something in her softened because he understood. He didn't offer her all kinds of options or empty words. She leaned in before she could overthink it, pressing a quiet, careful kiss to his mouth. It was light, barely there, but she lingered. Milo responded in kind, slow, and unhurried, his hand coming to rest at her waist, like he was afraid to rush her, afraid to scare the moment away. They kissed again, and again. Soft mouths, warm breaths, Each one lingered a second longer than the last before they pulled back, foreheads touching, both of them smiling like they've discovered something fragile and extraordinary. "We're good," she whispered, more reassurance than question.
"We're good,"
he agreed, brushing his thumb along her jaw before letting his hand fall away. They shifted slightly, lying back side by side, the television murmuring quietly in the background. At some point, Nora curled closer, her head resting against his shoulder, his arm sliding around her in a way that felt instinctive rather than possessive. It felt comfortable, safe, the kind of closeness that didn't demand anything more. And for the first time in ages, Nora felt herself relax, truly relax. Before she knew it, her eyes felt almost too heavy to stay open. Sleep came in pieces. She would drift, wake, and drift again. At one point, she was aware of Milo's chin resting lightly on the top of her head, of his breathing syncing with hers. It was nice. There wasn't a clock in the room, and she had no idea what time it was, but the thought of getting up and leaving was beyond unappealing. Still, it was probably the right thing to do. But when she went to roll away, Milo's embrace tightened ever so slightly. "Stay," he whispered. That was it. Just one little word. And yet, it was all she needed to allow herself to finally fall into a deep sleep. Morning arrived slowly, pale light slipping through the curtains. The world outside stirred, birds chirping, wind through the trees, a day waiting to be led. She rarely slept with an alarm. Her body knew when it was time for her to get up, even when she didn't want to, because she was in the arms of a man who was starting to mean a lot to her. She shifted carefully, already knowing she had to leave. Beside her, Milo stirred, blinking awake as she sat up.
"Hey,"
he murmured, his voice rough with sleep. He glanced around in confusion, and she knew the moment panic hit.
"Damn, Nora, I'm sorry. I can't believe I fell asleep. That wasn't... I should have..."
Twisting toward him, she placed her finger over his lips. "For the record, we both fell asleep. And as you can see, we're both fully clothed. It was just an innocent sleepover, so relax. We're fine." He visibly relaxed.
"Oh. Okay. Good."
Sitting up, he raked a hand through his hair as he yawned.
"What time is it?"
"If I had to guess, I'd say around 6. But I really need to go. I've got a group hike that starts at 8. Then she frowned. I really should find my phone and check the time. They were both on their feet. Milo cleared away the remnants of their dessert and put the dishes in the sink, while Nora went in search of her phone. 6:05, she said with relief. "Awesome. I can go back to the cabin and shower and have some coffee to wake myself up." He joined her, picking up his phone and sliding it into his pocket. "What about you? What's on your agenda today?"
"We've got a meeting with our contractors to talk about the amphitheater project. It'll be me and the guys in the conference room, but when they walk the property, I'm going to stay behind because I've got to handle some stuff for my company back in Seattle."
"Sounds like a full day." He nodded.
"It will be, but it's nothing overly taxing."
"Still, it must be nice that you can work remotely," she said, sliding her shoes on and looking around for anything else she might have forgotten.
"It definitely has its perks. but I might fly back next week just to take care of a few things."
Disappointment hit her hard. "Oh."
"Maybe you could take a few days off and come with me,"
he suggested.
"I've seen a bit of your world, and I guess I'd like to show you mine."
A smile tugged at her lips. "I'd like that. I'll have to check with Slater and Lexi. The schedule's already set, so I'd have to change shifts with someone, and—"
"Then how about the following week, so they can plan for it before the schedule's set?"
"You don't have to do that. I'm sure you have reasons you are going to go home next week."
"It's nothing that can't wait. Besides, I kind of like the idea of you coming with me and seeing that I can actually handle flying in a regular-sized plane."
That made her laugh. "I guess that would be a good thing to see." Nodding again, he reached for her hand, his fingers warm and steady.
"I'll see you later."
She smiled, leaning in to kiss him until she remembered morning breath. Yeah, so I really wish I had a breath mint or something." He tugged her close.
"I feel the same way, but I'd really like to kiss you before we have to step outside and face the real world again."
Nora swore she felt her face heat. "That would be nice," she whispered. And then his lips were on hers, soft, lingering, full of things they weren't rushing into yet. When they reluctantly broke apart, he asked,
"So, can I see you later?"
"Yeah," she said. "I'd like that." They slipped out of the cabin as the sun crested the trees. She wished they had time to walk along the lake, but they'd have to do it another day. Slowly, they walked along the path without saying a word. It wasn't necessary. Milo walked her all the way to her cabin, even though they passed his along the way. And when they stepped up onto her porch, he kissed her again. And for the first time since she arrived at the resort, she hated that she had to go to work. Right now, she wanted to tug him into her cabin, lock the door, and pretend the rest of the world didn't exist for a little while longer. But maybe that was an adventure for another day. 9. Early morning walks were looking a little different since his and Nora's first date. Now they took them together. Every morning he asked if she would prefer to go out on the jet ski, because he remembered how much she said she loved starting her day on the water. But she always refused. Well, it had only been 5 days, but still. Today was the kind of morning he would have preferred to stay in bed, but when she texted and asked if he minded a little rain, he had told her no. Mainly because he didn't want to miss out on their time together when no one else was around. So here they were, on a gray and dreary morning, walking along a path they hadn't tried before. There was a definite chill in the air, mist hovered low over the water, and the path beneath Milo's sneakers was darkened by rain that hadn't quite decided what it wanted to be yet. Not a storm, not nothing, just enough drizzle to bead on his jacket and make him regret not wearing something warmer. He liked mornings like this, quiet and hushed, the world paused between asleep and awake, when it was just the two of them. No resort guests, no nosy but well-meaning friends, no responsibilities. Nora walked beside him, hands tucked into the pockets of her hoodie, her ponytail already damp and darkening at the ends. She moved easily, her stride relaxed but purposeful, like she belonged out here in a way Milo never quite did. He was still adjusting his pace, still mentally noting where the gravel shifted beneath his feet and where roots nudged up from the dirt. "So," he was saying, because apparently he couldn't stop himself, "the thing about distributed systems is that everyone assumes it's just redundancy, but really it's about fault tolerance at scale. You're designing for failure before it happens." He glanced sideways at her, Nora nodded, an encouraging smile in place, but her gaze had drifted to the lake, to the way raindrops dimpled its surface in widening circles. Oh. Milo cleared his throat.
I'm doing it again, aren't I?
She looked back at him. Doing what?
Talking about work like it's fascinating to everyone.
He gave a sheepish half smile.
You can tell me if you're bored. I won't be offended. Much.
Nora laughed, the sound bright against the muted morning. Milo, I promise I'm not bored.
You say that like you're contractually obligated.
I say that like I mean it. She bumped her shoulder lightly against his. I enjoy hearing you talk about the things you care about, even if I don't understand half of it.
Only half?
He grinned.
You're ahead of most people.
She rolled her eyes. You light up when you talk about it. You become more animated. Shrugging, she added, and I really enjoy seeing that side of you. Warmth spread through his chest.
Well,
he said, emboldened.
If you ever want a crash course in cloud architecture, I can...
A sudden crack split the air. Lightning streaked across the sky, bright and sharp, close enough that Milo felt it in his bones before the thunder followed, deep and rolling, echoing over the water. Nora stopped short. Milo stopped with her, heart thudding.
Okay,
he said, already turning back toward the cabins.
That feels like our cue.
Yep, she agreed, eyes bright now, adrenaline flickering across her face. We should run. Before he could protest, before he could remind her that run was not a word he typically associated with any part of his life, she took off down the path.
Oh, come on,
he muttered, breaking into a jog after her. The drizzle thickened almost immediately, the rain turning from polite to insistent. Nora laughed as she ran, boots splashing through shallow puddles, her pace easy and unbothered. She glanced over her shoulder, ponytail whipping. You okay back there?
I am,
Milo huffed, legs already protesting.
Regretting several life choices.
She slowed just enough to let him catch up, flashing him a grin. You're doing great.
Liar,
he said, but he couldn't stop smiling. Old habits had him wanting to be offended that she felt the need to stop and check on him, but he pushed them aside. They rounded the curve where the trees thinned and the cabins came into view, rain slicking the wooden steps and railings. Another flash of lightning illuminated everything in stark white for half a second, followed by thunder that sounded a lot closer than Milo was comfortable with. They sprinted the last stretch. Nora reached her cabin first, fumbling with the key as rain plastered her hoodie to her shoulders. Milo skidded to a stop beside her just as the door swung open, both of them laughing, breathless and soaked. She ushered them inside quickly, slamming the door shut behind them. The sudden quiet was startling. Rain drummed against the roof, steady and loud now, and the air inside smelled faintly of pine and coffee. He knew how much she enjoyed her morning coffee and always had a cup before she did almost anything else in the morning. Nora leaned back against the door, chest rising and falling, cheeks flushed from exertion. Milo braced his hands on his knees, catching his breath.
Okay,
he said between breaths.
I officially acknowledge that you are significantly more athletic than I am.
She laughed again, pushing off the door. You kept up.
Barely.
But you did. She shrugged. It still counts. She crossed the room to the small linen closet and grabbed a couple of towels, tossing one to him. Here, before you drip all over the place. He caught it, wiping rain from his hair, his glasses, his face. The quiet settled around them again. Watching her dry off was mesmerizing, and he couldn't help but wish he were that towel, gently rubbing all over her body. Obviously, he kept that thought to himself. The last 5 days had been pretty amazing and unexpected. When they weren't being so defensive around each other, they realized there was something special between them. They spent most of their free time together either out walking or having their meals together, and most nights they would end up back here at her cabin where they would kiss until he thought he'd lose his mind. But he was always respectful, never pushing for anything more than she was willing to give. Unfortunately, he couldn't get a read on whether she wanted more from him, or if she was fine with them making out like they were teenagers back in high school. She wasn't giving him any clues, and honestly, he was too afraid to ask, because he didn't want to make her uncomfortable. It was a hell of a predicament. Across the room, Nora's phone buzzed on the kitchen counter. She picked it up, frowning slightly, before her expression shifted into something like relief.
Huh. What?
Milo asked. She turned the screen toward him. Trail advisory, storm warning, all guided hikes canceled until further notice. Milo blinked.
All of them?
All of them. Slater takes weather warnings seriously, so I'm guessing this is just the beginning of a storm system moving through. She set the phone down and looked around the cabin as if seeing it differently now. Which means... Pausing, she met his gaze. We've got nothing but time this morning. Outside, the rain kept falling, and Milo had the sudden, unmistakable feeling that this moment, this detour, had turned into something else entirely. But he was also cautiously optimistic. The last thing he wanted to do was embarrass himself by misreading the situation. But when he glanced up and saw how she had somehow moved closer, he stilled as he scanned her face. She met his gaze and didn't look away. There was warmth there, and something searching, too, as if she'd finally set down whatever defenses she usually carried. The air between them seemed to still, the distant rumble of thunder fading, until all Milo could register was how close she stood. Her breath brushed his skin when she exhaled, soft and unhurried, and he had the sudden, unmistakable sense that if he moved even an inch closer, she wouldn't step back. She wasn't joking or deflecting now. Whatever she was offering him didn't need words. It was an invitation, clear enough that his pulse kicked up just recognizing it. Thank God. Swallowing hard, he closed the distance between them even as he reached up and gently caressed the line of her jaw. Her skin was so soft, and as his fingers softly glided down the side of her neck, he caught the slight hitch in her breathing. Her dark eyes slowly shut, and she whispered his name. Never in his life had anyone made his name sound sexier than she did in that moment. His other hand rested on her hip, just as he lowered his head, placing the barest of kisses on her cheek. "Tell me this is okay," he murmured against her skin. "Tell me it's okay for me to touch you." She made that low, throaty sound that he loved so much, right before she breathlessly replied, "Yes." He kissed her cheek, the line of her jaw, her throat, all the while loving the way her breathing changed and quickened. His hands lovingly roamed from her waist to her back, stopping briefly to squeeze her bottom, before smoothing back up and carefully removing the clip from her hair. Nora's head slowly fell back with a soft sigh as his hands anchored in her damp hair. Pressing his mouth to her throat, he kissed and nipped his way up until he was a breath away from her lips. She instantly lifted her head and met his gaze, and all he could think was how she was the sexiest woman he'd ever seen. "Kiss me, Milo," she whispered. "Kiss me, and don't stop." Relief washed over him in a wave as his arm banded around her. "I was waiting for you to ask," he said, his voice low, steady, like he'd already decided what he'd do the moment she did. Part of his brain was screaming, "Finally." But rushing wasn't his style. From everything she'd shared with him about her past, she was used to guys pouncing and simply taking, so he was very conscious of his next move, just like he knew he would be. He smiled at her. "You're so beautiful," he murmured, before lifting his hand again, giving her time to pull away if she wanted to. But he already knew she wouldn't. His fingers brushed lightly along her jaw before settling there. When she didn't move, when she leaned into the touch instead, something steady and certain unfurled in his chest. Confidently, he pulled her impossibly closer, close enough that he could feel the warmth of her, the quiet hitch in her breath. Their foreheads touched briefly, a pause that felt almost reverent, before he tipped his head and kissed her. It was unhurried, careful at first, like he was learning the shape of her mouth, letting the moment settle. When she responded, soft but sure, he deepened it just enough to tell her he was there with her, fully, not rushing, not pulling away, just present, letting the kiss say everything he hadn't yet found words for. Her arms came around him as she hummed seductively, and before he knew it, they were slowly making their way across the room. At first, he thought she was leading him to the couch, but she wasn't. They didn't stop until they were in her bedroom and next to her bed. By then, both his hands anchored in her hair as one kiss led to another, each one going deeper and wetter. Nora's hands fisted in his shirt as she kicked her sneakers off, and when she finally broke the kiss, she looked sexy and like a woman who had been thoroughly kissed. Her hoodie went flying without him even realizing she was taking it off. And then she was standing there in her dark yoga pants and a tiny little tank top that left little to the imagination. And he'd been imagining her a lot lately, but the reality was so much better than anything his mind had conjured up. They were both quiet, but he could sense that Nora was holding back. "Say it," he quietly urged. "Whatever you're thinking, say it." A smile tugged at her lips for a moment, before she stepped in close and smoothed her hand under his shirt. "I've been thinking about this all week," she told him, her voice soft, with just a hint of vulnerability. "I've thought about touching you, and you touching me. And now that we're here, I can tell that you're being very cautious." He nodded. "Stop it," she said bluntly. "You're here because I want you here. I'm kissing you and touching you because it's what I want."
okay, but...
Her finger over his lips silenced him. No buts, Milo. You have no idea how much it means to me that you're being so considerate. But that's not what I want right now. I don't think it's what either of us wants. He swallowed hard.
Tell me what you want, Nora. Anything. And it's yours.
Her smile grew into something mischievous, even as her hand continued to gently caress his chest. I want to see what you're like when you lose control, she murmured against his lips. I want to see what happens when you're not all neat and tidy.
You think I'm neat and tidy?
Groaning, she rolled her eyes before focusing on him again. I want to be the one who makes you forget all about being cautious. I want... He never let her finish. They had a way of talking too much, and he was done with it. The last thing he wanted Nora thinking about was how he was a careful, cautious, and tidy man. If she wanted to see him lose control, he would gladly give her that fantasy. He silenced her words with a kiss that bordered on brutal. In his entire life, he'd never felt this kind of urgency, need to claim a woman. But that's what he wanted. And apparently Nora wanted that from him, because she was wrapped around him like a vine. In the blink of an eye, they landed on the bed with a soft bounce. Rolling Nora beneath him, he tore his mouth from hers as he braced himself above her. Don't you dare pull away from me, Milo, she murmured. But he shook his head.
I'm not going anywhere,
he assured her. Good. When her hands fisted in his shirt again, he let her pull him down to her. Let her be the one to kiss him. And after that, it was hard to say who was in control. It was all passion and madness, and the best day of his damn life. She cried out his name, and he assured her once again, I've got you. And he did. The rain was still pounding on the roof, and Nora was more than okay with it. It sort of matched the pounding of her heart. Right now, she and Milo were naked and tangled under the blankets, and it was just about the most perfect thing in the world. Beside her, he was just as breathless as she was, and it made her smile. She'd made Milo Keene lose control, and he was so freaking sexy when he did that, and she couldn't wait to make him do it again. They lay like that for several long moments, neither wanting to move right away. But the quiet was getting to her, and she casually shifted, rolling onto her side, but keeping their legs tangled together. She loved having him close enough that she could still feel the warmth of him, like it had soaked into her skin. The storm outside was starting to quiet to a steady rain, and something in her felt settled too. The sharp edge of anticipation replaced with an easy, unfamiliar calm. Unfamiliar, but completely lovely. Ugh, lovely? Who am I? She let out a soft breath, almost a laugh. Well, she said, glancing up at him. That escalated in the best possible way. Milo smiled, relaxed in a way she had never seen before.
Yeah,
he said.
No complaints.
The silence that followed wasn't awkward. It felt earned. Nora tipped her head back against the pillows, staring at the ceiling. I rarely do impulsive, she said. At least, not anymore. It wasn't meant as a warning, just the truth. I know, he said gently. Me neither. I like plans, structure, knowing where I stand. She smiled at that, because that was an extremely accurate description of him. I figured that out about you pretty much from the start. You're a guy who lives by schedules and spreadsheets. He huffed a quiet laugh, then sobered. I think that's why I didn't push, he said after a moment. I didn't want this to feel like something we penciled in. That landed deeper than she expected. Nora turned her head, really looking at him now. I appreciate that, she said. Then, after a pause she didn't quite plan for, I don't trust easily. His gaze stayed steady on hers, no pressure there, just listening. I've been the girl who jumps in even when I know I shouldn't, she went on, her voice softer. The one who convinces herself that chemistry is the same thing as a connection. It took me a while to learn the difference. Something shifted in his expression. I get that, he said quietly. I tend to overcorrect. Keep things contained, safe. A beat. Sometimes I wait too long. Nora felt the weight of that settle between them. She nodded once. Maybe this is us meeting in the middle. His smile was slow and thoughtful. I like that. She let her shoulder brush his, deliberate this time, grounding herself in the moment. His arm went around her, gently hugging her close. Whatever this was, it felt different. Not rushed, not fragile, just real. And for once, that felt like enough. So many questions floated through her mind. What did this mean? Where were they going from here? Was this serious? Did he want it to be? Did she? I can't wait to show you Seattle, he said after a few quiet moments. Although I have a feeling you'll really get a kick out of how out of my element I am here. She knew he was going for light and teasing, but it made something in her ache. Like she wanted to go back and kick herself for ever making fun of him. If you were really uncomfortable in this element, I think you would have found a way to do all the things you're doing remotely, she reasoned. I think you keep telling yourself that you're out of your element, when really it's not as bad as you make it sound. She felt him shrug. Maybe. Still, I bet you've never felt out of your element. You seem like the type of person who feels comfortable no matter where you are. That was an interesting observation, and he wasn't completely wrong. There's a difference between feeling comfortable and adapting. Because of what I do for a living, I've learned to adapt to my surroundings. We've talked about the places I've traveled to and the things I've done, but it's not like I wanted to settle down in any of them. Do you ever think about that? Like putting roots down somewhere? Oof. That was something she didn't think she would share with him, but her mouth didn't get the memo. Okay, so I love what I do, but feel like I've hit a point where I'd really like to do a little less guiding and adventure stuff and see what having a normal life is like. That was the appeal of coming here to Harbortown.
Really?
Nodding, she explained. Slater told me about the resort, but he really made the town feel like the kind of place where I could slow down and maybe experience the next phase of my life without living out of a suitcase or a backpack, she added with a small laugh. But then again, I don't know if I'd be happy slowing down completely. Being here, working at the resort, offers me the best of both worlds. He made a non-committal sound. My siblings are all married and have settled down, and while all the adrenaline activities are still hobbies for them, none of them made a career out of them.
You don't strike me as a follower. If you feel you're ready for a change, I'd like to believe it's because it's something you feel strongly about, not because it's what your siblings have done.
And she knew they were only partly the reason she was thinking about slowing down. It's a lonely life, she admitted. I'm with groups of people all the time, but they're always there with their friends or families, and I'm just the outsider leading the group. It used to be fun and fulfilling, but not so much anymore. And that's all she was going to admit to. She'd already told Lexi, Maisie, and Harlow about how much she wanted to meet someone, fall in love, and have the house with the picket fence. There was no way she was going to tell Milo that. Especially after spending the last hour having the best sex of her life. Ugh, how awkward would that be? Like, oh hey, thanks for all the orgasms. Have I mentioned how I'm looking to fall in love and settle down with a nice guy like you? No.
I get the loneliness,
he said, interrupting her thoughts.
I work so much that I just forget that there's a world outside of the office. I've spent so much of my life on this trajectory, one where I'm at the top of my game with technology, that it's all I think about.
He paused.
Other than the guys here, you're the only person I've ever allowed myself to be distracted by.
Oh, wow. It's the same for me, she told him. I've had a lot of not great interactions with people I've met while doing this job. Not here specifically, but...
No, I know what you're saying.
Sometimes it was the guests, but sometimes it was other guides or bosses, so... She sighed. Thank you for showing me that not every guy is a creep. Smiling up at him, she added, thanks for being one of the good ones. They both grew quiet again, and she had a feeling he didn't know how to respond to the compliment. But then he did.
Most of my life, I've been told I'm a nice guy, a good friend, I'm smart, I'm a pioneer in my field. And while those are all very kind compliments, they always felt generic and one-dimensional. But what you just said, I know you meant it. Like, deep down meant it. So, thank you. They could probably lie there thanking each other all morning, but that wasn't what she wanted. Slowly and deliberately, so he knew exactly what she was thinking, Nora maneuvered herself until she was straddling him. Smiling, she leaned down and kissed him. Sweetly at first, but she didn't bother pretending she was just testing the waters. She wanted him again, and took the kiss deeper. When his hand reached up and anchored ever so roughly in her hair, it thrilled her. That's right. I made him lose control. And I'm going to do it again. With one hand in her hair
and the other braced on her lower back, holding her to him. She wanted to assure him she wasn't going anywhere. She was exactly where she wanted to be. 10. The next day, Milo was sitting at his new desk in his newly finished office, staring at the plans for the amphitheater. There wasn't much he needed to do. They had covered everything at the meeting the other day. But there was a part of him that needed, to add something of his own to the project, something technical that would make people want to come and stay at the resort because their shows did something no other amphitheater did. He had a list of ideas that he shared with everyone, but the only feedback he got was a sea of confused looks.
Hey, Milo.
Looking up, he saw Walker standing in the doorway.
Hey, what's up?
Walker grinned as he took in the space.
Wow, Maisie did a great job in here. I thought for sure you were going to go with the whole minimalist glass and metal vibe you have back in Seattle. Yeah, well, that was the plan, but the wrong desk got ordered, so...
Chuckling, Walker shook his head.
Dude, you don't believe that, do you? What do you mean? I mean, come on. This desk looks nothing like the one you probably ordered. Not only that, but the office got completed relatively fast. Almost like everything else was already in place to match it.
That would mean...
Maisie wouldn't do that, he countered. We talked about it, and she was fine with everything I picked out.
All Walker did was shrug.
If you say so.
But now he couldn't be sure. Damn it. Frowning, he pushed the thought aside.
Anyway, so what's up? Reese Barrett is here to talk about the amphitheater. Did we have an appointment?
He automatically pulled up his calendar on his phone, but didn't see anything.
No, but he had some ideas and wanted to run them by us. Slater's on a hike, Connor's not in today since he's meeting with some contractor about the new house, and Axel's dealing with the land surveyors, so it's just me and you. Do you have time? Yeah, sure.
When he went to stand, Walker stopped him.
We can meet in here if that's okay with you, or would you prefer the conference room? This works. I'll be right back.
He was back a minute later with Reese. Milo stood and shook his hand before they all sat down.
What can we do for you? I appreciate you both making the time for me,
Reese began.
There were so many people here with us the other day between architects, engineers, designers, and whatnot. I thought it might be nice if I could put my 2 cents in as a lifelong resident of Harbortown.
Milo and Walker briefly exchanged glances before motioning for him to continue.
Look, I've lived here my whole life. My parents owned the ice cream shop in town, the Daily Scoop. I got into carpentry when I was still in high school, and then I went to work for local contractors before branching out on my own, which really happened because of this project. I was working for someone else, but they weren't putting the time into a job of this scale. So I got my general contractor's license, and here I am.
Milo wasn't sure where this was leading, so he simply listened.
With the resort opening, it's brought a lot of work to the area, but I'm also branching out. I've got a place in Albany, and I've been dividing my time between here and there based on the jobs. He went on. This amphitheater... Well,
pausing, he turned his attention to Milo.
You've got a lot of big plans for it. Technical stuff that you said you hadn't worked out yet. And I got the feeling it's going to be the kind of plans that will take the engineers a little extra time to work out.
Walker leaned forward slightly.
I get the feeling you're trying to back out of the job, Reese.
He said it casually without accusation, simply stating a fact.
I'm not backing out, it's just...
Another pause.
I just signed a contract for a couple of houses in Albany. They're not going to demand all of my time, but for the next month, they will. So I guess I'm asking if you would rather hire another contractor for the amphitheater. And no hard feelings if you do, I just prefer not to be standing still.
The nervous laugh that followed felt very familiar to Milo. The man was hard-working and almost felt bad about it. He exchanged glances with Walker again, and it was a no-brainer.
Reese, we want you on this project. You've been with us since the beginning, and the last thing we want to do is keep you from other jobs,
Walker said.
And you're right,
Milo chimed in.
There are a lot of things that will need to be worked out, but I plan on sitting down with the engineers when I get back from Seattle and talking things through with them. I have several ideas, but I want to talk to my team back home to see if we can make them work.
To say that Reese looked relieved was an understatement.
You said a lot of things in the meeting, and I think I sort of, well, it's okay to say you zoned out,
Walker joked.
When Milo gets an idea, he gives everyone the really technical description, and we all just smile and nod before walking away and wondering what the hell he was talking about.
Milo rolled his eyes.
I'm not that bad. No, but most of what you do is in a language the average person just doesn't understand,
Walker countered.
So why don't you try to give us a simple explanation of some of the things you're going to work on? Fine, but some of these are just ideas. There's no guarantee that we'll use them.
Both Reese and Walker nodded.
Okay, I'll try to make it make sense,
he murmured.
First, I was thinking of an adaptive spatial audio system. The sound would automatically adjust based on audience size, weather conditions, and performer movements. Essentially, the result would be no bad seats. It's about the experience rather than doing anything flashy. See, that wasn't so hard, right?
Walker asked with amusement. Milo wasn't listening. He just went on to the next idea.
Then I was thinking about using smart environmental tech. Maybe a weather-responsive canopy system. The canopy would automatically respond to wind, rain, and the overall temperature. It can deploy partially for shade or fully for storms. It would have to be made of a lightweight but durable material. That sounds amazing,
Reese commented.
Of course, we could also look into climate-sensing comfort zones, he continued. Heat sensors that monitor audience density, fans and radiant heaters that can be activated by zone, but a system that keeps guests comfortable without visible machinery. Is that even possible?
Walker asked.
Anything is possible,
Milo replied.
Like, what about an augmented lighting system?
The idea just came to him. We could have smart lights that adjust the color temperature as the sun sets. He quickly made a note of it on his phone. I can see it having a gradual transition from daylight to evening ambiance, and it would make sunset shows feel cinematic.
Sure, but all that just seems like a bit much for a venue that's just for the resort,
Walker said carefully.
I'm not sure we need all of that. Do you, Reese? That would depend on what kind of shows you were going for.
We can create an app, Milo said absently, adding that to his notes. Make it an integrated seating and experience where it would give directions to their seats, show notes, and set lists, drink delivery options.
Milo.
Naturally, guests can opt out or have silent notifications.
Milo.
But the big thing really is sustainable power integration, solar panels that are integrated into surrounding structures or into the landscape away from any guest experience, battery storage for night performances, and naturally we want the amphitheater to run independently, especially during a power outage. We don't want the guest experience to be ruined. Walker sighed loudly before repeating his name for the third time.
What? Everything you just explained, while understandable, just seems like a lot. Again, like way more than what we need. You're overthinking this. We need to narrow it down to a few of those options so we can stay within the budget. I'd cover any overages if it's my suggestions that make us run over. Not the point,
Walker said wearily, before looking at Reese.
So, yeah. Go and do what you need to do in Albany, and we'll obviously keep you in the loop on where things land. Thanks, Walker. I appreciate it.
He went to stand, but Milo stopped him.
There's one thing that's non-negotiable,
Milo said sternly.
I don't want a lot of trees removed for this.
Reese looked mildly stunned.
Okay, we can certainly try, but depending on the piece of land you pick, that may not be something we can control. Then I'll talk to the land surveyors when they get back with Axel. I just feel like the landscape needs to be protected. I'll do what I can,
Reese assured him, reaching over and shaking his hand.
Thanks, Reese, and we'll be in touch,
Walker said. They both waited until the contractor was gone before they spoke.
What was that all about?
Walker demanded.
Kind of late in the game to be playing the Don't Destroy the Trees card.
Raking a hand through his hair, he leaned back in his chair and sighed.
I know. Slater mentioned a conversation he and Nora had a few weeks ago, and she's mentioned it to me, and it just made sense.
Walker sat down with a loud groan.
So you're already at that phase of the relationship, huh? What phase? Where you throw your own ideas out the window and start thinking like she does.
The bark of laughter was out before he could stop it.
That's rich, coming from the guy who was going to make this an upscale deluxe resort until his girlfriend told him not to. Harlow didn't tell me. Oh, she told you, and we all agreed, and she was right. Who's to say Nora isn't? No one likes big developers coming around and cutting down all the trees. That's not anything new. I'm just asking for there to be a consideration about how many trees we remove.
For a moment, neither said a word.
This thing with Nora,
Walker began.
Is it serious? It could be.
And without overthinking it, he added,
I want it to be. I thought the two of you couldn't stand each other. I seem to remember Slater trying to keep you two apart at one point. There were multiple misunderstandings. Once we had an actual conversation, we realized that there was something there. You two don't strike me as having anything in common,
Walker said with a laugh, and for some reason, it rubbed Milo the wrong way.
What the hell difference does it make to you? It didn't look like you and Harlow had anything in common, but that didn't stop you from falling for each other. And look at Axel and Maisie. On paper, they don't make sense, and yet they're in love. Milo. No. So, I'm the only one who's not allowed to have someone fall for me unless she's a computer nerd like I am? Is that what you're saying? That is not what I'm saying. All I meant was I am so tired of everyone judging me and thinking that only a certain type of woman would be attracted to me. If she were a librarian, you never would have said a damn word. But because she's outdoorsy and vivacious, something's not right.
He huffed with annoyance.
Well, screw you, Walker.
And with that, he stood up and stormed out of the office, only to realize it was his office. Turning around, he stormed right back in. This is my office. You leave. But as he sat down, he noticed that Walker just seemed to make himself more comfortable. The bastard.
Want to talk about it?
About what? Milo asked with annoyance.
Whatever brought on that little outburst?
You brought on that outburst.
No. I clearly touched a nerve, so what gives?
The last thing he wanted was to have this conversation, but there was no way out of it without looking like a total ass.
Everyone looks at me and puts me in this box. I'm quiet and studious, so clearly only quiet and studious women would find me attractive. Milo, you and I have known each other since we were 5, and I have never uttered those words, and I never would because I don't believe that. Yeah, well, then maybe not everyone, but most people. That's fair, but who cares what other people think? I honestly didn't mean anything disrespectful in what I said. I'm just, I don't know, not baffled, but nope, baffled fits. I'm baffled by this relationship. Nora does all the things that you hate. And that I do know about you, and not in a derogatory way. It's a fact. You've said countless times how much you don't enjoy all the outdoor activities. And I still don't. But I'm realizing that we don't have to like all the same things. Plus, it's new, you know? And right now, those differences aren't a big deal. Maybe at some point they will be, but that's a problem for another day. I'm kind of living in the moment, and it's good. Then that's awesome. Good for you. You deserve to be happy. And if Nora is the one who makes you feel that way, then that's amazing. Thanks, he murmured. But what? That thanks sounded like there was more to it.
He shifted a bit, feeling uncomfortable about what he was about to say.
Nora talks to me like I'm just a regular guy. Because you are a regular guy. No. I mean, she doesn't talk to me about business and tech stuff, or try to be intellectually stimulating, he said carefully. We just talk. Other than you and the guys, no one has ever been like that with me.
He shrugged.
I like it. I enjoy being able to just relax and laugh and talk about everything and nothing. I get that. Not that she's dumbing down the conversation. She's just being herself, and I find her fascinating.
With a smile, Walker got to his feet.
Then don't let me and my big stupid mouth or anyone else's ruin it for you. Enjoy this new side of yourself. I'm trying. When do you leave for Seattle? We're flying out on Sunday. We? Nora's coming with me.
His friend looked like he had something to say, but kept it to himself.
Have a good time, and keep me posted on any of the amphitheater stuff.
He walked out, leaving Milo wondering what he was going to say, and why he kept it to himself. So this is how the other half lives. The thought looped through Nora's mind, starting the moment they boarded the plane to Seattle. First class. She'd been flying commercial since she was a kid, but always coach, always counting rows and legroom. This felt like another universe entirely. Champagne appeared before she'd even settled in. Hot towels, real plates. A full 3-course meal she barely tasted because she was too busy wondering if she was doing any of this wrong. By the time they landed, she already felt slightly off balance. A large black SUV was waiting for them on the curb, the driver in a crisp uniform. Milo had been on a call, murmuring into his phone, so Nora simply climbed in and watched the city roll past the tinted windows. Glass and steel, water and skyline. It all felt surreal, like she'd stepped into someone else's life. A ridiculous comparison flickered through her mind. Pretty Woman, minus the prostitution. And she huffed a quiet laugh at herself. Still, this was nothing she'd ever experienced. They pulled up to a building that didn't scream extravagance at first glance. Clean lines, understated, almost modest considering everything else. The driver unloaded their luggage and confirmed he'd be back in 2 hours before driving off. So, you have a driver? She asked, rolling her suitcase along behind Milo. Not usually, he said easily. Before she could process that, an actual doorman opened the door for them. Welcome home, Mr. Keene. It's nice to see you. Let me take your bags. Thanks, Jeffrey, Milo replied. This is Nora Wilder. She'll be staying with me. The older man smiled warmly at her. It's nice to meet you, Ms. Wilder. And just like that, her suitcase was gone. Nora stepped into the lobby and slowed without meaning to. There was no way this was real life. It felt more like a 5-star hotel than a place where people actually lived. The furniture was elegant but inviting. classical music drifting softly through the space. Everything was keycard access, and there was polished stone beneath her feet. She tried not to stare, and failed miserably. In the elevator, Milo's hand rested low on her back, grounding and steady. He smiled at her once, like he knew exactly what was going through her head, but he didn't comment. She noticed Jeffrey swipe another keycard to make the elevator move, and when the doors finally opened, they were facing a marble entryway with only 2 doors. Jeffrey opened the one on the right, set their luggage just inside, then stepped back.
"Is there anything I can get for you, sir?"
"I think we're good," Milo said, tipping him before the door closed. Nora lingered in the doorway, suddenly aware of herself, of her shoes, her clothes, the fact that she really didn't belong here. She was used to living in rustic cabins, crappy apartments, and even campers and tents. That's where she was comfortable. That was the world she knew. This wasn't. It wasn't jealousy exactly, but more like standing on unfamiliar ground and realizing just how different she and Milo were. She opened her mouth to say something, maybe a joke, maybe a deflection, but then she caught sight of the view and forgot how to speak. Floor-to-ceiling windows, the city spread out below them, water, lights, sky. Holy shit, Milo. She heard his quiet chuckle as he joined her at the glass.
"Kind of spectacular, right? That's why I bought the place."
"You have a view of the Space Needle," she said, incredulous. "Seriously?" And just like that, the reality of his world settled in, leaving her a little breathless. He didn't seem overly impressed, but that was probably because this was the norm for him.
It was a big selling point, although I'm rarely home to enjoy it. On a typical day, I'm in the office by 8, and my day lasts at least 12 hours.
They'd talked about his insane work ethic, and now that she saw where he lived, it seemed even more insane. "Milo, have you looked at this place? The view?" she asked with a laugh. "I mean, come on. I'd work from home if I were you."
The amenities are pretty awesome, too. 24-hour doorkeepers, concierge, fitness center, indoor pool and spa, rooftop terrace, and recreation space.
Ugh, now you're just bragging. I thought I was living large because housekeeping comes to my cabin once a week to change the sheets and bring me fresh towels. She said it lightly, but there was a tiny part of her that wanted to hate him for not appreciating what he had. The tips of his ears turned red, just like they always did when he was mildly embarrassed. The last thing she wanted to do was embarrass him, so she opted to distract him. Holding out her hand to him, she said, "Come on, show me around."
"It's just an apartment, Nora,"
he murmured, sliding his hands into his pockets. "No, this is your home, and I'd love for you to show me around."
"Fine."
Gently, she reached for his wrist, pulling at least one hand from his pocket. "How many bedrooms?"
"2,"
he said.
"And 3 bathrooms."
"Nice." The living room was all white, an oversized sectional, floor-to-ceiling windows along one wall and custom built-ins on another. He led her to the kitchen, which looked like a chef's dream. "Wow. Has Connor ever been here?"
"Once. And I had to drag him away so we could go out to eat. He wanted to cook, but he was here as a guest, so..."
"You should have let him play. I bet he would have felt like a kid at Disneyland." That made him chuckle. The dining table could easily fit 8 people, and the artwork on the wall looked museum quality. Not that she knew much about art. Next, he led her into the massive primary suite. All the decor matched the rest of the place, whites, grays, and tans. But this space not only had a wall of windows, but also a pair of sliding glass doors that led out to a private balcony. The ensuite was spa-worthy. and he had a small office space off the opposite side of the room. Milo, this is just... wow. Shaking her head, she laughed. I should probably think of another word to describe it, but it's incredible. How are you even tolerating living in the cabin back at the resort? If I lived in a place like this, there's no way I would willingly downsize to a rustic 2-room cabin. He shrugged. Like I said, I don't spend a lot of time here, and I'm comfortable at the resort because that's where all my friends are. It was said so casually, but it still made her sad. Surely you have friends here in Seattle. Another shrug. Coworkers, acquaintances. Do you ever entertain? Like, you have all this amazing space. Do you host parties or even meetings here? No. The only people who have ever been here are my parents, all the guys, Walker, Axel, Connor, and Slater, and my assistant, Evie. She eyed him warily. You've never brought a woman back here after a date? Like, ever? Nora. What? You know what I'm saying, Milo. And you don't have to worry. I know you've slept with other women. You're not going to offend me. But he simply shook his head. The only person to sleep in this bed is me. And for some reason, that thrilled her. More than it should have. Slowly, she strolled over to the bed, gently running her hand over the soft fabric of the duvet. She paused for a moment, considering all the windows, and Milo clearly read her mind. "Watch this," he said gruffly. Taking his time, he walked over to one of the bedside tables and picked up a remote before hitting a button. Then, one by one, blinds came down, covering the windows and the sliding glass doors. Not that it was overly impressive or even innovative. It was just one more aspect to the penthouse that emphasized how different their lives were. "You've really thought of everything," she said, her breath hitching as he moved closer. Well, I don't know about that, but I have one regret. Just one? Nodding, he kept moving closer, like a predator stalking its prey. Dark eyes met hers, and it took her a minute to remember he was talking about something. Which was fine, she supposed, but all she wanted was for him to scoop her up in his arms and toss her on the bed. I have self-control. I have self-control. I have self-control. Wait. Do I? Now that he was close enough to touch, Nora's hands began to roam over his chest, his abs, his arms. She watched as he swallowed hard, and his eyes drifted closed. The moan of pleasure he let out was sexy as hell. "What's your regret?" she forced herself to ask, but it came out sounding breathless and a little needy. If it were possible, Nora pressed herself even more firmly against him as Milo reached up and anchored his hand in her hair. "Not doing this sooner," he said, dipping his head down to capture her lips with his. The kiss was deep and wet and so full of promise that she simply wrapped herself around him. His arms banded around her, and she found it was one of her favorite places to be. When they were together, no matter where, she craved this connection, loved the feel of his arms, the warmth of him, the scent of his shampoo. They were the kind of things she never paid attention to before, but now they were all she thought about. Milo nipped at her bottom lip, and she cursed the fact that they were still dressed, but knew it would be rectified soon. Lifting his head, he whispered her name. "If you're looking for me to state exactly what I want right now, I'll tell you. I want you to pick me up and toss me down on the bed. Then I want you right there on top of me, where we'll hopefully get naked very soon." Reaching up, he cupped her face and gave her a grin that was sexy as hell. "Nora Wilder, you may very well be my every damn fantasy come to life." "Good," she said confidently, as she leaped up to wrap her legs around his waist. And just as she asked, he grabbed her ass and grinned as he turned them toward the bed. But he didn't toss her. Instead, he gently lowered her onto it and followed her down, stretching out beside her. Fighting the urge to growl with frustration that he wasn't kissing her, she rolled onto her side to face him. "So, tossing not your thing?" He laughed softly. "It didn't feel like a tossing moment. Maybe later." Winking, he shifted closer and maneuvered them, rolling her beneath him. Finally. Nora slid her hands up and over his shoulders before skimming down his back, just as his lips claimed hers again. Kissing him was so addictive. It was probably one of her favorite things to do, mainly because he took his time and savored the moment. He never rushed, and it was never sloppy or awkward, just deep and meaningful. And she never knew kissing could make you feel that way either. Actually, every aspect, every feeling she experienced with him was new and a little scary. Seeing how he lived really hit her hard, but she refused to focus on that right now. The man was kissing and rubbing and moving against her in all the best ways. So she let herself focus fully on him, skimming her hands up under his polo shirt and slowly lifting it up. He was on the same page because he quickly sat up, pulled the shirt up and over his head before he dove in for another kiss. After that, playtime and bantering were over. They were both on a mission to touch and tease and kiss every inch of each other. It was a little wild, a little frantic, and incredibly sexy. She scratched her nails down his back and made him hiss. He sucked on her nipples and then gently bit down, making her back arch off the bed. They rolled around, limbs tangling together as articles of clothing went flying. By the time they were both naked, Nora knew this first time wasn't going to be slow. And she was more than okay with it. With Milo's mouth doing incredibly wicked things to every spot he touched, she was slowly going insane. "Milo," she panted. "Now, please." Yeah, begging was totally new to her. And when Milo lifted his head and looked at her, she knew she'd willingly do it again and again, just to see that heated look on his face. And as he crawled up over her, he was no longer the millionaire with the fabulous penthouse. He was just a man. Her man. And she really wanted him to stay that way. 11. He was a man who lived by spreadsheets and schedules, and being with Nora meant throwing all of those things away. They were supposed to be getting ready for dinner at one of his favorite restaurants, but instead, he was standing in his bathroom watching her bury herself under a mountain of bubbles in his tub.
That seems a little excessive.
He teased, leaning against the door jamb. Clearly, you've just never experienced the wonders of a bubble bath. This is how it's done.
Somehow I doubt that.
He glanced at his watch.
Our dinner reservations are in 30 minutes and the drive should take around 20, so...
Her head rested against the back of the tub, her eyes closed. Some things can't be rushed. I've never been in a tub this big. It's practically a religious experience.
I'll have to take your word for it.
If you want me to get out, you'll have to swim in and get me. He looked at his watch again and considered the options. He could move their reservation, but that would mean changing the time for the car to pick them up and bring them home. And maybe there wouldn't be a later reservation open, and... I can hear you thinking from here, she said mildly, never moving from her relaxed position.
I'm just trying to figure out how to change things.
Something he really hated doing.
But just for reference's sake, how long does a bubble bath take?
Milo.
Okay, forget I asked.
Quietly, he turned and walked back into the bedroom and went in search of his phone. First, he called the restaurant and changed their arrival time. The owners knew him, and he was pleased when they said it wouldn't be a problem. Then he texted his driver and updated him as well. With that done, he slowly padded back to the bathroom and found Nora exactly as he had left her. As quietly as he could, he undressed and approached the tub, crouching down beside it. Gently, he cleared his throat and waited for her to open her eyes and look at him.
Did you know that there are jets you can turn on?
I did, but I didn't want to just assume it was okay to use them.
What's mine is yours,
he said, and it surprised him how true that was. Yes, this was his home and these were his things, but she was important to him, and he wanted her to be comfortable here. Reaching over, he turned the jets on low.
Mind if I join you?
Her entire face lit up. Are you kidding me? I was hoping you would. It was awkward as hell, but he climbed in behind her so she could relax against his chest. This was a first, and once they fitted themselves together, he found it was quite a pleasant experience, one he wouldn't mind repeating when they didn't have anything else to do. They sat in the tub, letting the jets pulse over their bodies as the bubbles seemed to multiply. Milo rested his head next to Nora's and simply enjoyed the sensation of having her in his arms. After several long minutes, he whispered,
Okay, I can see the appeal of a bubble bath.
She hummed with appreciation. Right. Can we sleep here? Laughing softly, he said,
We'd be pruny by morning.
I don't have the strength to care, she murmured, shifting slightly. They returned to an amicable silence. The sound of the water jets was the only thing they could hear. It was nice that they didn't feel the need to keep talking. Actually, it was nice to see Nora so comfortable being still. The woman was always on the move, and she rarely seemed to take time to just relax. So when she did, he let her. Sometime later, he felt the water cooling and whispered Nora's name.
I think it's time to pull the plug.
She sat forward as he stood and carefully stepped from the tub. Grabbing one of the towels from the heated rack, he wrapped it around his waist before grabbing a second one for her. She stood, heedless of her own nakedness, and he swore he'd never seen a sexier sight as the water cascaded off her magnificent body. Swallowing hard, all he could think of was how she looked like Aphrodite, and she took his breath away. When she shivered, he wrapped the plush towel around her and held her hand as she gracefully climbed from the tub.
"Wait here,"
he said as he stepped away and walked over to his closet. In less than a minute, he came back with a robe for her. "Thanks," she said with a serene smile. "Mine is in my suitcase, and I think it's still by the front door." After quickly drying off, she turned and let him help her put it on. "Is this silk? You don't strike me as the silk robe type." That made him chuckle.
"I'm really not, but my parents think I should be. They call it a lounging robe, but I've never lounged, and I certainly never wore it. But it looks good on you."
"Oh, you're sweet." She gave him a soft kiss. "How late did I make us for dinner?"
"Not late at all. I moved our reservation."
And then he returned the favor and kissed her just as softly.
"But if you really don't want to go out, we can order in just as easily."
Stepping around him, she shook her head. "No, I want to go out. I just couldn't resist that tub. Thank you for indulging me."
"Believe me, it was my pleasure."
"Not this time, but next time, we'll make it a sexy bath." His eyes went a little wide.
"A sexy bath?"
Yep. This was all about relaxing after a long travel day and some super energetic sex. Next time, we'll have to see how dirty we can get.
"While in the water? That doesn't..."
Throwing her head back, she laughed with frustration. "Work with me, Milo." When she looked at him, she let out a soft breath. "Think of all the touching we did in bed and doing it under the bubbles."
"Oh."
And then he imagined it.
"Oh. Sexy bath. Gotcha. I'm there."
Her laugh this time was practically lyrical as she walked out of the bathroom. "Let's get ready. I'm starving." For the next 3 days, Milo balanced work and Nora. It wasn't something he thought about when they were back at the resort, but being in Seattle where his entire life was, he thought it would be a struggle. Granted, there was no way he was going to stay in the office all day when he knew he had a beautiful woman waiting for him at home. And while he was at work, she had been using all the amenities his building offered and doing a little sightseeing. The last one bummed him out because he wanted to be the one to show her the sights. But by the second day, he realized she knew more about the area than he did. Still, it was hard to be mad when he started the day making love to Nora and ended his day the same way. He'd never been more satisfied in his entire life. He'd brought her to the office one day and introduced her to his staff. She and his assistant Evie had become fast friends, and thankfully they had gone to lunch together when he got stuck on a call. Evie had been wildly amused to see him so eager to leave each day, but he refused to let it bother him. They had 2 more days before they had to fly back to New York, and he wanted to make the most out of it. Once they were back, Nora was going to be working, doing hikes and tours and whatnot, and he was going to dive into the amphitheater project with all the information he had worked on with his team this week. And that meant going back to not seeing each other much during the day. The end of the season would be here before they knew it, and even though the resort was open year-round, things were going to slow down. However, none of them knew what that was going to look like yet. Reservations were still decent, but depending on the weather, they had no idea how many of the activities were going to be workable. And he had no idea what that meant for Nora's job.
"Good afternoon, Mr. Keene,"
Jeffrey said as Milo entered the building.
"Hope you're having a good day." "Can't complain,"
he replied easily, smiling as the doorman opened the door that led to the elevators.
"Is Ms. Wilder in?" "Yes, sir. She returned about an hour ago."
He hit the elevator button.
"Is there anything I can get for you?" "No, but thank you. I'm planning on ordering dinner in tonight, so..." I will call you as soon as it arrives and bring it up promptly. Thanks, Jeffrey,
he said, just as the elevator doors opened.
I'll see you later.
As he rode up to the 25th floor, he felt happy. He was filled with anticipation at the thought of seeing Nora, even though he had only been gone for 4 hours.
I've got it bad,
he murmured. Honestly, he'd never felt like this for a woman before, and he wasn't sure if he was just supposed to keep his feelings to himself or tell her. The last thing he wanted to do was scare her off, but it seemed like something he should share so she knew how important she was to him. And she was. More than that, she was becoming vital to him. He couldn't imagine a day without her. He couldn't imagine what his life was going to be like when he was done working on the amphitheater project and returned to Seattle. And that day was coming. Sooner than he thought, thanks to the work his developers had handed in today. He now had all the plans to do almost everything he had talked to Reese and Walker about, and he'd already emailed it to the engineers so they could start working on the stuff on their end. If he had to take a guess, he'd say he had another 3 to 4 weeks where he could justify staying at the resort. After that, he had no idea what was going to happen between him and Nora, and it scared him because he didn't want to lose her. But he didn't know how to keep her either, or if she even wanted him to. The doors opened, and for a moment, he just stared at it, like he was bracing himself for something.
So much for my good mood,
he mumbled, unlocking the door and letting himself in.
Nora?
No answer. He placed his satchel down on the entryway console and went looking for her. Jeffrey said she was back, but she could have gone up to the rooftop deck or down to the gym, or she could even be taking a nap. Just the thought of that amused him. He couldn't imagine her napping. She had too much energy for that.
Nora?
And suddenly there she was, wearing his silk robe. One shoulder was bare because the garment was too big. Her hair was tousled, her lips were glossy, and she was his every temptation. "Hey," she said, her voice like a husky whisper. "How was your day?" It felt domesticated and sexy at the same time.
It was good,
he replied easily.
And yours?
Very good. Holding out her hand to him, she led him back toward his bedroom. The blinds were drawn, candles were lit, and music was playing softly. It was only 4 p.m, so his first thought was that this was a little weird. But he knew she was going for a seductive atmosphere, and he was there for it. But she didn't stop there. She led him back to the ensuite, where there were more candles, a bottle of wine, 2 glasses, and a mountain of bubbles. "We haven't had our sexy bath yet," she told him with an impish grin. "And there was no way I was going home without us having one." Milo was already kicking off his shoes.
"Sweetheart, that sounds like the perfect plan,"
he told her as he unbuttoned his shirt and slid it off. She was watching him, her eyes darkening, and he loved when she looked at him like that. She made him feel like he was more than he really was. His pants and socks came off next, and when he was down to just his briefs, Nora untied the sash of her robe and let the garment fall to the floor.
"So fucking beautiful,"
he murmured, as he tugged her to him and kissed her with a savagery he didn't think he possessed. She wrapped herself around him, kissing him back with equal abandon, and all he could think was that he never wanted this to end. This was what he wanted: a home, a life with her. Always her. When they broke apart breathlessly, she smiled. Ready to get dirty? But he shook his head.
Not me. You. Are you ready to get dirty?
He swore she blushed, and it looked good on her. Nora bit her lip and stepped over to the tub before gingerly climbing in.
Now I'm ready.
She was killing him, but what a way to go. Reality was her least favorite thing at the moment. They were back at the resort, and everything was fine. But it was a stark contrast to the life they had been living for those 5 days in Seattle. That had been a taste of what life could be like if she wasn't doing the whole adventure guide thing. And if she and Milo became, permanent. He hadn't said a word about his feelings or the future or what was going to happen once they came back here. All she knew was that he was working hard on the amphitheater project, and it wasn't going to keep him here for much longer. She wanted to ask him about all of it so many times, but everything was so wonderful that she was afraid to ruin it. And there was a part of her that was also afraid of his answers. What if he realized that she didn't fit in his world? He lived in penthouses. She lived in tents. Okay, get over the tent thing. That was one summer, she reminded herself.
Who are you talking to?
The scream was out before she could stop it, and when she turned around and found Axel standing in the doorway of the shed office, she was beyond embarrassed. "Oh, hey, Axel," she said with a nervous laugh. "Sorry, you caught me talking to myself."
No biggie. I do it all the time,
he said with a grin.
Is Slater around?
He's on an intermediate hike, but should be back within the hour. Then he's got an air tour at 3. Is there anything I can help you with? Shaking his head, he said,
Nah, I was just curious if he had any time to fly Maisie up to Boston this week.
She studied him hard for a moment and realized they had more in common than she thought.
You okay?
He asked.
You're kind of looking at me funny.
This was the perfect time to talk because no one was around. But maybe it was too personal.
Nora?
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
It's kind of personal. He shrugged. So, you know how I went to Seattle with Milo, right? He nodded. Well, I knew Milo was rich, but I didn't realize just how rich he was. She sighed. He flew us first class, had a chauffeur pick us up and drive us everywhere. His penthouse is like something out of some architectural or design magazine, and that is all so not me, she said miserably. I feel like,
what are the two of you doing together?
Exactly. Nodding, he stepped inside and sat down.
Yeah, I've been there, so I totally understand how you feel. It's a little weird, right?
Yep. And it's not like Milo said anything, and I doubt he even noticed that I was a little uncomfortable, but I was.
The first time Maisie took me to her place in Manhattan, I almost bolted. I knew she came from a wealthy family, but it's one thing to know it here.
He pointed to his head.
And another to actually see it in person. I'd never been inside a place like that. And then she took me to her parents' house, and it was like a mansion. I was totally out of my element.
How do you deal with it?
You mean, how do I deal with knowing she has more money than me, or...
I don't know if it's that or just feeling worthy, she murmured. I bring nothing to the table, and I know that's not what a relationship is about, but I work here at the resort. I rent a tiny apartment in town, and you guys let me stay in the cabin this summer rent-free. I don't own anything. He took me to so many fancy restaurants and treated me to more things than I ever imagined. What can I possibly do for him? For a moment, Axel didn't say anything. He just studied her.
You accept him for who he is,
He finally said.
That's all Milo's ever wanted. People look at him first like he's a weirdo because he's so freaking smart. Then they treat him like their personal ATM when they find out he has money.
Hey, I didn't ask him to spend all that money on me. I would have been happy having pizza or... Leaning forward, he held up a hand to stop her.
I wasn't accusing you of anything, Nora. I was simply stating a fact. I've known Milo for most of my life, and I've seen it firsthand. And he's a trusting guy, so he doesn't even realize people are taking advantage of him until it's too late. But I don't think that's why you're with him. Personally, I think Milo needs someone like you. Someone who will make him leave his comfort zone once in a while, and not make him feel bad when he doesn't.
He's such a good person, and he deserves someone who can give him everything, she said, hating the sting of tears in her eyes. I don't feel like I'm enough. I don't know if he can be happy with me because, well, I'm me. I'm never going to be happy just sitting around waiting for him to come home because he works 12 hours a day, or never going on another adventure because that's not his thing.
Balance. That's really all I can say. Maisie loves spending time in Manhattan. That's where she grew up. That's where she's comfortable. I would rather stab myself in the eye with something pointy than willingly do that. I've never liked city life. But every once in a while, I go with her. She knows how I feel, and she doesn't push. I love to ride the mountain roads on my motorcycle. She hates it. Like, she screams in complete terror every time I've tried taking her with me. So now, I ride alone.
He shrugged.
It's different for me because, as a man, people look at me and know where I came from and think I'm only with Maisie for the money. Like, they think I can't possibly love her just because she's her.
Sadly, it's not really different, Axel. When a woman who comes from a middle-class background gets involved with a millionaire, she's labeled a gold digger.
Huh. I guess I didn't really think of it like that.
He chuckled.
So we're both kind of screwed in the eyes of public opinion.
That made her laugh. I guess so.
Look, I was there the day you saved Milo. I saw the concern there, and I know it was genuine. Just like I know what your relationship was like before that day. You didn't chase after him. You didn't set your eyes on landing the millionaire tech guy. I don't know a lot about your past, but I can tell you're a cautious person. And that's how you approached things with Milo. And Milo?
He laughed again.
Milo moves at a snail's pace because he considers everything from every possible angle. So if he's with you, trust me, he's thought everything through.
She wasn't sure if that helped or not. If anything, it left her with more questions. Specifically, why hadn't he brought up where he wanted their relationship to go? Although... Can I ask you something else?
Go for it.
What do you think is going to happen when he has to go back to Seattle full-time? Axel let out a long breath.
That I don't know. That's like major long distance. We've all tried to get Milo to work a little less and live a little more. You could be the reason that finally happens. I guess the question is, what do you want to happen?
Now it was her turn to let out a breath. In a perfect world, we'd make it work by taking turns traveling back and forth to see each other. But let's be real, I can't afford to do that, and I don't want him paying for me to do it. He smiled, like he totally approved of her answer. I'd love for him to spend more time here, but there isn't anything for him to do here, and his life, his job, his business is in the Pacific Northwest. It's not like he's going to move it all here.
I'd like to say you never know, but I don't see that happening either.
Yup. They sat in companionable silence before she heard voices heading along the path. It was possible that Slater's group was back, so maybe this was a good time to end their conversation. Thanks, Axel.
For what?
For talking to me and letting me say some of those things out loud. They were all just in my head for the last week, so this was good. Thanks.
Anytime.
He stood up to leave and smiled at her.
I know it's easy to say not to worry about it because Milo, or in my case, Maisie, isn't thinking about it. But it's there, and the fact that you're worried about it means you're in the relationship for the right reasons.
Exactly. Thanks again.
That's what friends are for.
They both turned when Slater came to the doorway.
Hey, what are you guys up to? Just chatting while I was waiting for you to get back,
Axel said easily.
Come on, let's grab some lunch. I want to talk to you about a flight.
Nora laughed softly as they turned and walked away, but it occurred to her that she had found something here that was rare. Friends. Genuine friends. Not that she'd never made any at her other jobs, but it wasn't like this. These people were the kind that would stay in your life even after you stopped working together. But would they stay if things didn't work out between her and Milo? Ugh, that was depressing on so many levels. Her phone vibrated on the desk, and she smiled when she saw a text from Milo. Milo.
Hey, beautiful. Hope your day is going well.
Milo.
Walker and I were just talking about having a group dinner tomorrow night to talk about what the resort is going to look like for the winter. And I told him we'd be there.
Milo.
Hope that's okay.
Smiling, she loved that he was concerned enough to ask. Nora. Hey, that's totally okay. It's something I've been curious about as well. Nora. Can't wait to hear what everyone's thinking. Milo.
Well, you think about it too. We'd love your input as well.
Seriously? Shouldn't that be on the owners? She wondered out loud, but didn't convey that to him. Nora. Sure, I can do that. What time? Milo.
We're going to meet up in the owner's suite at 5. Will you be done with your day by then?
Nora. I'll be back from kayaking by 4. Milo.
Kayaking? Just for fun? Or with a group?
Nora. A small group. Smiley face emoji. Nora. We should totally do that one morning. Instead of a walk, we can kayak. She knew that she was pushing him a little out of his comfort zone, but it was out there before she thought too hard about it. Milo.
I'm in.
Seriously? She said with a laugh, but she loved how quick he was to agree. Nora. We'll talk about that tonight over dinner. Milo.
Sounds good. I was thinking maybe we could go into town and eat at the pub. What do you think? They make great burgers.
It was sweet that he was so adaptable and not a food snob. After experiencing all the fancy dining in Seattle, she wasn't sure she'd be able to do the same. Nora. That's a great idea. Nora. And when we get home, how about some sexy shower time? Wink, wink. Milo.
The showers in our cabins are kind of tiny. There's barely room for one person, let alone 2, and...
Milo.
Oh, I get it now, LOL. And yes, please.
Nora. There you go. I knew you'd catch on. Nora. I need to get ready for my next group hike. I'll see you later. Milo.
Be careful, and I'll come by your cabin around 6.
Nora. Perfect. Putting her phone down with a smile, she tried to envision how she could make the tiny bathroom something sexy. It was easy with his massive one back in the penthouse. It was basically as big as her cabin. If she put candles around in the tiny one, she'd likely burn the whole place down. Note to self. No candles. The timer on her phone went off, alerting her it was time to head up to the lodge to meet her families for today's hike. Sexy ideas would have to wait until later. 12. Dinner with the entire group was always loud and boisterous, but tonight it seemed to be so much more, in a totally overwhelming way, at least to him. There were now 11 of them, where it used to only be 5. But with the addition of Harlow, Maisie, Lexi, and her son, along with Connor's daughter, and now Nora, it was hard to keep track of all the conversations, and everyone seemed to have questions for him. "Milo, did you hear back from the engineers?"
Milo, how do you feel about your office here after going back to Seattle?
"Milo, pass the cornbread."
Milo, how would a retractable canopy work? Milo, was that you out on the lake this morning kayaking?
Beside him, Nora gently squeezed his thigh under the table as if sensing his discomfort. First, she passed the cornbread, then she smiled and said, "That was us out there this morning. The sunrise was glorious, and we thought we'd try something different from our usual morning walk." Slater grinned.
"I don't know why you don't do that more,"
he said to Milo.
"You used to enjoy doing all the water sports, canoeing, kayaking, water skiing."
"You used to water ski?" Nora asked with amusement. "How did I not know this?"
"Because it was years ago and I haven't done it in, well, years. I'd probably be terrible at it now."
There was a collective groan, but before anyone could say anything, Walker was tapping his glass with a spoon to get everyone's attention.
"We all know we could sit here all night just hanging out, but we really do have business to attend to, so let's—" "Actually,"
Axel interrupted,
"if it's okay, I do have some personal news to announce first, so—"
Pausing, he turned to Maisie and smiled. Lexi and Harlow both gasped, like they knew it was coming, but Milo was clueless.
"Maisie and I have decided that we're ready to set a date for our wedding."
"Yes, I knew it!" Harlow said excitedly. Maisie stood, wrapping her arm around Axel's waist and gazing at him with so much love it was almost palpable. Then she faced the group. "Neither of us has a lot of family, and the more we talked about it, the more we realized that we don't want to wait or plan some big, lavish wedding. So we're going to follow Jace and Kelsey's example and have something small right here at the resort. Just Axel's foster family and some friends. So, all of you." Everyone raised a glass and toasted them before Lexi asked, "When's the date?" "Next weekend," they both said. And then you could have heard a pin drop.
"Next weekend,"
Connor repeated.
"But how? I mean, it's not possible. There's no way we can pull something together in that amount of time." "We can, and we have," Axel assured him. "The rooms for family are all booked, you're all here, and we thought about setting up a tent with heaters and having the entire thing out there with a view of the lake, but—"
"The weather can be fickle," Maisie chimed in. "So we're just going to use the banquet room. It's already reserved. No one's using it this week, so that means we can have all that time to set things up. It's perfect."
"You guys,"
Connor said calmly,
"there are menus, flowers, music. It's not enough time."
Maisie held up her hand. "I think you're forgetting what I do for a living. Plus, we're going for simplicity, okay? Nothing fancy. We have all the big stuff taken care of with the venue. I've already booked the florist. We both hate the thought of a live band, so we're just going with a playlist that we both love and setting up speakers, and as for the food—"
"Simple,"
Axel interrupted, staring hard at Connor.
"Nothing crazy, nothing that's going to turn you back into Chef Zilla." "Well, that's a bit harsh. I don't think I was ever—" "Oh, you were that and more," Slater chimed in. "Fine. Sue me for wanting everyone to enjoy their food." "Don't tempt me," Slater murmured. "Fine. A simple menu," Connor said. "Sit down or buffet?"
"Buffet," Maisie said. "I'm thinking food stations, lots of finger foods, but we can discuss that tomorrow. Tonight is about business. You know, after this." Fortunately, he agreed.
"Okay," Walker said with a big grin. "Now that that's out of the way—"
"Actually," Lexi said while slowly raising her hand, Connor and I have something to say, and this seems as good a time as any." This time, Maisie and Harlow gasped. Looking at Connor, Lexi said, "Do you want to tell them, or should I?" They both stood and mimicked Axel and Maisie's pose.
"You guys all know that we're expecting a baby and having the house built. Life has just been crazy lately. Between the resort and work, we just couldn't seem to set a wedding date,"
Connor began.
"Things with my family still aren't great, and so—"
"When my folks were here last week, we all just went to the courthouse and got married," Lexi finished. "Please don't be upset. We know we'll have a proper ceremony and reception at a later date, but we wanted to do this with just the kids and my folks. So, please don't hate us."
"Are you kidding?"
Walker asked.
"This is amazing. Congratulations."
Everyone repeated the sentiment, and it was several minutes before they were all seated and ready to discuss business.
"Anyone else have wedding or engagement news before we continue?"
Slater joked, and everyone looked at Walker and Harlow, who were serenely sipping their drinks. "Don't look at us," Harlow said with a grin. "We're all locked in for New Year's Eve, baby."
"That's right,"
Walker agreed, before getting down to business.
"Okay, then. Let's talk about what winter at the Lakeview Harbor Resort is going to look like."
He looked at Slater.
"Obviously, the lodge and reservations aren't really going to change. Guests are continuing to book, and we're happy with the numbers. But activities are going to change based on the season, right?" "They are. Obviously, there are going to be less water activities, hikes, and anything outdoors. We're not on the kind of mountain that guests can ski on, and the lake is too large to freeze over to skate on,"
Slater explained.
"So we're going to have to shift gears and focus on indoor activities."
He looked at Lexi.
"I believe you had some ideas on that?"
"I do." As Lexi explained the various arts, crafts, and workshops they could offer, all Milo could focus on was what all of this meant for Nora. So far, it almost sounded like there wasn't going to be anything for her to do here, and it bothered him. She had given so much of herself to the job, and they weren't going to find a position for her? "Hey," she whispered close to his ear. "Are you okay? You tensed up."
"I'm fine,"
he lied, and went back to listening to Lexi. "We have some amazing artists and guest speakers coming in. We're going to lean heavily into holiday themes and make sure we keep everyone indoors and cozy until springtime."
"Thanks, Lexi,"
Slater said, nodding with approval.
"Obviously, that's going to only pick up a little of the slack from losing so many outdoor activities. We can obviously still do winter hikes and air tours, but so much of that is weather permitting, and I don't want to commit to how often we'll do them. I think it's best to put out a schedule at the beginning of the week on the guest calendar and make sure they're aware that it's—"
He shrugged.
"You know, weather permitting."
Everyone was nodding like this wasn't a big deal.
So where does that leave you and Nora?"
Milo asked before he could stop himself.
"It sounds like everything the two of you do could either be eliminated or handled by just one of you."
Slater's eyes went wide for just a second before he replied.
"This goes with the territory in our line of work. Right, Nora?"
She nodded but didn't comment.
"I already figured that I wasn't going to be hanging out for the entire season. Actually, we all knew I was just here to get things started, and this wasn't going to be my full-time gig."
That had slipped his mind.
"It's not like I have anything else lined up, and I'm enjoying being here, but I guess I just knew it wasn't a forever thing. Hell, I just planned on Nora taking it over if she wanted to."
Beside him, Nora gasped. "Really? You never— I just thought—" Slater grinned.
"We both know you're more than capable of running this part of the resort. Plus, it seems like you've really settled in here. I know how much you've always hated bouncing around from one city to another, and Harbor Town is a great place to live."
He shrugged.
"It just makes sense."
"Oh my goodness, Slater," She gushed. This is amazing. Thank you. Milo caught her glancing around the table, and everyone was cheering her on, completely supporting Slater's decision. A decision he had no idea was even an option. So where did that leave him? Them.
Thanks for that, Slater,
Walker said after a few minutes of everyone telling Nora how awesome she was.
Milo, you're up. Talk to us about what you worked on while in Seattle and what it all means for the amphitheater.
He was heading back to Seattle in a few weeks, and maybe, on some level, he imagined Nora coming with him once things slowed down at the resort. Like, they would spend that part of the year in the Pacific Northwest, and then he'd work remotely from the resort for the spring and summer. It was completely doable. Plus, there were so many outdoor activities for Nora that were close to where he lived that she could do it all just for the fun of it, instead of a job. He hated the thought of her taking so many risks on a daily basis just for the sake of entertainment for the paying guests. And she did mention wanting to cut back, but didn't know what to do. Milo was fairly certain they could sit down and find something that appealed to her if they put their minds to it. But it had to be organic, not like he was like, "Here, let's find you a new career and this is what I think." That would be wrong. Milo? She could probably find a job at a resort that specialized in winter activities. That was the obvious choice. But if it wasn't what she wanted to do, then what? Milo? Of course, he wouldn't mind if she didn't want to work at all. He'd just be happy to have her with him and to have someone to come home to every day. It was something he was getting used to, and the thought of being alone all the time was beyond unappealing. Milo! He jumped so hard that he nearly fell out of his chair. What? Nora looked at him with amusement. We've been trying to get your attention, but you were completely zoned out. You okay?
What? Yeah. Sorry. My mind definitely wandered.
He gently cleared his throat and straightened in his seat.
Sorry. So, what were we talking about?
Walker said,
We want you to talk to us about what you worked on while in Seattle, and what it all means for the amphitheater and the timeline for building it.
And just like that, he put himself in work mode. He'd put his thoughts and feelings about Nora aside until they were alone later.
Okay, so my team in Seattle came up with an app.
It was almost 10 when they stepped into Milo's cabin, and Nora was still floating on a cloud. Running the activities and guides at the resort. That was the best of both worlds, right? She wouldn't have to be the one doing all the physical stuff. She'd hire fully qualified people to do it. But she could jump in when she wanted to. Plus, she could live in Harbor Town and put down some roots. This was one of the greatest things that had ever happened to her. Milo stepped around her and went to the refrigerator, pulling out 2 bottles of water for them. They'd been divvying up their time in each other's cabins, but if she had to choose, she'd prefer to stay in his. It was roomier than hers, and his furniture was just a little more comfortable. Except the beds. They all had these ridiculously comfortable beds, thanks to Walker and his obsession with being a bed snob. Even Milo's bed back in Seattle wasn't as comfortable. Not that she was complaining, because it was still better than any bed she'd ever slept in before, so... Wordlessly, he walked by her again and sat down on the couch, placing the water on the coffee table. And when she studied him, she knew something was on his mind. Apparently still on his mind. After the whole thing earlier when he had zoned out, she wondered what he was thinking about. Hey, what's going on? Kicking off her shoes, she sat down beside him. You've been kind of quiet tonight. Is everything okay?
I don't know.
That wasn't what she was expecting. Tucking her legs under her, she got more comfortable. Okay, let's talk about it. When he turned his head and looked at her, he looked positively miserable, and her heart broke. Had she been so wrapped up in celebrating herself that she completely missed that something happened to him? Milo, whatever it is, we'll get through it. Caressing his jaw, she leaned in, resting her forehead against his. "Talk to me." In the time they'd known each other, she'd seen various ranges of emotions, but something about the way he'd been tonight told her this was something big. And when he shifted to put some space between them, she actually got worried. He met her gaze with a soft sigh. Earlier at dinner, when Slater started talking about the way things were going to be here in the winter months, I got really angry. Why? Because it felt like he was completely eliminating you. That's why I got so tense. "Oh my goodness," she said softly. "You're so sweet." But when she went to caress his jaw, he reached up and stopped her, his grip firm on her wrist, before gently placing her hand in her lap. Then I realized that I was kind of relieved. He went on slowly, carefully. Like, in my head, I had already imagined you coming to Seattle and living there with me. And then we'd come back here in the spring so you could go back to doing all the amazing things you do here. Oh. But then when Slater announced to you and the whole damn group how he planned on you taking over for him and essentially running the activities division... Sighing, he shook his head. I didn't exactly feel as celebratory as everyone else. Wow. Because then I wouldn't go to Seattle with you? Because I know how you feel about cutting back on jobs like this. And I get it. As the director, you don't have to be the one out doing everything. It's kind of the perfect solution for you. But selfishly... And that's when it hit her. He was thinking about the future. Their future. Her heart kicked hard in her chest, and she let out a shaky breath. "Let's talk about that," she began. "Why do you think it's selfish?" We haven't talked about the future, Nora. I've never been in a relationship where I even wanted to. But you and I tend to live heavily in the present. I'm non-confrontational. I'd never want to throw a topic out there that was going to freak you out or make you, want to leave. This man. This time she reached for his hand and he didn't pull away. One of the things that I love about our relationship is how much we talk. I guess I never realized we weren't talking about anything beyond the here and now. Not really. I mean, we did in a fairly generic sense, but not with any purpose, and certainly not with a plan. Like I said, I didn't want to say the wrong thing and ruin what we had. But we need to talk if something's weighing this heavily on you. And everything Slater said to me tonight, the whole offer to take over, that was brand new information to me, and in the moment, it seemed like the answer to a prayer. I know. And I really am happy for you, he said, but he didn't sound that way. At least I'm trying to be. Milo. Twisting more so he could face her, he wrapped her hand in his. All I want is for you to be happy and have everything you want. And if this is it, then I'll get over whatever nonsense I was thinking of in my head. I never should have let myself go there without talking to you first. Okay, for the record, what you're thinking isn't nonsense, she told him. Personally, I kind of love that you want me to go back to Seattle with you. Really? Smiling, she nodded. Well, yeah. I don't know where I'd work, and I would have to work because I pay my own way no matter what. Or, I guess I should say that I prefer to pay my own way, because clearly you paid for everything when we went to Seattle last week. You were my guest, and you were taking time off from your job, so it only seemed right. There really wasn't anything to say to that, because it was incredibly sweet of him. And even though she prided herself on her independence, She was smart enough to realize that sometimes it was okay for someone else to pay for things. But all of this also had her thinking about Slater's offer. It was amazing, and it would be so easy to just make that transition. But where would that leave her and Milo? His life was back in Seattle, and nothing was going to change that. Sure, they could do the long-distance thing, but how long would it last?
You're frowning,
he said quietly. Her nervous laugh was out before she could stop it. That's because a few minutes ago I thought I knew exactly what I wanted to do, and now... Pausing, she shook her head. Now, I'm not so sure.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh. They sat in relative silence for several long moments before Milo gave her hand a gentle squeeze.
Then maybe you need some time alone to think.
Okay, but what am I thinking about exactly? What is the option if I don't take Slater up on the position? And God, she hated to have to ask this next question. What are we doing, Milo? Where do you see us going? Do you want me to go to Seattle where I'll be sitting around while you work 12 hours a day? Or are you thinking of changing that up? Are we moving forward or staying in the present because it's comfortable? He looked mildly panicked, and she didn't take it as a good sign. And then, when he didn't respond, she took that as her cue to leave. You know what? Maybe we both need time alone to think. Standing, she clumsily slid her shoes back on and grabbed her purse. I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Reaching for the doorknob, Nora jumped when Milo's hand slammed on the door just above her shoulder. Her heart beat madly, and every inch of her tingled with awareness. It was like this every time he was close to her. But she didn't turn around, and she didn't say a word. She waited. Slowly, he moved in closer until they were barely touching from head to toe. He nuzzled her hair and breathed in deeply.
Don't go.
She was torn. The last thing she wanted was for him to ask her to stay out of some sense of obligation, or because he hated confrontation and thought they could smooth things over with sex. But when she shifted slightly and felt his body behind her, so hard and strong and warm, she did her best to stifle a moan. Because making love with Milo was so damn good, and she found that he typically let his guard down afterwards. Not that she wanted to use that to her advantage. Right now, she just wanted him. Dipping his head, he placed his mouth on her throat, where her pulse was thundering, and the contact made her tremble. She whispered his name. His hands moved from her shoulders down her arms until he had her dropping her purse on the floor. Then they traveled back up before reaching around and cupping her breasts, firmly holding her against him. His mouth kept moving against her, each kiss, each nip hungrier than the last. Milo.
I'm a selfish bastard,
he said gruffly.
I told myself not to push, that I would keep my thoughts and feelings to myself and let you have time alone. But I can't. I just can't, Nora. I need you too much. Please don't go.
His hold on her was almost brutal, and she wanted to turn in his arms, to kiss him like she was aching to. But he didn't let her. I don't want time alone, she sighed, moving against him. I thought you were having regrets, that you were sorry that you even shared your feelings with me, and... He spun her around and silenced her words as he kissed her. Her arms instantly went around him, and she wanted to climb him like a tree. The transformation of this man from quiet techie to lover was breathtaking, and she loved it. He fascinated her, intrigued her, and turned her on so much that she thought she'd combust. Wordlessly, he lifted her up and carried her across the cabin and into his bedroom, where he gently placed her on the bed. She felt boneless, completely awash in the sensations his hands and mouth were creating. And when he lowered himself onto her, Nora realized maybe this was the man he was always meant to be. Not that it mattered. She loved the man he was, whether he was in uptight work mode or this incredibly sexy and sensual man who seemed to live to give her pleasure. He was a complex person, but so was she. "You're thinking," he murmured breathlessly as he kissed his way down her body, tugging her jeans down her legs. "No thinking, only feeling." Reaching down, she anchored her hands in his hair. "Yes, sir." "Good girl," he said gruffly, and she nearly had an orgasm just from that tone. It was insane how turned on he made her, but she loved moments like this, the way he made her heart race, the way his hands touched her, the way he kissed. But more than anything, she loved the closeness. It went beyond sex to something more. And she was pretty certain that there was nothing that would make her give this up. It was late, and everything was quiet except for their breathing. They'd made love twice, like it was vital, like their discussion earlier needed to be erased, and the only way to do that was beneath the sheets. Only the sheets were cooling, and her memory was just fine. Right now they were tangled together, Milo's arms around her while her head rested on his chest. And on any other night, she'd probably be fighting to stay awake. But her mind was racing, and she felt like there were things they needed to say. "So, do you know exactly when you'll be heading back to Seattle?" "Nora." Twisting slightly, she looked up at him. "Not talking about it isn't going to change anything. Eventually it's going to happen. Wouldn't it be better if we were both prepared for it?" Even in the room's dimness, she could see him frown. "Maybe." "Did you have a date planned before you and I became, you and I?" "I did. The end of this month." Doing the math quickly in her head, she said, "So 3 weeks from now?" "Yep." "And how often were you planning on coming back?" "There's never been a set schedule. I just show up when I'm needed. Sometimes it was for meeting about plans when we were still in the renovation stage, but sometimes it was personal." "Personal?" "There has been a lot of drama in almost everyone's personal lives since we started this project, and sometimes that drama meant all hands on deck. The last real one was the intervention we had to do with Connor over his obsession with the menus." "Was that before or after he force-fed Slater some kind of cake in the middle of the night?" she asked with amusement. "That was the final straw, so yeah." He sighed softly before reaching up and caressing her cheek. "But typically, I'm not the guy who's needed here." "Oh." That was certainly going to make things a little more difficult to navigate moving forward. "That doesn't mean I can't come back more often," he said, interrupting her thoughts. "Now,
I have a reason to.
That eased her mind a little, and I love that. But I hate the thought of you having to fly across the country all the time. Obviously, I'll have a little more flexibility in the winter months, but I haven't accumulated any vacation time. So it will be a while before I can be the one flying to you.
I don't mind flying here. I'd fly anywhere in the world if it meant we could be together like this.
Her heart seriously ached at his words, even as her head gently fell forward against his chest. This sucks. Why did I have to meet such a great guy who literally lives on the other side of the country? Milo's hand smoothed down her back.
I feel the same way. Why did I have to meet a woman who's on the other side of the country and who makes me want to have a life outside of my career?
Neither had an answer to that. After several long moments, she finally asked, "We're going to try, though, right?"
Absolutely.
A little more time passed before she found the energy to lift her head. "Any chance you're tired of living in Seattle and want to move your company here?" He laughed sadly.
That wouldn't really be possible.
I figured, but I still had to ask. The yawn was out before she could stop it, but sleep wasn't an option just yet. "Did you really want me to move to Seattle with you during the winter months?"
Nora, don't, please. I would hate myself if you gave up this opportunity because of me.
"Not because of you," she countered. "For you. For us." Then she realized that maybe he was having second thoughts. Like maybe now that he had time to think about it, he realized he had been a little impulsive. Well, crap.
Listen, in a perfect world, you'd be able to have both,
he said softly, and she could tell he was equally sleepy.
But things at the resort are just starting to fall into place, and we're all still in a learning phase. You being here and helping shape what these seasons are going to look like is important. There's no one more qualified for this than you. I mean, other than Slater.
She nodded.
And I'm going to be here as much as I can. It's not exactly conventional or ideal, but we'll make it work.
But what if it gets to be too much? She asked quietly. What if I really like it here, and this is where I want to stay? Because that was a very real possibility.
We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But know this. I'm going to wait for you, because I believe this has the potential to be something amazing.
Milo.
I mean it. I'm not going anywhere.
Then he laughed softly.
Well, I mean, I'm obviously going home to Seattle, but I'm all in with this relationship.
And now her mind was back to being at ease. Me too. His arms tightened around her ever so slightly as he carefully pulled her up so he could kiss her. And he did, slowly, tenderly. But in a matter of minutes they were both falling asleep, and being in his arms was her favorite place to be. 13.
I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride.
Milo watched as Axel turned to his bride and kissed her like she was the most precious thing in the world. Around them, everyone clapped, happy and smiling. And even though he was definitely happy for his friends, the bigger emotion at the moment was envy. They had each other. They were together, and they were going to get to stay together. Even when they had first met, they were both living in the same place. Sort of. They were at least in the same state. Not that it had made it easier for them on every level, but it was one less obstacle, that was for sure. Nora turned and smiled at him, taking his hand and giving it a gentle squeeze. On his other side, Jace clapped him on the shoulder.
It's good to see Axel looking so happy.
Milo nodded.
It is. I never thought he'd settle down. I don't think he ever let himself think about it. He was resigned to being alone. I always hated that for him. The right woman makes you reconsider things. Look at me and Kelsey.
Jace turned to his wife and smiled.
Work used to be my entire life, and I had put down roots in Raleigh and thought everything was fine. But having her in my life showed me how much more there is. And that's great for you guys. But I don't think it's the same for Axel and Maisie. They come from completely different worlds and they just instantly clicked. You and Kelsey clicked years ago. True. Every couple's story is different. Even Walker and Harlow are pretty opposite and they're still going strong. To be fair, Walker and Harlow are both workaholics, he mused. They're working on their new resort, and I swear they're going for some sort of hospitality domination.
They both laughed at that as the newlyweds walked up the aisle.
Hey, as long as it works for them, who are we to judge, right?
Jace replied.
I guess.
They moved along with the rest of the guests, following everyone up to the lodge for the reception. The sunset ceremony had been stunning, but it was time to head inside for dinner and dancing. Kelsey sidled up and whispered to Milo, "Is it okay if I steal Nora away while we walk? I'm dying to get to know her." That made him smile.
You don't need to ask. She's been looking forward to talking to you, too.
I can hear you, Nora said with her typical sass, and I can answer for myself. Then she grinned at Kelsey. I hear you're the reason we're all here. Come talk to me about that. And the two of them walked ahead like two old friends.
It's kind of crazy about this place, don't you think?
Jace asked.
What do you mean? It's like, is there something in the water? I mean, look at all the relationships that have happened because of it. Me and Kelsey, Walker and Harlow, Axel and Maisie, Connor and Lexi, you and Nora.
Then he paused.
Am I allowed to ask what's going on with you and Nora?
He chuckled.
You can ask, but I'm not sure when we became those guys who talk about relationships and whatnot. Normally, I'd agree, but seeing you and Nora sort of piqued my curiosity.
Jace said with a shrug.
You're normally a pretty private guy, and I don't think I've ever heard of you being in a relationship. Like you just said, I'm a private guy. Yeah, and here at the resort, nothing's private. Even I know that.
He joked.
That is the absolute truth,
Milo murmured.
I don't really love that aspect of the whole thing, but it hasn't been bad. Everyone respects everyone else's privacy mostly, although Connor and Lexi are notorious for letting everyone know what they're doing. And I believe they hold the record for asking for room keys midday more than anyone else. Seriously? That's kind of hysterical. I know they have a house in town, and they technically still have a cabin too, but they just...
Pausing, he shook his head.
I really don't want to talk about Connor and Lexi's sex life. Good call. So that brings us back to you and Nora. Walked right into that one. It was really unexpected, and yet somehow we clicked,
he said.
I heard the two of you were downright hostile in the beginning. Something happened the weekend of my wedding, didn't it? Something about a drone?
He groaned.
We eventually realized it was a misunderstanding.
He paused.
Actually, there were a lot of misunderstandings. But once we took the time to get to know each other, we found that we liked each other. And what happens when you go back to Seattle?
Jace asked.
You are going back, aren't you? You're not moving the company here? I go back in less than 2 weeks, and We're going to figure it out. Slater asked her to take over for him, and it's kind of the ideal job for her. Where's Slater going?
He shrugged.
Who knows? I don't even think he does. This was never going to be his full-time gig. His goal was to see the resort open and get all the amenities and activities going, then move on. Well, that's too bad. How come? Honestly, it's been nice having everyone together again, especially Slater. It's easier to find Waldo than him on any given day. He packs up and moves like he's afraid to stay in one place too long. It's just the job. He goes where the tours need him, and think about it. Tour companies are usually based in one spot, one state. Not all of them, but the majority. Slater tends to hop around with no permanent address. If it weren't for cell phones, I don't think any of us would be able to find him.
That was something Milo had never really considered. It was just always Slater's thing, chasing after the next big adrenaline rush or challenge. But was there more to it than that? How crappy of a friend am I that I never thought about that? Milo asked.
And I don't know if the other guys have either. Like, what could his reason be?
This time it was Jace who shrugged.
Maybe all the years that his family moved around because of his father's baseball career made him feel like it's what he's supposed to do. Who knows?
That seemed plausible, but now that it was out there, Milo knew he was going to have to find a way to casually bring it up with Slater. They reached the lodge, and as they stepped into the lobby, they caught up with Nora and Kelsey. "I can't wait to see what Maisie and Connor's team did with the banquet hall," Kelsey said. "When we got married, we had the reception in the restaurant just because the resort wasn't open yet and we could." She paused. "Were you there at all? Did you get to see it?" "I was only there for a few minutes to get Lexi and Connor's kids, but from what I saw, it looked amazing. You almost couldn't tell it was a restaurant." "Exactly. It was everything I wanted it to be." "Maisie can do such incredible stuff with literally any space," Nora explained. "I'm sure it's going to look beautiful." Jace and Milo glanced at each other, realizing there was nothing they could add to that conversation, and simply took their girls and followed the wedding guests down the hall to the reception. They were slow dancing, though calling it dancing felt generous. The music was low and unhurried, the kind of song that asked very little of you. Milo's hand rested at Nora's waist, his thumb moving in an absent, steady arc, like it knew exactly where it belonged. Her other hand was curled into his shoulder, light but sure. They swayed more than anything, bodies close enough that he could feel her breathing change with the rhythm. Around them, the reception glowed. String lights, soft laughter, Axel's unmistakable grin every time he caught sight of Maisie. It was small, intimate, the kind of wedding that felt less like an event and more like a cozy gathering. Milo had been watching it all with a strange, hollow awareness. "Penny for your thoughts," Nora murmured, her cheek brushing his chest as she shifted closer. He exhaled slowly, trying not to overthink. She smiled at him. "That sounds exhausting for you." He huffed a quiet laugh, then sobered. "I leave in 16 days. She went still, not pulling away, just present, like she'd been expecting him to say it, even if neither of them had wanted to be the first. "I know," she said softly. "I don't want this to turn into a countdown," he continued, choosing his words carefully. "Or something heavy. He paused, feeling the truth crowd his throat. "I don't want to pretend it's not there." Nora tilted her head back enough to look at him. Her expression was open, steady, but there was something fragile under it, too. "I'm excited about the promotion," she said, I worked really hard for it.
I know you did.
He said immediately.
I'm proud of you.
The words came easily and honestly. That part wasn't complicated at all. She studied his face for a moment, then nodded, as if settling something inside herself. I don't want this to feel like a choice I'm making, instead of something else. Milo's grip tightened just slightly at her waist.
Me neither.
They swayed in silence for a few beats, the music carrying them while the rest of the room blurred at the edges. Milo watched Axel spin Maisie under his arm. The way she laughed like she trusted him completely, like she knew exactly where she belonged. Do you ever worry, Nora asked quietly, that timing matters more than people like to admit?
Yes,
Milo said without hesitation. Then softer.
but I also think timing isn't everything.
Her fingers flexed once against his shoulder. That feels like a very you answer. He smiled, resting his forehead briefly against hers.
I'm not asking you for anything,
He said.
not promises, not plans. I just want to be honest about where I am.
And where is that? She asked. He met her gaze, heart knocking hard enough that he wondered if she could feel it.
Here,
He said.
with you. Fully.
For now. Something in her expression softened. She leaned back into him, fitting herself there like it was instinct. That's good, she said. I like having you here. Milo swallowed.
So do I,
He thought, but kept that to himself. As the song faded and applause rose around them, he didn't rush to pull away. Neither did she. They stayed there a moment longer, suspended between what was and what was coming, letting the night hold them. Whatever this was, it wasn't fragile because it was new. It was fragile because it mattered. And soon, it would just be a memory. Thankfully, another slow ballad began to play, and they simply picked up where they left off. He was savoring the feel of her in his arms, loving the warmth of her skin, the scent of her perfume, and the way she fit perfectly against him. Her hand rested at the back of his neck, her thumb brushing there once, absent and affectionate. It wasn't a grand gesture. It was just comforting. He looked down at her, really looked at the way her lashes cast faint shadows under her eyes, and the soft curve of her mouth, like she was perpetually on the edge of a smile. She felt steady in his arms, like something his body had already decided to trust long before his brain caught up. I love you. The words rose fully formed, calm and certain. They scared the hell out of him. Because love meant risk, distance, and timing that didn't line up neatly. Love meant he could already picture the quiet ache of an empty condo in Seattle, the way his phone would feel heavier in his hand when her name popped up instead of her voice filling the room. Love meant this wasn't temporary to him. He pressed his lips to her temple instead, brief and careful, like he was sealing the words away beneath the gesture. She shifted closer in response, as if she felt it anyway, as if some part of her understood what he hadn't said. Hey, she murmured, barely audible over the music.
Hey,
He replied, his voice steady, despite the riot under his ribs. If he said it now, it would change things, make them bigger, brighter, more dangerous. So he didn't. But when that song ended and they stepped back into the soft chaos of the reception, Milo knew one thing with startling clarity. He wasn't falling anymore. He was already there. 2 days later, Nora was heading back to her cabin after a long day. She'd taken an intermediate group out on a hike, and it had been brutal thanks to a few really unpleasant guests. She'd spent the last 30 minutes ranting to Slater about them because she had been holding all her frustration in for the last 3 hours. They had a code word for situations like this: dragonfly. She'd texted that word to Slater and said it a grand total of 18 times over their walkie-talkies by the time the hike was over. Naturally, he'd calmed her down while she wrote up her report, but she was seriously getting tired of all the bad behavior. In all of her previous jobs, she'd deal with unwanted advances and guys doing really inappropriate things. But here, it was different. It was just general bad behavior, like people being unruly, not following instructions, getting belligerent. It was days like this that made her want to tell Slater thanks but no thanks and take Milo up on his offer to go to Seattle with him. But she wasn't a quitter. Today was just a bad day, and she was going to be fine once she could go and relax and have a quiet night in. The last thing she wanted was to eat out at the restaurant and risk running into anyone from today's group. Stomping up the porch steps, she found a note taped to her door. Pack an overnight bag. I'll be there at 5:30. XOXO. What the? She glanced around, but there was no sign of him. Still, her heart did a little happy dance that they were getting away for the night. At least, that's the way she was taking it. Ripping the note down, she stepped into the cabin and immediately sprang into action. After taking a quick shower, she tossed a change of clothes, her robe, and her toiletry bag into her weekender tote. Then she made sure she moisturized every inch of her body before getting dressed. She had barely finished when Milo was knocking on her door. Breathlessly, she opened it, smiling. "Hey, come on in, I'm just about ready." "No rush, take your time," he said, before sitting down on the couch. Nora walked around grabbing everything, and when she thought she had it all, she dropped her bag on the coffee table and looked up at him expectantly. "So, where are we going?" "Well, I heard you had a real dragonfly of a day," he said with a grin, "and I booked us a suite up at the lodge." "Oh." It wasn't that she was disappointed, but it would have been awesome for them to go somewhere that wasn't here. He was instantly on his feet. "We can go somewhere else if you'd like. I just know that it's late and you've worked a long day, and I arranged for a suite with a big soaker tub, room service, and for you to have tomorrow morning off. But we can—" She held up a hand to stop him. "Actually, that sounds perfect. I just didn't want to run into anyone from today's hike. Or any guests," she added with a weary sigh. "They really took it out of me today." "Don't worry. We'll go in the back way and up in the utility elevator if you'd like. With any luck, the only people we'll see are the staff." "Really? That's possible?" "Absolutely." He picked up her bag. "Let's go." With her hand in his, she followed him out the door. "What about your stuff?" "Already up in the room." "Aw." "I'm really sorry about your day." "Don't be. People are just jerks sometimes. And the whole group wasn't awful. Just half of them." "Can I ask you something?" "Of course." "Why didn't anyone come to help you? I mean, you clearly messaged Slater about the situation. Why isn't there a policy in place about this sort of thing? Or why is it only one guide per group? It doesn't sound safe." "Most of the time, it totally is. And as for why Slater didn't come and help, It would have taken him way too long to catch up with us. I sent him the first message an hour into the hike. He wouldn't have left right away, so he would have been an hour and 15 behind us. Just like the day I came to find you, it would mean practically jogging up the mountain. Still, the situation could have been dangerous, and no one was there to help you. I don't like it, he said, and he actually sounded angry about it. The problem was, Nora wasn't sure if she thought it was sweet or insulting. It's something to consider moving forward, but can we just not talk about this? All I want is a nice, quiet evening to relax. Is that okay? Raising her hand to his lips, he kissed it.
It is, and I'm sorry. I never should have brought it up. The rest of the night is all about making you feel good.
And yeah, the sexy statement matched his gruff tone and intense gaze. I like the sound of that.
Good.
They made their way through the back entrance, walking through the kitchen and down an employee-only hallway that took them to a service elevator. I didn't even know this was back here, she told him, giggling at how they were sneaking around. Beside her, she could feel the tension rolling off his body. But that was okay. She was so excited about the whole thing that her own body was trembling. When the doors opened, she was relieved to see they were alone. Tugging her inside, Milo pressed the button for the top floor, pulled her into his arms, and crushed his mouth to hers. The feel and taste of him were so familiar, and yet every time they found themselves like this, she was intoxicated. Wrapping her arms around him, her lips opened, and her tongue darted out to mate with his, all wild and untamed need. Milo turned her so her back was against the wall, rubbing against her in the most carnal way. And because she was feeling naughty, she slid her hand between them and slid down his abs, and then lower, stroking his arousal. He practically jumped away from her, and she felt empowered. At this point, she wasn't sure they'd even make it to their suite. If it were up to her, she'd stop the elevator and let him take her right here, right now in the elevator against the wall. But when the bell chimed, signaling their arrival, they both nearly sagged with relief when they realized it was their floor and no employees were waiting outside the elevator doors. It was torture to move away from him, but she knew the sooner they got to the suite, the sooner they could resume what they'd started. Taking her by the hand again, Milo led her down the hall, and in no time at all he had the door open and they were inside. He pinned Nora up against the back of the door and lifted her until she wrapped her legs around his waist. His mouth was back on hers, and Nora raked her hand through his hair, making him moan low and oh so sexily right into her mouth.
I can't wait,
he said breathlessly as he lifted his head and looked into her eyes.
The bed. Now.
Nodding eagerly, she agreed. Yes, please, she said, and trailed kisses along his jaw and his throat. Hurry. In the blink of an eye, she was airborne before bouncing lightly on the mattress. She kicked her shoes off as Milo peeled his shirt up and over his head. They held each other's gazes as they stripped, and there wasn't anything sexy about it. It was clumsy and fast. But when he covered her body with his, she swore she saw heaven. She knew this wasn't part of his plan, knew he probably had everything mapped out and on a schedule. But some things couldn't wait, and with all the breathy sighs and satisfied moans, she didn't think he'd mind. She sure as hell didn't. Sexy bath time. Oh, how I've missed you. Behind her, Milo chuckled softly.
I hate to say it, but I did too.
I told you it was glorious. You'll have to video chat with me from your tub when you get back to Seattle, so I can live vicariously through you.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. I'm not going to video chat while I'm naked in the tub.
Another laugh.
Actually, I can almost guarantee that I won't use the tub unless you're there with me.
Oh, but then you won't get to relax like this. She let her head fall back against his shoulder, even as his hands lazily pretended they were washing her breasts.
If I'm alone, it's definitely not going to be like this. Even if you were on my screen, trust me, I can wait until you're there with me. I never used the tub before you came to stay, so...
That is just so sad. All that wonderful spa-quality space, and no one to appreciate it. She sighed.
Do I have to be jealous of my own bathtub?
He teased.
Like, should I be worried about if you're coming to see me, or if you're just there for the tub?
Reaching up, she patted his cheek. Silly, silly man. I'd be there for both of you. But you mean more to me, so...
Good to know.
He placed a soft kiss on her temple, humming softly.
This is nice.
Yes, it is. Shifting slightly, she sank a little lower under the water. Sorry about messing with your schedule.
What do you mean?
Oh, please, Milo, she said softly. We both know you had everything planned out. When room service was arriving, when we were going to take a sexy bath, when we're going to eat dessert.
Ha, joke's on you. There was no plan. I already figured you'd want a bath first, even though you just showered back at the cabin. I knew it was too big a draw for you. And while I wanted us to eat dinner first before we did any of the things we just did, I really wanted you to take the lead. I knew you had a rough day, so I wanted tonight to be everything you needed it to be.
Then let me say bravo, because you are off to a stellar start. This has all been amazing. Now it was her turn to hum. I wanted to hit the stop button on the elevator and do it in there. She glanced at him over her shoulder. Have you ever had sex in an elevator or a public place?
Nope. Never. Sorry.
Don't be sorry. I would have loved to experience that with you for your first time.
I know I am going to regret asking this, but...
You're wondering if I've ever?
Yes.
Not in an elevator, but in the backseat of a car at a public park. It was dark out, after hours, that sort of thing. And a campsite in a tent. Oh. I was young, and at the time it seemed exciting. But now I much prefer having privacy, a comfortable bed, and maybe an oversized tub or shower. Behind her, Milo shifted, and she knew he was remembering all the sexy things they'd done in his shower and tub back in Seattle. Things they could recreate right here in this suite tonight. Their time was running out. He was going to be leaving soon, and she wanted to create as many memories with him as possible. The fact that he planned this night for them was a total surprise, and she loved him for it. Loved him. Wait. Do I?
You okay?
Milo asked.
You kind of tensed up there for a second.
Holy crap. Is that what this is? Is this why I'm so conflicted about him leaving? Because I'm in love?
Nora?
What? Huh? The sound of his voice startled her out of her reverie, and she accidentally splashed water onto the floor. He laughed softly.
Seriously, Are you okay?
Yeah, sorry. My mind wandered, or maybe I was starting to doze because I'm so relaxed. Liar, liar, liar.
We've been in here for a little while, and the jets really help you relax. But maybe we should get out and order dinner. We can take another bath later if you want.
That got her attention. 2 sexy baths? Is that allowed? He kissed the tip of her nose before slowly rising to his feet.
You can have anything you want, beautiful girl. Whatever you want, it's yours.
Her heart kicked hard in her chest. I want to have you and my job. The thought had been playing over and over in her mind for a week, and no matter how much she tried, there was no way to have it all. It was sort of possible, but it still meant them living separately for a lot of the time. Or giving up the life she was just creating and stepping fully into his.
Here,
He said, once again interrupting her thoughts. When she looked up, he was holding up a towel for her, waiting to wrap it around her. Carefully, she stepped out of the tub and let him do just that. Thank you. And when his arms went around her, he kissed her. It was soft and tender, and so achingly sweet that it brought tears to her eyes. Pulling back, she smiled sadly at him. I'm going to miss this so much. Placing a finger over her lips, Milo shook his head.
not tonight. No negative thoughts tonight. I want us to only think good things and make it the perfect night. What do you say?
She wanted to say they were just prolonging the inevitable, but she didn't. I think we can do that, she whispered, kissing him again.
Good.
Stepping away, Milo went and fetched her robe and helped her slide it on before he did the same with his.
So, what's on the menu for dinner tonight?
He asked. Denial and lies with a side of make-believe. Are you telling me you and Connor didn't work up a special menu just for us? She asked, joining him on the edge of the bed as he read the room service binder.
There wasn't enough time. He had already left for the day.
She rested her head on his shoulder. Then I would love some comfort food. Meatloaf, mashed potatoes and gravy, some veggies, and the chocolate mousse for dessert.
That actually sounds delicious. Let's make it 2.
Excellent choice. He called in their order, poured them each a glass of wine from the bottle he'd set up earlier, and they settled in for their romantic escape from reality. And much to her surprise, it wasn't hard to embrace the illusion. 14. Milo was packing up all the things he had in his resort office that he was bringing back to Seattle with him. It was mostly his laptop, tablet, and a bunch of physical files and architectural plans that he still liked to print out, even though he knew he could access everything digitally. His time here was ending, and he was flying home tomorrow. Home. That was a joke. Wasn't home a place where you lived with the people you loved? Or at least a place you wanted to be? So no, he wasn't going home. He was going back to his condo. It only felt like home once Nora had been there. Leaning back in his chair, he let out a long breath. This was the right thing to do. Not only that, but it was something he had to do. There was no way he could just abandon his company. He'd already been gone for over 2 months. He'd initially given himself a 3-month sabbatical, but his work here at the resort was done. And as much as he loved having the time with his friends and Nora, he was antsy about getting back to work. It was time for him to go, no matter how much it was killing him. Any chance you're tired of living in Seattle and want to move your company here? He'd played that question over and over in his mind at least 100 times since she'd asked it. And the answer was, I still don't know. Damn it.
It's a little early in the day for that kind of language,
Slater said, as he appeared in the doorway looking like he just got back from a hike.
You got a minute?
Yeah, sure. He motioned to the chairs.
What's up?
Sitting down and then immediately slouching down and sprawling his legs out, Slater stared at him for a moment.
Just wanted to make sure you're doing okay.
Why wouldn't I be?
Seriously? We're going to go there?
It was pointless to argue or pretend he didn't know what he was referring to.
Fine. I know this is what I have to do. My life, my company, is back in Seattle. I never thought I would meet someone and fall in love and have to deal with a situation like this,
he said miserably, practically mimicking his friend's pose.
I wanted to bring her back to Seattle with me and have us stay there through the winter, and then come back here in the spring, where I'd work remotely part of the time. Oh, wow. I had no idea you thought of all that. Yeah, well, that was the plan until your big announcement at dinner that night. You never once mentioned having Nora take over your position, he accused. That was kind of the plan all along, Milo. That's why I recruited her. She's probably the only person I know that I would trust to run things here. We've all put so much work into bringing the resort back to life that I wouldn't trust the position to just anyone.
But you never said it to me, he snapped. You knew we were involved. Why didn't you at least give me a heads up so I didn't end up blindsided the way I was?
Because I didn't realize the two of you were that serious, he said with a shrug. You never get serious, and neither does she. I'll admit that maybe that should have tipped me off, but it's not like I spend a lot of time thinking about your love life. And after the open hostility the two of you had for a while, I guess I didn't think about this turning into anything, lasting.
This wasn't getting them anywhere, and it just ticked him off even more.
It doesn't matter. The situation sucks, and now we have to do the long-distance thing. I just wish...
Pausing, he shook his head but didn't finish the statement.
Come on, you wish what?
I wish things were simpler, I'm fully aware that I could fly here every damn weekend if I want to. I can do a 4-day work week and be here every weekend, but after a while, it's going to get tiresome. And Nora's not the type to give herself preferential treatment and take weekends off just because I'm here. I have no clue what it is I'm supposed to do in this scenario. Do we drag this out until we both resent the distance? Or do we just do a clean break now? Slater chuckled.
Dude, it's never going to be a clean break. You're still an owner and you're going to be here. You'll still see each other. And back up a minute. I offered her the position weeks ago. Why are we just talking about it now? Because it won't change anything. She's really excited about the position and I want her to be happy. That's all I want. I'll deal with my own bullshit and figure out how to be okay without her. But you're not going to be without her. Not really. I get that long distance isn't ideal, but it's an option. How about looking at this in a positive way and not so, like you? What does that mean? Dude, you're kind of a pessimist. You analyze things and tend to have more of a glass is half empty mindset, at least with your personal life. In business, you don't let anything stand in your way. I don't get why you can't think that way all the time.
That was actually pretty insightful. Why couldn't he think positively about this?
Because I want her with me and I'm being a brat about it.
Oh, right. That. Neither spoke for several long moments before Milo broke the silence.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
What are your plans once you leave here?
He shrugged.
No idea. I figured I'd put out some feelers and see what's out there.
Okay. Can I ask you another question? Slater chuckled.
I guess.
Why do you live like that?
Like what?
You don't stay anyplace. You're always ready to move on. Why?
Dude, come on, don't shift focus here. We're psychoanalyzing you, not me.
Milo shook his head wearily.
I didn't realize that's what we were doing, but if you can't answer the question... I didn't say I couldn't answer,
He paused with a huff, sitting up straighter.
What's the big deal about moving around a lot? Maybe I just haven't found a place that made me want to stay. Besides, this is how my entire life has been, and no one said anything before.
Maybe Jace was onto something.
Plus, I get it. All of you guys have met women, and you're all in that honeymoon phase and think everyone needs to be doing the same. Well, not me, okay? I watched firsthand what happened to my parents' marriage, and considering how much like my old man I am, I know for a fact that I'm not the white picket fence type.
He shrugged.
I enjoy my freedom, experiencing new states, new cities, and meeting new women. No commitments, and nobody gets hurt.
That was a lot to unpack, but before Milo could comment on it, Slater was on his feet.
I'm sorry if you felt ambushed or blindsided by my announcement,
he said.
I guess I sort of forgot that you weren't here for a lot of the planning talks. And then there was a time when I didn't want to mention Nora to you at all, so I'm sorry. If I had known.
But Milo waved him off.
It wouldn't have changed anything. I never would have asked you to change your mind about offering her the position, because that would have been a dick move on my part. And I kind of pride myself on not being a dick.
Slater nodded.
And we all appreciate that.
We just need to figure out what our relationship is going to look like, that's all.
And you know I'm someone who always has a plan. I always know what's coming next. This is the first time that I don't. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe this is something you need to learn because you can't plan everything, Milo. Sometimes things happen unexpectedly. Life gets messy, and there are going to be things that are just out of your control. She's not a computer system or an app or a code that you have to figure out.
He walked over and clapped him on the shoulder.
You need to go with the flow a little more and relax. Easier said than done.
He shook his head.
I don't know how you do it. Doesn't anything bother you? Don't you ever just want to stick around someplace and see what happens?
Slater's initial response was a snort of derision.
I already know what will happen. Good old Dad laid the groundwork for that, and I refuse to follow in his footsteps. How? If Nora wants to go with you for the winter, I can totally stay here.
He shrugged again.
There are worse places to be, and I know we can still do video chats and make plans for the spring. So, if that's what she wants, I'm willing to hang out. You can tell her.
But he was already shaking his head.
No. If you want to have that conversation with her, that's on you. I don't want to put any pressure on her. You wouldn't be. Just tell her what I said. Not gonna happen. She'll want to do whatever it is she thinks I want her to do. You're her friend. If you talk to her, she won't feel the pressure so much, but...
He sighed.
I don't even know what the right thing to do is. I get that. And don't worry, if it comes up organically, then I'll talk to her. If not, then we'll just see how things go. Okay?
He nodded.
Good. Are you guys coming to dinner tonight? Axel and Maisie are due back from their honeymoon, and we're all getting together to hang out and hear about Axel's adventures in Paris.
He laughed.
I wish I could have been a fly on the wall for that.
Raking a hand through his hair, Milo let out another long breath.
I forgot about that. I thought Nora and I would have a quiet night in, but maybe it would be better to hang out and laugh with everyone for a while. When's your flight home? Tomorrow at 1. I didn't want to have to get up at the crack of dawn. I wanted to have our typical morning walk around the lake and not have to rush. Damn, Milo. I don't. He quickly interrupted. It'll be fine. What time is everyone getting together tonight? Kind of early, I think, maybe 6. Double check with Lexi, she's organizing everything. Will do. I'll see you later.
And without another word, he turned and went back to packing up his things. It was going to suck saying goodbye to all his friends again, but at least there was something distracting happening tonight. And maybe it would be enough to make him forget how much he was going to miss all of this. But not enough for him to forget how he was going to be leaving a part of his heart behind. Once he was done, he carried his box of stuff out, stopping in the doorway to look back at his office. The decor wasn't like he had originally planned, but somehow it had turned out better than he expected. It reminded him of when he first started his company. His dream had been to have an office in Silicon Valley, but no matter how hard he tried, nothing panned out. That's when he took a trip to Seattle, and like some sort of miracle, things started falling into place. His technologies, his team, and office space. Looking back, he knew he wouldn't have thrived in California the way he did in Washington. So that was just another example of things turning out better than he expected. Why didn't he think about things like this more?
Dude, you're kind of a pessimist. You analyze things and tend to have more of a glass-is-half-empty mindset, at least with your personal life. In business, you don't let anything stand in your way. I don't get why you can't think that way all the time.
He hated that Slater had a point. Walking down the hall, he stopped outside Lexi's office. She was on a call, and when she spotted him, she silently let him know she'd just be a minute. Milo took advantage of that time to think about the call he'd gotten so many months ago regarding hiring her. They were all childhood friends, but Lexi and Connor had a very complicated history, and as much as she needed help, she wasn't sure she could come and work at the same place Connor was. After all her protests, she arrived, and even though she heavily stipulated that she wanted nothing to do with Connor, they ended up not only getting back together, but getting married with a baby on the way. Again, it turned out better than anyone expected. He was beginning to notice a pattern. Maybe him going back to Seattle wasn't exactly ideal for him and Nora, but was there something better just waiting for them around the corner? Was this going to lead to something neither of them saw coming? Was it, "Hey, Milo," Lexi said, interrupting his thoughts. "What's up?"
Oh, I was just curious where we were all meeting for dinner tonight with Axel and Maisie.
We're meeting up in their suite. We were originally planning on going into town to the pub, but we figured you probably had stuff to do since you're leaving tomorrow, and Maisie said she really just wanted to be back home, so Connor's cooking for all of us and thrilled about it. That made him laugh softly.
He will be completely in his element.
Definitely. Her phone rang and she quickly apologized. "I need to take this. We'll see you and Nora at 6. Maisie was in the middle of describing Paris when Nora started to feel antsy, like a tiny, gentle tug of impatience she didn't quite want to admit to herself. She was all for hanging out with everyone, especially because she knew how important Milo's friends were to him, but she had secretly hoped they would have the entire night to themselves.
"We took the wrong metro our second night,"
Axel was saying, his arm draped easily along the back of Maisie's chair.
"Ended up nowhere near where we meant to be."
Maisie smiled at him, the kind of smile that held shared history already. "We didn't even bother figuring it out, just walked."
"Across bridges," Axel added, "past street musicians, found this tiny place still open at midnight."
"The best meal we had the entire trip," Maisie finished. Everyone murmured appropriately, glasses lifted. Someone laughed softly, but Nora's attention slid sideways, settling on Milo. He was listening. really listening. A small smile played at his mouth, thoughtful rather than amused, like he was cataloging the story instead of just hearing it, like he understood what they weren't saying out loud, that the magic wasn't in getting lost, but in choosing not to rush being found. She felt the clock ticking then. This was his last night here. Tomorrow he'd board a plane, return to a world of glass buildings and boardrooms and schedules that didn't bend easily. And she'd be right here and back in her old routine, up early, kayaking or jet skiing on the lake, and spending the day making sure everyone else was having a good time while she went home alone. Their friends' laughter washed over her, warm and familiar, and she loved this, loved them. But her body had already started leaning toward what came next, toward a moonlit stroll, toward Milo's hand in hers without an audience. She shifted slightly so her knee gently brushed his under the table. He glanced over, met her eyes, and something softened there, an understanding passing between them without words, the kind that only came from knowing each other's rhythms. Soon, she told herself. Just a little longer, and then we can leave. But the thought lingered, gentle and aching. I want you to myself tonight. Dessert arrived, and with it the natural lull, plates being set down, conversations branching, someone reaching for the last fork. Nora smiled and laughed in the right places, but her attention had already narrowed. She felt Milo's hand settle at the small of her back as he leaned closer, his mouth near her ear. "Ready?" he murmured. The word wrapped around her, gentle and unmistakable. She nodded once. Yeah. They didn't announce it, didn't make it a thing. Milo pushed his chair back first, an unspoken cue, and Nora followed, offering apologies that sounded casual even to her own ears. "I've still got some packing to do," Milo said easily. "Dinner was wonderful as always, Connor," Nora added, smiling patiently even though her brain was shouting at her to get them out the door. No one questioned it. Maisie waved them off with a knowing smile, and Axel lifted his glass in a quiet toast as they passed. "We'll see everyone in the morning," Milo called out as he casually ushered her out the door. They rode down in the elevator in silence and stayed that way as they walked across the lobby of the lodge and out the main doors. Outside, the night air wrapped around them, cool and crisp, the hum of the resort muted behind the closed door. Nora exhaled slowly, like she'd been holding something in all evening. Milo didn't rush. He laced his fingers with hers and started them down the path, unhurried, as if they had all the time in the world. But Nora felt the countdown anyway. Every step felt intentional. Every brush of his thumb against her knuckles was a promise. Tomorrow could wait. Tonight belonged to them. Finally. The path back to Milo's place curved away from the lights of the main lodge. The gravel was soft underfoot, the light fading, and the only sound around them came from nature. The air smelled faintly of pine, and was cool enough that Nora snuggled closer as they walked. She shivered slightly, and he let go of her hand so he could wrap his arm around her. "We'll be home soon," he murmured. Home. That was wishful thinking. Because now, when she thought of the whole house with a white picket fence, Milo was there. They weren't in a luxury penthouse condo in the middle of a major city. They were in a small town that looked suspiciously like Harbor Town. They walked in silence for a while, the comfortable kind that hummed instead of gaped. Nora counted the small things instead. The rhythm of his breathing, the way his thumb traced an absent-minded arc over her shoulder, the warmth of his body, and how much she was going to miss having him physically close. Each step felt like subtraction. Less noise, less distance, less pretending this night was like any other. "I don't want to make this heavy," she said finally, the words slipping out before she could stop them. He glanced at her, his expression gentle in the low light.
"Okay."
She smiled at that, how he always waited her out instead of pushed. I'm glad we had dinner with everyone and got to hear about Axel and Maisie's trip. But now I'm really glad that we're done and can finally have time for ourselves." His arm tightened around her.
"Me too,"
He said.
"I've been thinking about this walk all evening."
Her chest warmed at that, the admission settling somewhere right around her heart. She bumped her shoulder lightly against him, a quiet thank you she didn't trust her voice with. They reached the narrower stretch of path where the trees closed in a bit, shadows pooling deeper between trunks. Milo stopped, then, turning to face her, the world seemed to hold its breath. And so did she. He brushed his thumb along her jaw, slow and reverent, like he was memorizing her. Nora leaned into the touch without thinking, her hands coming up to rest against his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart beneath her palms. There were so many things she wanted to say, and it looked the same for him. But ultimately, neither said a word.
"Come on."
He murmured after a moment, his forehead resting against hers.
"We're almost there."
She nodded, though part of her wanted to stay suspended right there, balanced on the edge of what was coming. They walked the rest of the way even slower. By the time his cabin came into view, Nora already felt a little breathless with anticipation and the possibility of being overcome with emotion. She promised herself she wasn't going to be sad or cry or do anything like that. But it was still there, on the fringes of her mind, just waiting for him to give her that tender look that would be her undoing. He opened the door for her and stepped aside so she could go in first. If she let herself treat this like any other night, she would be okay. So, slipping off her jacket and shoes, she moved over and sat down on the sofa, while Milo kicked off his shoes and went to grab them something to drink, like he always did. For a moment, she considered not letting either of them talk. The last thing she wanted was to end the day depressed and crying. She could easily stand up, strip down to her underwear, and seduce the hell out of him. But when he turned and smiled at her, she couldn't seem to make herself move. Let's call that Plan B. Milo came to sit beside her, and she noticed the suitcase tucked in the corner of the room, the only physical reminder that he was leaving.
"Here we are,"
he said quietly. "Yep, here we are." She felt suddenly shy and had no idea why. Glancing around again, she sighed. "So, are you all packed?"
"I think so. I didn't bring a lot with me, and I always leave clothes here. It keeps things easy."
"That makes sense." Silence. They had suddenly become two people who were extremely cautious about what they said, and it sucked. Apparently, Milo felt the same way, because he let out a small laugh.
This is ridiculous, right? We've never been this awkward before. Even when we weren't getting along, we could still exchange intelligent conversation.
That made her laugh. That's very true. She sighed. I don't want to talk about you leaving because I don't want to be sad. I know that's just prolonging the inevitable, but I can't help it. Then again, maybe we need to talk about it, because it's definitely happening. In 12 hours, you're leaving for the airport, and we don't know when you'll be back.
Okay, but we're going to talk every day,
he reminded her.
We'll video chat and call and text, and we'll both be busy working. Essentially, we'll be returning a bit to the lives we were living before we started dating.
Can I let you in on a secret? He nodded. I was really getting tired of that life.
Nora.
No, please. I feel like I need to say this. Another sigh. It's something I wanted to say to you a while ago, but at that point you were still like, I don't know, one of my bosses. We were dating and all that, but it still felt weird to admit that this wasn't something I wanted to keep doing.
But then why?
I'm also not ready to just quit. I mean, what would I do? I'm not trained for anything else. For a moment, he looked so hopeful, like he had all the answers. And unfortunately, she knew what his answer was, and it wasn't something she was prepared for. I would never leave the Lakeview Harbor Resort and go with you to Seattle so you could take care of me. I know it may not seem like a big deal to you, but it is to me. I don't want anyone to look at me like I'm with you so I can quit my job and have my boyfriend pay my way. She shook her head. And I wouldn't want anyone ever questioning why I'm with you. And just like that, he deflated. Then you want to know the real kicker? She asked, but didn't wait for him to respond. In a million years, I never would have considered not working. I've always loved to be busy, and getting to hike and explore in some of the most beautiful places in the world has been the absolute best. I'm ready for what comes next.
And what is that?
She'd come this far. I want what my parents have, what my siblings have. I want to settle down and put down roots, start a family. Tears stung her eyes because this wasn't making their last night together any easier. Slowly, as if he were giving her time to move, Milo reached out and took one of her hands in his.
And you deserve all of those things. I hate to think that you accepted the promotion because you're afraid of what other people would think if you came back to Seattle with me.
That was part of it, but I don't know that I'm ready to stop, like right now. Groaning, she slouched back against the sofa cushions. I know I'm not making any sense. Probably because we haven't been dating that long, and maybe we need this. The time to do the long-distance thing, so we really know how we feel. Turning her head, she looked at him. Does that make sense? He smiled tenderly, and Nora mentally cursed the first tear for falling.
It does make sense,
he said quietly.
That actually makes more sense than anything I've been telling myself for the last few weeks. I've been looking at this separation as being negative. But you just found a silver lining.
But what if... Shaking his head, Milo placed a finger over her lips.
No, nothing negative. This is going to be the confirmation we both need so we can feel good about how we move forward.
He was right, she thought.
And if you decide that this job is something you want to keep doing for a while longer, then you should feel confident in your decision. Just know you don't have to have all the answers right now, because I don't have them either. But if you ever think that you're done and want to have some time to really figure out what you want to do as your next career, know that you always have a home with me in Seattle.
Milo. Carefully, she moved closer to him, touching his face, caressing his jaw, because she just needed to touch him. I'm going to miss you. This so much, she said.
Me too. I used to think I was fine being alone. But now,
he said, and she heard the slight tremble in his voice.
Now, I don't want it. Everywhere is going to feel empty because you're not going to be there with me.
He was breaking her heart. We're doing the right thing, the smart thing, aren't we? Can we please go inside and just crawl under the blankets and you hold me? She asked, her own voice shaking. Please? Without a word, he stood and gently pulled her to her feet before scooping her up into his arms.
Whatever you want, sweet Nora, it's yours,
he promised.
It was on the tip of her tongue to say she wanted forever,
but the words wouldn't come out. Maybe someday,
but not tonight.
15. Naturally, Milo settled right back into his old routines, working ridiculously long hours and spending very little time at home. Nora laid into him about it daily when they would video chat, but he had several big projects that he was working on that were challenging and exciting, and helping him keep his mind off of the fact that he missed her like crazy. Unfortunately, they were also keeping him too busy to take even a few days off to head back to Harbor Town.
I'm really sorry,
he said miserably.
Things are just taking longer than I expected, and...
Her sigh was loud, and definitely one of frustration. Milo, I get that you're busy. I do. But I'm feeling a little less like a priority. And it hurts.
I know, but...
Still talking, she firmly interrupted. The last thing I want is to be a distraction, or some kind of obligation that you feel you need to deal with. When you told me you were all in with our relationship, I believed you. And I'd like to think you believed it when you said it.
I did. I am.
Maybe we were both fooling ourselves, she went on. We were living in a time that wasn't exactly real. You were working, but just doing resort stuff, not your usual tech projects. And I knew you were a workaholic when we met, but I didn't see that side of you before. I'm not asking you to completely stop being who you are, but you also promised me you'd, be a little more present for us. Raking a hand through his hair, he let out a long breath. He knew he had a good reason for putting in all these hours, but it wasn't anything he could discuss with her yet.
You're right,
he said after a moment.
I came home and went right back to my old habits, and that's not fair to you.
I know we talk every night and text each other throughout the day, but it's been 3 weeks, and you've backed out of coming to visit twice already.
It's not like I'm not trying, Nora. I swear I am. It's just...
I had this whole thing planned for us this weekend. There's a festival in town that Reese was telling me about, and I figured we'd have dinner at the pub, check out the festival, go for ice cream, browse around the bookstore. And now you're not going to be here," she murmured. Part of me worried that we'd get tired of the long-distance thing, but I didn't expect it to happen this fast. Panic had him by the throat, because that wasn't what was happening, at least not for him. But he needed to prove to her that what he was doing was for them, not as a way of avoiding them. And do it all without giving away any of the details. Ugh, what the hell was I thinking? "Okay. May I speak now?" he asked carefully. "Yes." "What I'm working on is something really important, and I'm not just saying that," he quickly clarified. "And it doesn't just involve me. There are a lot of moving parts, other people involved. And if I take time away, we'll lose momentum. I swear it's going to get better soon. Just please be patient with me. Please." She whined his name, and he knew he was close to losing this fight. "This is all temporary, I promise," he went on. "Why don't you come here for the weekend? I'll pay for the ticket, I'll make all the arrangements, and— But if you couldn't take the time off to come here, you're not going to take the time off while I'm there," she countered. "That's not true. It's easier for me to make time for us if you're here. I can take time off because I won't lose FaceTime with my team while I'm on a plane going across the country. Please, Nora, come to Seattle." She sighed again. "I don't know. Sexy baths, sexy showers, sexy pizza in bed. Whatever you want, we'll do it. We don't even have to leave the condo." "I'm listening." "Any work I have to do, I'll do it from home. I'll have every meal delivered. I'll even feed it to you in the tub." Thankfully, that made her laugh. "I'm not sure that would be a good idea. But you know I'm going to expect you to be in the tub with me part of the time." "Naturally. And I'll even throw in a massage." "Like someone coming in and giving me a massage?" "Yep. If I know I'm going to have to work for more than an hour, I'll bring in someone to give you a massage, a 90-minute one. What do you say?" "Ugh, Milo." "First-class seat on the plane." "Now you're making me feel shallow," she murmured. "Nope. I'm trying to spoil you so you arrive here relaxed and stay relaxed all weekend." "I have an early morning hike on Monday." "Then I'll call Slater and tell him to either take it himself or assign it to someone else. We haven't asked for any favors like this before, so this one time won't be a big deal." He knew he was grasping at straws here, but he was desperate. "I'll talk to Slater," she said after a long moment. "You just get all your work done so you won't have to do any while I'm there." Then she paused. "Except maybe like 2 or 3 hours, so I can get that massage." He nearly slid onto the floor with relief. "Done. I'm making all the flight plans now, and I'll email them to you." "Okay. Thank you." "No. Thank you for being willing to come here. Next time, I will definitely be the one flying across the country." "You better," she said, but she laughed softly afterwards. "Go make travel arrangements, and we'll talk tomorrow." "Sounds good. Get some sleep. I know it's late by you." Hell, it was getting late by him, too. "I'm climbing into bed now." "Want to know what I'm wearing?" Now it was his turn to laugh. "If we play that game again, no one's going to get anything done." Spoil sport. "Fine. Good night." "Good night, Nora." He hung up and quickly made all the arrangements for her to fly to Seattle. As soon as he emailed the info to her, he decided to tap out a quick text to Slater giving him a heads up. Milo.
Hey, you up?
He figured he'd have to wait a few minutes or longer, but the dancing dots appeared almost immediately. Slater.
Yep, what's up?
Milo.
I need a favor.
Slater.
Sure.
Milo.
I can't make it back to Harbor Town this weekend, so I'm flying Nora here.
Slater.
And you want me to charter a plane and fly her there?
Milo.
Was that ever an option?
Slater.
Could be.
Milo.
I wish I had known that. I just booked her flights.
Slater.
Oh, okay. So, the favor?
Milo.
I have her flying out on Friday and getting back late Sunday night. She said she has an early hike on Monday, so I need someone else to do it.
Slater.
Ah, that kind of favor, I get it.
Milo.
Will it be a problem?
Slater.
Not at all. A few of the guides have been grumbling about our cutting back on their hours, so it kind of works out.
Slater.
You could even let her stay until Monday and fly home then.
Milo quickly turned to his computer and altered her itinerary before emailing her the update. Milo.
Done.
Slater.
What time is her flight on Friday?
Milo.
1 in the afternoon?
Slater.
I'll give her morning hike to someone else too, and I'll take her to the airport.
Milo.
Thank you.
Then he remembered their conversation from a few weeks ago. Milo.
Did you ever talk to her about you staying on for the winter months?
Slater.
No, it never seemed to come up. But maybe on the way to the airport?
Milo.
Don't force it. Like we said, it needs to be organic. And make sure she knows it was your idea and not mine.
Slater.
No problem.
Slater.
So why aren't you coming here again?
Milo.
Big project that I'm working on. It's really a very hands-on thing, and I can't spare the time to be away while I'm flying.
Slater.
But you'll be able to find the time to be with Nora while she's there? The math doesn't seem right.
Milo.
Trust me, the math is fine, and I'm working it all out.
Slater.
We'll see. Don't mess this up, dude. She's seriously missing you.
Milo.
And I'm seriously missing her. Don't worry. I've got it all under control.
Slater.
Make sure you do. Nora's a good person, and you're probably the only guy I know who I'd consider good enough for her. Don't make me regret it.
Milo.
I won't. Trust me.
Milo.
And thanks again for the help. I think this weekend is going to be a good thing.
Slater.
No worries. I've got your back. Take care, and let me know when you're coming back this way. Maybe we can try the chartering a plane thing.
Milo.
As long as it's bigger than the plane you use at the resort, I'll be fine.
Slater.
LOL, you got it.
Putting his phone down, he emailed Evie, asking her to book a massage for Nora for Saturday. Now that he had a plan and motivation, he was more determined than ever to get as much work done before Nora arrived. And with any luck, he'd make up for being the world's crappiest long-distance boyfriend. It was official. She was spoiled. And I'm too relaxed to care. Her flight to Seattle had been pretty darn perfect. Milo had sent a driver to pick her up, and when she'd climbed into the back of the SUV, there was a box of warm chocolate chip cookies waiting for her and a bottle of milk on ice. And when she arrived at his condo building, Jeffrey had greeted her warmly and escorted her up to the penthouse where Milo was waiting for her with soft music, wine, and a tub full of bubbles. And that was just the beginning. After a very sexy and satisfying evening, he'd served her breakfast in bed, before announcing that her masseuse would arrive in an hour. She'd never had a real massage before, only ones that came with physical therapy after she'd gotten hurt on a hike or something. And now that she knew what she'd been missing, this was going to become a regular part of her life. The table had been set up in the primary suite with all the blinds drawn, some spa music playing quietly, and a jasmine-scented candle burning. It was an incredibly relaxing environment, and as they were finishing up, she wasn't sure she'd ever be able to move again. "Okay, Miss Nora," Eliza, her masseuse, quietly said. "We're all done. Take your time getting up. There's a pitcher of water here on the table, and your robe is on the bed. I'll be waiting out in the living room, but don't feel the need to rush." "Thanks, Eliza," she said drowsily. In the distance, she heard the door open and shut, but she was completely boneless and wasn't sure she'd be able to get off the table, let alone get dressed and drink water. But at some point, she forced herself to move. "Thank God no one is here to witness this," she murmured, as she clumsily got to her feet and padded naked over to the bed to get her robe. Once it was on, she went and poured herself a glass of water and drank it down faster than she would have thought. She stared at the bed longingly, desperately wishing she could crawl under the blankets. But Eliza needed to come back in and get her gear. Pouring herself more water, she forced herself to leave the room. "Thanks, Eliza," she said with a smile. "That was incredible. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Be sure to drink plenty of water today. It will help with recovery." And with a quick nod, she went back to the bedroom to collect her things, while Nora went in search of Milo. She found him working in the guest room, and when he spotted her, his entire face lit up, and it made her heart beat crazily for a second. "Well, someone's looking very relaxed," he said as he got to his feet. "You have no idea. I kind of want to take a bath to get some of this massage lotion off, but I think I'd fall asleep." Laughing softly, she added, "Although I'd die a happy woman. That was amazing."
"I'll take your word for it. I can't make myself relax enough to get a massage."
That's what I thought, but Eliza's hands were like magic. "You should." Pausing, she had an image of Milo naked on the massage table with nothing but a towel over his butt and Eliza's hands running all over him. "You know what? It's not for everyone. You shouldn't give it another thought." As if reading her mind, he stepped in close, his hands gently resting on her hips.
"The only hands I want rubbing me are yours."
Good. Kissing him softly, Nora felt like they were back on track. As much as she hated that he hadn't come to see her, she had to admit that this was kind of a lot better. Slater didn't mind finding people to cover her shifts, and he had even hinted at how he maybe wasn't as eager to leave the resort as he originally thought. "Are you taking my promotion back?" she'd asked lightly, but there was a part of her that was genuinely concerned.
"Not at all. I think I was feeling like it was time to move on, but nothing's piquing my interest yet."
"Oh, that makes sense."
"And with us cutting back on the outdoor stuff soon, chances are other places will be too. So you and I can share the load, but ultimately, all the decision-making will be yours. You know, if you want."
"Why wouldn't I?"
"Nora, come on. You're jetting off to be with Milo, and we both know doing the tour guide thing was never your lifelong dream."
"That's not true," she lied, because she was curious where he was going with this.
"All I'm saying is there's no rush for either of us to change anything up right now."
"Okay." And he'd changed the subject to chartering planes after that.
"Hey,"
Milo whispered, caressing her cheek.
"Where'd you go?"
Sorry. My mind wandered for a moment. He looked at her expectantly. I was just thinking about how nice this is, and how I'm dangerously close to enjoying being pampered, and no one is more surprised than me. That seemed to please him.
"You deserve to be pampered. You work hard, and everything you do is for other people. So if I can help you take time for yourself, then I'm going to."
Reaching up, she cupped his firm jaw. I swear you're too good to be true sometimes, but I'm glad you're mine.
That part makes me happy too.
He kissed her then, tenderly at first, and then a little deeper and needier. Taking her in his arms, he turned them and backed her up against the wall. His hand slid underneath her robe, and she hummed with pleasure. "Have a good day," Eliza called out, before letting herself out. But neither of them paid any attention. They were in their own little world. Breaking the kiss, Milo looked at her, his dark eyes glazed with desire.
"You're mine, Nora,"
he said gruffly.
"All mine."
"Yes," she panted. And to prove it, he claimed her right there against the wall of the guest room. It was wild and frantic, and so damn good that her screams echoed through the penthouse. Minutes later, even more boneless than she'd been before, she let Milo carry her back to his bedroom, where he lovingly placed her on the bed.
"Rest,"
he whispered.
"And when you get up, we'll take that bath, and I'll hold you up so you don't fall back asleep."
Kissing her forehead, he covered her with the blankets and quietly left the room. She was asleep before the door even closed. One weekend of bliss, followed by 3 of disappointment. Every time Milo had to cancel, he told her he'd fly her to Seattle, but she refused. Not to be spiteful, but because she wasn't comfortable with this kind of relationship. Maybe he didn't realize it, but it felt like he was buying her affection. Or maybe it was that he didn't mean to buy her affection, but he was trying to buy relief from his own guilt for constantly letting her down. Either way, it was really getting to her. Right now, she was waiting for the call or text telling her whether he was getting on a plane to come and see her. Basically, she wasn't holding her breath. Hell, she didn't even want to be waiting for the call, but she didn't have anything else to do. Slater had covered all the hikes because he felt confident that Milo was going to show up. "That makes one of us," she mumbled as she walked into their brand-new shed office. Well, they couldn't really call it that anymore. It was a brand-new tiny house, or tiny house-ish kind of structure, that Milo had delivered last week. Slater was ecstatic over the whole setup, especially when Reese and his crew showed up to get the water, heat, and electric connected. She had to admit, it was a pretty great thing for them to finally have. But she saw it for what it really was: emotional outsourcing. Again, he kept mistaking provision for presence. For such a smart guy, he was pretty freaking clueless. Nora just had to decide when she was going to confront him about the whole thing. Just the thought of it didn't sit right with her. Most of the time, she didn't mind speaking her mind to anyone. But Milo was so non-confrontational that it almost made her feel mean. There was a time when she wouldn't have minded being mean to him, but that was in the past, before she knew him. And after everything they'd shared, it didn't feel like something she should be doing, no matter how mad he was making her. She had barely stepped into their new office when one of their guides, Dave, came limping in.
"Oh, hey, Nora. Is Slater around?"
"No, sorry, he's up on the expert trail. Are you okay?" He shook his head.
"I got back a little while ago with an intermediate group, and I took a nasty fall while trying to help one of the guests from falling. Either way, my ankle's swelling up and I'm heading up to the lodge to see the doctor.
Oh, wow, Dave, I'm sorry. Do you need help to get up there?
No, but I've got another group starting in 30 minutes, and there's no way I can do it. I figured if Slater was around, maybe he could take it.
She was already on her feet. Don't worry about it. I can take them. She looked over at their schedule board. Beginner group, 8 people, no kids. He nodded.
Yeah, they're all here as part of a family reunion, cousins or something.
Shifting on his feet, he winced.
I really need to go.
Go. I've got this, she assured him. Text me later and let me know what the doctor said, but I'm pretty sure he's going to tell you to stay off your feet for several days.
That's what I figured.
Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Axel walking by and immediately called out to him. Axel, can you come here for a minute, please? He jogged over and looked between her and Dave.
What's up? Everything okay?
Dave's hurt and needs to get up to the lodge to see the doctor. I hate the thought of him hobbling up there alone. Any chance you can get one of the golf carts and drive him up? I need to get ready to take over his hike.
I thought Milo was coming in today and you had the day off.
Forcing a smile, she shook her head. I haven't heard from him, so I'm just going to assume he isn't coming. Can you help Dave?
Of course, hang tight.
He walked away and was back in 2 minutes.
Thanks, Nora,
Dave said with a tight smile.
I could have made it up there myself, but I know this is going to be much better.
Take care of yourself, and we'll talk soon. Once they were gone, she stared down at her phone. No missed calls, no texts, no voicemails, no emails. Son of a bitch. I guess it's a good thing I'm going on a hike, she mumbled, as she began putting together her backpack. Less time to think about what a colossal jerk my boyfriend is. It took her only 10 minutes to get everything together, and once she was done, she jogged back to her cabin to change into clothes that were more suitable for a hike than her yoga pants and tennis shoes. Hey, Nora, Harlow called out as she jogged over to the cabin. Is Milo on his way? Inwardly, she groaned. This was another sucky aspect of this relationship. She worked with all his best friends, and they knew everything. No idea, she said with a forced smile. Harlow frowned. Really? I thought he was definitely coming this time. I talked to him yesterday and, look, I don't mean to be rude, but I'm taking over a hike for Dave and I need to get changed. Oh, yeah, sorry. Go and do what you need to do. And I guess I'll see you later. She turned and walked away, and Nora felt a little guilty about brushing her off. But the last thing she wanted was to stand there talking about all the ways Milo kept letting her down. By the time she met up with her group, her mind was fully focused on the hike and all the things they were going to do. All thoughts of Milo were carefully put aside. At least she hoped they were. Hey, everyone, I'm Nora, and I'll be your guide today, she said cheerfully. Her group consisted of 5 men and 3 women who all looked to be in their 20s and seemed genuinely excited to go on the hike. For the next few minutes, she went over all the safety rules, made sure everyone had what they needed in their packs, and that they digitally signed all the contracts and waivers that the resort required. Okay, now that we have all of that out of the way, I hear you're all at the Lakeview Harbor Resort for a family reunion. That must be fun. She began leading them down the first path as everyone shared stories about how they decided to come here for the reunion, the things they've done so far, and how they're all related to each other. They seemed like a fun group. But about an hour into the hike, one of the guys, Kevin, fell into step beside her. Normally, that wouldn't have bothered her. But the conversation jumped from flora and fauna to personal territory far too quickly.
So, Nora, do you have a private cabin of your own here at the resort?
Like she was going to tell him. No, she lied sweetly.
Really? That's gotta be disappointing. All these cabins so close by and convenient, and you have to drive into town?
He prompted.
Got an apartment there?
Ignoring the question, she turned to the group. This area of the state is home to black bears, cougars, bobcats, coyotes, porcupines, and a variety of poisonous and non-poisonous snakes. Black bears can be found on nearly every mountain in the region, which has the highest black bear population in New York State. Cougars and bobcats have been spotted much less frequently, but you should always be very aware of your surroundings. "Have you ever seen any black bears, Nora?" one cousin asked. "I have," she agreed, as she kept her gaze forward. "It's important that you're always looking around, and if you see one, it's equally important not to panic."
"What should you do?"
someone else asked.
"You should pull the person closest to you close,"
Kevin said, hauling Nora into his arms with a smarmy laugh.
"And use them as a shield."
Panic hit her hard for a brief second before she elbowed him in the ribs. He dropped her, but when she turned to him, she could see he wasn't amused. "First of all, don't ever do anything like that again. Understand?" Stony silence. Even the cousins were stunned speechless. "Second, you never use anyone as a shield or touch them without their permission," she said carefully, even though all she wanted to do was haul off and throat punch him. "And lastly, if you see a black bear, remain calm, don't run, and avoid direct eye contact. Make yourself look large, make loud noises like clapping and shouting, and back away slowly to give the bear space. If the bear approaches, stand your ground and use bear spray. Don't throw food at it or try to climb a tree. They will follow." And with that, she turned and resumed the hike, putting as much distance as she could between herself and Kevin. That worked fine on the rest of the way up, but when they stopped for a break before heading down, he came over to her again.
"Hey, listen,"
he began sweetly.
"I didn't mean any disrespect earlier. I'm sort of the joker in the family, so I hope we're cool."
He seemed sincere, but she'd been in this sort of situation before and knew they rarely were. "I appreciate you saying that, but I'd prefer it if you just stayed closer to your cousins for the rest of the hike." She used her professional tone that should have relayed that she was all business, but he merely smirked at her before nodding and walking away. While she had a moment to herself, she took out her walkie-talkie and walked a few feet away from the group. "It's Nora. Over." She let out a long breath and simply said, "Dragonfly." She knew Slater had a walkie-talkie with him, and Lexi always had one in the lodge office. Dave would usually have one, but he was probably on his way home now. Damn it. For the next few minutes, they finished their snacks and drinks while Nora answered more questions about the resort and some of the other activities that were available.
"Which ones do you mostly handle?"
Kevin asked, and she had to fight the urge to groan again. "Depends on the day," she said evenly. "Okay, let's get our stuff cleaned up and start the trek down." This was the point that she typically stayed behind the group, but honestly, she felt like that wouldn't be ideal with this particular group. So when they all started walking, she pulled out her walkie-talkie one more time and simply said, "Dragonfly." Then she got right in the middle between two of the female cousins and pointed out the view of the lake and a few other random facts as they started their hike down. It took a little over 90 minutes before she could see the path to the shed office, and she hadn't felt this level of relief in a long time. As soon as they were off the trail and onto the main path, Nora made her way to the front of the group and smiled. "Thanks so much for joining me today, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of your family reunion weekend." Waving, she watched them all walk away and cringed when Kevin stayed toward the back and gave her a creepy smile. She didn't breathe easily until they were completely out of sight. Good riddance. The logical thing to do would be to go to her cabin and relax, but she was still a little tense and knew she needed to burn off some of the negative energy. The best way to do that was a ride on a jet ski. The weather was a little cool for it, but that wasn't a deterrent right now. So she put her pack away and put the walkie-talkie back on the shelf so it was there for the next person. They had a supply closet where they kept changes of clothes, bathing suits, and wetsuits, and Nora opted to grab a wetsuit. Glancing at the schedule, she saw there were no water activities planned for the rest of the day, so she'd basically have the lake to herself. Perfect. Wetsuit in hand, she grabbed her phone and keys and locked up the shed office before heading down to the boathouse. There was a small changing room there, and she felt it was the better option for her to use. She was already feeling the tension leaving her body the closer she got to the water. It was after 4, and if she timed it right, she'd get a good hour on the lake before the sun started to go down. After that, she had no idea what she was going to do, since Milo was clearly a no-show. The bastard. Okay, no negative thoughts, only positive. A ride on the jet ski will help clear my mind, she murmured as she stepped into the boathouse. In a matter of minutes, she had changed into the wetsuit, had her hair up in a ponytail, and was putting her clothes and phone into a locker when she heard a noise. Peering out the changing room door, she saw someone walking in the shadows. The gasp was out before she could stop it when she spotted Kevin lurking around. Son of a bitch. As much as she told herself not to panic, she was panicking. Doing her best to make little to no noise, she quickly pulled out her phone, cursing the fact that she didn't take the damn walkie-talkie with her, and immediately went to the group text. Nora, Dragonfly, I'm in the...
Hey, Nora,
Kevin said as he barged into the room. Her phone went flying and she had no idea if she hit send, but he wasn't paying any attention to it. His eyes were firmly on her.
I thought maybe you and I should talk.
Oh, God. Carefully, she inched her way around him until she slipped out of the changing room. But as soon as she went to make a run for it, his arm roughly grabbed her arm, hauling her back to him. His laughter sent chills down her spine, and she knew she only had a matter of minutes before this situation took a dangerous turn. Please let someone get that text. 16.
Welcome back to the Lakeview Harbor Resort,
Walker said as they drove through the resort gates.
Thanks again for picking me up at the airport,
Milo said wearily. Exhaustion had him nearly delirious, but he wanted to surprise Nora by showing up.
Like I said, it wasn't a problem. I had errands to run out that way, so it all worked out. And I scheduled that meeting with Reese like you asked, so that's all set too.
Yawning, he nodded.
Thanks.
The ride from the airport took an hour, and they'd spent most of that time talking about the new resort Walker and Harlow were working on, and ways for Milo to wire everything so all the glamping tents could have Wi-Fi and other tech to make them more comfortable. Personally, he thought that was diminishing the camping experience. But what did he know? Walker parked the car just as Harlow came running over.
I love how she can't wait to greet me,
Walker said with a wink. But when he opened the door and said,
I missed you too, beautiful,
and held his arms out for her, she gave him a shove. Not here to greet you. Didn't you see this text? She held up her phone and shook it in his face.
What text?
He asked, just as Milo walked around to join them. Milo, what are you doing here? Nora said you weren't coming this weekend. He grinned.
I wanted to surprise her and...
Holy shit, Walker hissed.
Nora's in trouble.
What? He demanded. How? Where? Grabbing the phone from Walker's hand, he saw the word dragonfly and froze.
That's the... Yeah, that means there's trouble.
Walker finished for him.
Okay, I thought she was off today, so where...
Dave got hurt, and she took his hike. It's a beginner one, but Lexi said she should have been back by now. Milo's heart thundered in his chest as he looked around frantically.
Where do we even begin? I mean, she could be anywhere. What does the tracker on the walkie-talkie say?
Just then, Lexi walked over and joined them. She was slightly winded, but she clearly heard the question. The walkie-talkie is in the shed office, she said. She used the Dragonfly code word a few times on the hike, and I tried reaching Slater and the other guides, but no one was available. When I tracked the walkie-talkie to the shed office, I figured she was fine, but I have no idea where she went after the hike."
"This is why no one should be leading hikes solo,"
Milo said loudly.
"I told her that was a bad idea, but did she listen? No. And now—"
"What about the group she was with?" Harlow interrupted, looking equally frazzled. "Do we have names we can look up and find them?" "I'm on it," Lexi said. "I have everything up in my office." "I'll go with you," Harlow told her, before looking at Walker and Milo. "Keep your phones with you. Check the cabins, the shed office, and anywhere else you think she might go."
"We're on it,"
Walker announced, before taking off toward the cabins. Milo was hot on his heels.
"Where would she go, Milo? What's her routine like? After a hike, she always goes back to her cabin. At least that's what she did when I was here full-time. Okay, we'll start there."
But it didn't take long for them to realize she wasn't there or in any of their cabins. Next, they went to the shed office and found it locked. Walker had a master key, and when they went inside, they found her pack and everything neatly put away, but no sign of her.
"This is bullshit,"
Milo snapped.
"How are we supposed to—"
But then he stopped.
"Her phone. I can track her phone. You can do that?"
He nodded.
"We installed that on our phones a while ago, and I completely forgot about it."
Pulling out his phone, he immediately began tapping his screen and pulling up the app. It wasn't loading fast enough, and he let out a stream of curses. Beside him, Walker's phone rang, and he put it on speaker.
"Yeah, Harlow, what have you got?"
"We got part of the group, and they said one of their cousins didn't come back to the lodge with them. His name's Kevin. Apparently he and Nora had a bit of an altercation on the hike. We're heading down to you. Are you at the shed office?"
"Yeah, but hurry."
He hung up and looked at Milo.
"They're on their way, so you stay and talk to them. I'm going to find her. Milo, where are you even going to go? It looks like she's near the boathouse. At least that's where her phone is. I'll go with you." "No," he said adamantly. "And I don't have time to argue. Stay and talk to this guy's family, because if anything's happened to Nora, I'm holding them all responsible.
But he wasn't listening. Just the thought of Nora being in danger filled him not only with fear, but with complete and utter rage. How dare anyone put her in that kind of position? That anger had him storming down the path, and he knew if this guy did anything to Nora, he would kill him. At least that's what he told himself. As soon as he reached the structure, Milo knew something was wrong. The lights weren't on, but the door stood half open. He stepped closer, trying to hear if anyone was in there. He held his breath until he heard her. Nora's voice carried faintly across the space, tight and controlled, nothing like her usual simple confidence. He didn't hesitate, didn't call her name. He stepped inside and quickly evaluated the situation. The guy was standing too close. Nora's back was to the workbench, and one of his hands braced beside her like he was blocking her in. Milo took in the size difference automatically. The way the guy filled the space, towering over her. Nora's jaw was set, her hands clenched at her sides like she was calculating her next move. Milo didn't bother calculating how badly this could go for him. Physical confrontations were so not his thing. But this was Nora, and there wasn't anything he wouldn't do for her, even risking his own well-being. His gaze flicked to the rack along the wall where they housed all the oars for the kayaks and canoes. He quietly crossed the distance in 3 strides, grabbed one, and stealthily made his way across the room. Adrenaline made him brave, and as he came up from behind, he swung before the guy even realized anyone else was there. The crack of wood against muscle echoed sharp and loud. Kevin shouted, stumbling sideways, clutching his shoulder as the oar clattered to the floor. Milo was already moving. "Now," he said, his voice low and absolute, as he reached for Nora's hand. She didn't argue, didn't hesitate. She was shaking, but she moved with him, running across the room and out the door into the open air, Milo positioning himself between her and the boathouse without thinking twice. Behind them, they heard Kevin swear, furious and stunned. But he didn't follow. The sound of footsteps on the path told him everyone was coming. "He's in there," he stated, but his focus stayed on Nora, on the way she gripped his hands like she might never let go, and the cold, steady truth anchoring him in place. No one was touching her again. Not on his watch. It was chaos all around them, and he eventually noticed Walker, Axel, and Connor, along with Lexi, Harlow, and a group of guests hovering around. But Walker and Axel were holding Kevin firmly between them. "Call the cops," Milo said, "and don't let that bastard out of your sight." "Already called," Lexi assured him. "They're on the way." She came over and hugged Nora. "Are you okay? What can I get you?" She shook her head, but Milo could still see her trembling. Without a word, Lexi stepped away and was immediately replaced by Harlow, who wrapped a blanket around Nora. "Here you go." She gave her a gentle hug before stepping away. There were so many thoughts racing through his head, but now wasn't the time to voice any of them. But he would. Later. And only to Slater, Walker, Axel, and Connor. He'd never felt like this before, this level of rage and fury and helplessness. He knew he went in and got her out before anything more could happen, but all he wanted right now was to take Nora away from this mob scene and take care of her. Glancing at Connor, he said, "Get this guy out of our sight. Now. I'm on it." Slowly, Milo pulled Nora into his embrace, cupping the back of her head so she didn't have to watch anything going on around them. He only loosened his hold when it was just the two of them, with Lexi and Harlow. "Where are your things?" Lexi asked her. "In the changing room, in the locker," she said quietly. "My phone's on the floor, I think. I dropped it when he, Look on the floor," Milo said sternly. Harlow moved closer. "When Lexi brings your stuff out, why don't the two of you head to your cabin? I'm sure you'll need to give a statement to the cops, but in the meantime, try to relax." All Nora did was nod. When Lexi returned, she handed Nora a bag with her clothes and then her phone. "Great, the screen's shattered," she murmured. "We'll get you a new one tomorrow," he promised as he led her away. No one said a word until they were almost to the cabin. "We're going to see what's going on," Harlow said softly. "If you want, we'll call or text and let you know if they're going to talk to you tonight, okay?" Again, all Nora did was nod. "Thanks, Harlow. Thanks, Lex. I've got her from here." Neither looked like they wanted to leave, but they eventually did. And as they stepped onto the front porch of the cabin, Milo had a feeling she was in shock and considered calling the resort doctor. But first, he had to get her inside, where she would finally feel safe. And it gutted him that if he had only told her the truth about coming to see her, none of this would have happened. The guilt weighed on him heavily, and he hoped she could forgive him. Nora didn't realize she was shaking until Milo stopped walking. They were far enough from the boathouse now that the sounds of the water and wind had returned to normal, like the world hadn't just tilted on its axis. Milo guided her up the porch steps before opening the door to her cabin. Inside, he gently helped her over to the sofa, where she sat down before he crouched in front of her, his hands still wrapped around hers, like he wasn't entirely sure she was real. "You're safe," he said quietly. "I've got you." That did it. Her breath hitched hard, the kind that scraped on the way out. Milo shifted instantly, sitting beside her instead, one arm coming around her shoulders, solid and sure. He didn't crowd her or ask questions. He just stayed, letting her tuck herself into his side like her body knew where it wanted to be. I thought... Her voice broke, and she pressed her face into his jacket, breathing him in. I thought I could handle it. I always do, always. I have never needed anyone to swoop in and save me.
I know,
he said without judgment.
That doesn't mean you should have had to.
The truth of that settled into her bones. She pulled back enough to look at him, really look at him, and saw the tension still holding him rigid. His jaw was tight. His hands, she noticed, were trembling now that everything was over. You didn't hesitate, she said softly. Not even for a second. I don't think I've ever seen that side of you before. He exhaled, slow and shaky.
I didn't think,
he admitted.
I just saw you.
Something in her chest cracked open at that. Nora rested her forehead against his shoulder, the echo of the moment replaying in her mind. The sound of wood striking flesh, the way Milo's voice had cut through everything else. Low, absolute. Now. I've never had anyone come for me like that, she said after a moment. The admission surprised her with its honesty. Not when it mattered. Milo's arm tightened around her just slightly.
You don't have to do everything alone,
he said.
Not anymore.
She nodded, even as her throat burned. Trust wasn't something she gave easily, but it was already there. On some level, she knew it had always been there with him. He was her rock, her constant. Even though he'd let her down recently, he was there when it mattered. Just thinking about what could have happened. She shuddered almost uncontrollably, and Milo pulled her in close, comforting her. And for the first time since she got back from the hike, Nora let herself relax. She was safe. She was home. And the man she loved was there with her. When she finally leaned back, Milo brushed his thumb over her knuckles, slow and soothing and careful.
If anyone wants to come and talk to you, just know that you can tell them to wait,
he said.
Whatever you want to do, I'll back you.
She met his gaze and saw it. Not fear, not doubt. Resolve. Thank you, she said, surprised by how steady she sounded. I'm really glad you're here.
Me too. I thought it would be nice to surprise you.
And for some reason that made her laugh. Well, you certainly did that. He laughed softly.
Yeah, well, I've never done a dramatic entrance before.
Trust me, you nailed it.
I don't think it's something I ever want to repeat.
She felt him let out a shaky breath.
I was prepared to do a lot more damage. I don't think I've ever felt that way before.
He shook his head.
Just thinking of what could have happened.
Don't, okay? She whispered. I can't let my mind go there. That whole time I just kept thinking of how I could get across the boathouse without him catching me. I'm confident in my athletic abilities, but I couldn't make myself move. Not until you got there.
If I had gotten here sooner, or told you I was coming, none of this would have happened. I swear, Nora, I'm so sorry. I've been terrible about keeping my promises, and I never thought of the consequences.
Pulling back, she looked up at him. I hate to break it to you, but what happened today would have happened no matter what. I wasn't expecting you until later on tonight, so when Dave came in and said he was hurt, I would have taken that hike for him because that's what a boss is supposed to do. Please don't feel responsible. The whole thing is just so damn sucky and awful, and I kind of wish I had taken that boat oar from you and hit the guy a few times myself.
I'm sure you do.
They sat in companionable silence for several long moments before her phone chimed with an incoming text. I don't want to look at it. I know it's reality calling, and I'm not ready to deal with it.
Then don't. I'll take care of it.
He gently maneuvered her away so he could pick up her phone and see who was texting. Harlow. Hey, the cops are going to need a statement, but I told them you'd go down to the station tomorrow. They took the bastard away in handcuffs. I kind of wish you could have seen it. Harlow. And tell Milo he tried playing the sympathy card since he got hit with an oar, but no one was buying it. Harlow. Not about Milo hitting him, but that he deserved sympathy. Harlow. They're charging him with attempted sexual assault, unlawful imprisonment, sexual battery, and harassment. The guys threw the entire family off the property. It's been wild up here. Harlow. Basically, I want to make sure you're okay. Connor's already making food to bring down so you and Milo don't have to leave the cabin, and if there's anything you specifically want, just let him know. Milo read all the texts to her, and Nora had to admit it. It was kind of nice having this group of people not only looking out for her, but wanting to protect her. She had only ever gotten that from Slater. Which reminded her. Has Slater come back yet? Milo shrugged.
No idea. I can ask, though.
She nodded. Thanks. I'd appreciate it. While he began typing out a text, Nora stood and stretched. It just hit her that she was still in the wetsuit, and more than anything, she wanted it off. Actually, what she wanted was a hot shower to just try to wash the whole day off of her. So that's what she did. She stayed under the hot spray longer than she normally did, but it felt too good, and honestly, she needed the time alone to wrap her head around what had happened. She kept expecting Milo to knock on the door to make sure she was okay, but she had a feeling he knew that she needed this and didn't want to push. He never pushed. He always accepted. He was seriously the best man she'd ever known in her entire life. And tonight, he saved her. That's when she shut off the water and quickly stepped out of the shower and dried herself off. She'd told him she was happy he was there. But did she thank him? Like, in her days, did she ever thank him for coming to her rescue the way he did? Slipping her robe on, she stepped out of the bathroom and saw him pacing back and forth across her tiny living room with his phone to his ear.
I don't give a damn about how you think things should be or how this has never happened before,
he was saying sternly.
The fact is that it happened on your watch. Fix this.
He tapped the phone and slid it back into his pocket before he realized she was standing there. His demeanor instantly changed. His tone softened.
Hey, how was that shower?
Slowly, she made her way over to him and cupped his face before kissing him. It was chaste by their standards, but she felt like they both needed it. Thank you.
You don't need to.
Yes, I do. You showed up today like a knight in shining armor. I want you to know how thankful I am. You literally saved me today, Milo. You saved my life. Reaching up, he caressed her cheek.
Then I guess we're even. because not that long ago, you saved mine."
Nora swallowed hard, nodding. "I think that means we're stuck with each other." A smile tugged at his lips.
I don't have a problem with that. Do you?
Nope.
Good.
Taking her hand, he led her back over to the sofa, where they snuggled close. She clung to him, but he was clinging to her just as hard. It was so peaceful and comforting. They didn't need words. They just stayed like that, anchoring each other in the tiny cabin as the last of the tremors faded and the night slowly, mercifully moved on. 17. The next morning, they were both up early, but neither felt the need to go out for their usual walk. He didn't want to push her to go out if she wasn't ready, but at some point, he knew she was going to need to leave the cabin. Plus, he had something he needed to say to her, and he wanted it to happen at a place that meant something to them. But he was patient. He could wait until she was ready. Connor had brought them dinner last night and left a basket on the porch with freshly baked muffins this morning. Milo had brought the basket in and put it on the table before making them each a cup of coffee. "I don't like this," she announced when she joined him in the kitchen.
What? The muffins? The coffee?
"The fact that everyone is babying me. I appreciated it yesterday, but the walls are closing in on me."
I get that. I felt that way after my mountain experience. Everyone hovered and refused to leave me alone. It was exhausting.
"Well, I don't mind you hovering," she teased, playfully nudging his shoulder. "But I don't want Connor hand-delivering meals and everyone tiptoeing around me. Yesterday was awful, but in the end it turned out okay.
I need to go to the police station today and deal with, that whole thing. I can go with you if you'd like."
"You better," she said with a small laugh. "I'm sure they're going to want to talk to you, too. Plus, you're my rock, Milo. I know I can get through anything if you're there with me."
Well, damn. That was a pretty humbling statement if he'd ever heard one. When do you think you want to go?
After lunch, maybe? First, I want us to have our breakfast. Then I'd like to get together with everyone and thank them for all of their help yesterday. Then I need to meet with Slater. Alone.
Alone?
She nodded. It's personal. He tried not to take it personally.
Oh.
Nora picked up a blueberry muffin and handed it to him before taking a chocolate chip one for herself. "Come on, maybe we should eat outside. That could be nice." Nodding, he simply followed her lead. He figured they'd eat out on her porch, but she surprised him by grabbing a blanket and then taking one of the paths that only the owners used that led down to the lake. They set up on the low stone wall overlooking the lake, the morning sun sparkling like tiny diamonds on the water. Nora kicked her shoes off, her feet tucked beneath her, shoulders loose in that way that always told him she felt safe. It made his chest ache, knowing she had to mentally prepare to be out here in a way she'd never had to before. He watched her for a minute and knew this was his moment. He had rehearsed this a dozen different ways, and none of them felt right. Until now.
"Hey,"
he said quietly. She turned toward him, brows lifting just a touch. "Hey." He took a breath. He didn't want this to sound like a pitch, or a solution, or, God forbid, a favor.
I don't want this to be a thing where you're here and I'm there and we just hope it works,"
he said.
"You deserve better than vague."
Her expression softened, but she didn't interrupt him. She never did when he sounded like this.
So I talked to my board. Not about you, about me. About how I want to work going forward.
He glanced at her then, holding his gaze steady.
I'm setting up a small satellite office here. Not a full team, just enough infrastructure that I can work remotely for real. Weeks at a time, on the calendar, locked in.
She stilled.
I still have to go to Seattle, he continued. I'm not disappearing from my company, and I'm not asking you to change anything about what you're building here. This?
He gestured between them, then outward.
This is me making room, not asking you to.
Then he felt like he was holding his breath. He had just essentially dropped a bombshell, all brand new information that he had never let her know he was working on.
I've already cleared the time, he added gently. I'll be here every month, not when things slow down, not if nothing blows up. It's done.
For a moment, she didn't say anything. She just looked at him like she was seeing a version of him she hadn't fully let herself imagine yet.
I needed you to know,
he said finally, quieter now,
that I'm not treating us like a temporary problem to solve later.
He swallowed.
I'm treating us like something I plan for, something I want more than anything in the world. I'm miserable without you, but I would never ask you to sacrifice all the things you've worked so hard for. Maybe at some point we'll figure out a different plan, a better one. But for now, this keeps us together more.
I don't even know what to say. I had no idea. I thought... She let out a long breath. I was so angry with you yesterday. And now I feel stupid for being angry.
You shouldn't feel stupid. I gave you every reason to be angry. I thought it would be a great way to surprise you.
Then he let out a mirthless laugh.
Maybe I should stop doing that. I seem to be terrible at the whole surprising you thing.
Luckily, she laughed even as she shook her head. I don't know about that. You're really good with the end results. And if you think about it, that's what matters the most, right?
I don't know, I guess.
Trust me, it does. She smiled, and everything inside him warmed. There was more he wanted to say, had to say.
Every time one of us had to leave, it was devastating. This has all been new to me,
he explained.
I never had to balance a relationship and my career because, well, it just never happened. But with you, I had to figure it out. I wanted to figure it out.
Swallowing hard, he studied her beautiful face.
I can't guarantee that this is going to be perfect, but I know it's a step in the right direction. And if you're done being angry with me, I'd very much like for us to figure out the rest together.
Her hand found his, and they stayed like that for a long moment, hands tangled, the lake shining in front of them, the sounds of the resort faint and distant as the day was starting. Milo could feel Nora's thumb moving slowly over the back of his hand. This was the part he hadn't planned for, the way something in his chest had gone completely still, like it had finally recognized home.
Nora,
he said. She looked up at him, her eyes warm and searching, like she already knew this was something different, something heavier. He exhaled a quiet laugh, more nerves than humor.
I had this whole other thing I was going to say. Something smart.
Her mouth curved softly. That tracks.
But I'm realizing,
he went on, voice low, steadying as he spoke,
that if I don't say this now, I'm going to regret it more than anything else in my life.
Her fingers stilled. Milo didn't look away. He didn't rush it.
I love you.
The words landed between them without fireworks or fanfare, just solid and true, like he'd finally named something that had already been shaping his life. Nora sucked in a breath, sharp and surprised, like the air had suddenly gone thin. "Oh," she said. He smiled, soft and a little vulnerable.
You don't have to say anything back. I just needed you to know.
She shook her head, a quiet laugh breaking through as tears brightened her eyes. "No, don't do that," she said, squeezing his hand. "Don't say it like it's a risk you're taking alone." He watched her carefully, his heart thudding now, loud and uncontained. "I've been trying not to fall in love with you," she admitted. Like that was ever going to work. And just like that, he had hope. "I love you too, Milo." There it was, simple and certain, with no hesitation at all. He leaned forward before he could think better of it, pressing his forehead to hers, eyes closing as the relief washed through him.
"Okay,"
he murmured, a quiet smile in his voice. She laughed softly. "Okay?"
"Yeah,"
he said.
"Okay feels right."
Her arms slid around him, holding him like she had nowhere else she needed to be. And for the first time since distance entered the equation, Milo realized something startlingly clear. Love didn't make this harder. It made it possible. She looked at Milo, really looked at him, and felt something inside her chest loosen. Something she hadn't even realized she'd been holding tight since the day he first left for Seattle. "I still can't believe you did all that," she said softly, as if saying it louder might break it. "Without telling me." He shrugged, almost sheepishly.
"I didn't want to promise until it was real."
Her throat burned. It wasn't the office or the flights or even the time, though God, the time mattered. It was the way he'd said making room, like she wasn't an obligation or a compromise, but a constant he'd already factored into his life. "I didn't want to be the reason you felt pulled in two directions," she admitted. "I didn't want to ask you for more when you already give so much." He shifted closer, his knee brushing hers.
"You didn't ask,"
he said.
"I chose."
That was the moment it hit her, the weight of it, the care, the intention. Her hand found his, her fingers curling into his palm like they already knew where they belonged. "I don't know what to say," she whispered. He smiled then, soft and unguarded.
"You don't have to say anything."
But Nora knew in that moment that whatever this was between them, it wasn't fragile. It was being built. Their foundation was strong. And for the first time since he'd left, the distance didn't feel like a threat. It felt like something they could cross together. But the best part? This finally felt like everything she had been wanting for the longest time. The beginnings of putting down roots. She didn't really see Milo as the white picket fence type, but maybe they could have that here in Harbor Town while still embracing his swanky penthouse in the middle of Seattle. I could definitely see myself enjoying the balance.
"Tell me why you're smiling,"
he said, interrupting her thoughts. Just picturing how we're going to balance two completely different lifestyles, laid back and a bit rustic here, and high-tech glass and steel there. She shrugged. But I think I'm up for the challenge. That seemed to please him.
"It's actually the best of both worlds. I never thought I'd feel comfortable here. I mean, the resort was always a source of great memories, and it was comfortable, but in the short term. When I decided to come and stay for a few months, it took a bit of adjusting. Everything was so different, quieter, slower pace. Even though I was working, there wasn't a tremendous demand on my time. Not like it is back home."
She pictured it for a moment and laughed.
"What? What's so funny?"
I was just thinking how freaking opposite we are. And yeah, she was still laughing. I mean, you came here to slow down and relax. And when I go to Seattle, it's where I go to relax. Because the resort is where my pace is busy with demands on my time. It's just, don't you think that's kind of wild?
I guess I never thought of it like that. Honestly, I never think of you relaxing. You're always in motion.
No. The times I came to visit you were spent getting massages, room service, and sexy baths. I had no idea being idle could be so magnificent. For a moment, he didn't say anything. He just smiled at her.
We balance each other.
Yes, we do.
I like that. It's vital in a relationship, and it's nice that we have that kind of automatically built in because of who we are.
Nodding, she had to agree. They stayed like that for a little longer while they finished their now cooled coffee. Once she was done, she was ready to get up and start moving. There were some unpleasant things to deal with, and she'd rather get them out of the way early so she could move on with her day. Standing, she stretched before holding out her hand to him. You ready? Accepting her hand, he stood.
I'm ready if you are.
Then let's deal with, stuff. And then we'll see if everyone's around for lunch or dinner. I think we have a lot to tell them. Wordlessly, they gathered up their picnic mess and headed back to the cabin. And Nora realized just how alone she'd been for years. In situations that weren't always great, she'd had to face them alone. It felt good having someone right there beside her, supporting her. And she knew she would do the same for him.
Are you sure you don't want me to wait? Because I really don't mind.
Smiling sweetly, Nora walked over and gave Milo a kiss. Go up to the lodge and talk to Harlow about your new office space options.
I can use my office here if I had to.
No, you need to keep the two separate. Plus, you're going to have people working with you, she reminded him. You know Harlow's going to find you the perfect space. And after Slater and I are done talking, we'll come up to the lodge and join everyone. Connor mentioned something about fried chicken, so...
Yeah, he makes the best fried chicken in the world, I think. Guests go wild for it, and I swear everyone is always asking him to make it. You haven't had it yet?
She shrugged. I haven't. I rarely eat a lot of fried stuff. I'm either grabbing a salad or a sandwich when I'm working. But now I can't wait to see if it lives up to the hype.
It will. Trust me.
She kissed him again. I'll see you up at the lodge in a little bit. Grabbing her phone and keys, she waved as she walked out the door. They had gotten back from the police station several hours ago, and it was something she never wanted to go through again. If it hadn't been for Milo sitting there holding her hand, she swore she would have just walked out without pressing charges. Now that it was over, however, she was glad she'd done it. Now I have to deal with Slater, she murmured. He came to see her last night, but he hadn't said much. If anything, he looked wildly uncomfortable, but that could have been because Milo had been shooting murderous glances his way. So yeah, that's why she thought it would be best to come and talk to him alone. Plus, they'd been friends for years, and it felt weird for him to be acting this way. "Knock, knock," she said, announcing herself as she entered the shed office. Slater was sitting behind one of the desks, because now they had two, and gave her a small smile.
"Hey, Nora."
Groaning, she tossed her stuff down and sat down at the other desk with a huff. "Hey, Nora," she mimicked. "Seriously? What is going on with you?" His eyes widened briefly.
"What do you mean?"
"I mean, you're being quiet and reserved and polite. What's up with that?" His bark of laughter nearly made her jump, but it was also the first sign of him acting like his usual self. Leaning forward in his chair, he looked at her.
"First, I'm always polite. And second?"
He let out a long breath, raking a hand through his hair even as he leaned back again.
"Damn, I don't think I've ever been so scared as I was yesterday. And I feel responsible."
"Yeah? Well, get in line. So does Milo. So does Dave. So does Lexi. I mean, where does it end? There's only one person responsible, and he's currently in the county jail, so..." She leaned back and stared at him. "It sucked. And yeah, I was upset that you were literally the last person to check on me. We've been friends for so damn long, and whenever a situation like this ever came up, you were the guy who was right there beside me."
"There's never been a situation like this,"
he said gruffly.
"No one ever did."
He stopped, and she could tell he was just as emotional about it as she was.
"I'm so sorry for everything. For not being there when you gave the dragonfly call, for not coming sooner when I got back from the hike, and all of it."
"I could have handled that guy just being a dick on the trail. I think if things had progressed, his cousins would have dealt with him. It was the whole after thing. I can't keep thinking about it. I just can't. But I believe we need to rethink our protocol."
"I agree."
"And I'm not saying we have to do it today, but soon."
"Absolutely."
"And I'm going to take a few weeks off and go to Seattle with Milo," she said. "I haven't talked to him about it yet, but I'm doing it anyway. He's making a ton of changes for me, and I feel like I need this time to be with him and support him while he implements everything." All he did was nod. "I'm still taking the position you offered, but I'm making you stay here through the winter whether you like it or not. The holidays are coming, Walker and Harlow's wedding is coming, and I don't want anyone to have to track you down and drag you back here." Now he smirked.
"You're kind of bossy."
She grinned back at him. "I learned from the best." They sat like that for several long moments before he asked,
"Are we going to be okay? You and me?"
"Always. You're one of my best friends. You've seen me at my best and my worst, and you've always had my back. Plus, you brought me here, which brought me to Milo. So..."
"In a million years, I never would have put the two of you together."
"Me either. And it feels really good to be wrong about it. He's my other half, and I really love the balance we have."
"I'm glad. In my mind, there could never be a guy who was good enough for you. I kept seeing all these losers and slackers chasing after you, and I knew you were too smart to get serious with any of them."
He shrugged.
"But Milo, there's no one better. I know, even before yesterday, that if I can't be there for you, he will."
"You're both pretty awesome, and I feel beyond lucky to call you both friends."
"Can I let you in on a little secret?"
She nodded.
"I'm really happy that you're the one he fell in love with. He needs you, not someone like you. You. You're good for him."
That pleased her more than she thought it would. We're good for each other.
So, what happens now?
Now we go up to the lodge and meet everyone up at Axel and Maisie's suite for dinner. I'll tell Milo about my decision to take some time off. You're going to hire another guide or two, or we change the schedule, so there are fewer hikes and tours, but every one of them has 2 guides. We'll need to change our release forms. Maybe make a video that all guests are required to watch that fully explains the new policies on unacceptable behavior. And possibly equip guides with body cameras so there's never a risk of something being misunderstood. She paused for a moment. And I think we need to offer self-defense classes to our entire staff, not just the guides. And I'll talk to Milo about adding more security cameras up on the trails. I'm sure we can hide them in plain sight so it doesn't take away from the guest experience or do damage to the wildlife. What do you think? He chuckled.
Like I said, bossy.
Smiling confidently, she got to her feet. Good. As usual, dinner with the group was loud and chaotic in all the best ways. Dinner had been incredible, and now she fully understood why Connor's fried chicken was in such high demand.
So,
Walker said during one of the few lulls in conversation around the massive table,
I think we've survived our first official season here at the resort. There have been many highs, but also more than a few lows.
He paused and nodded in Nora's direction.
We're learning and growing. And I know the fall season is upon us, but I'm excited for everything that comes next.
Everyone nodded in agreement.
I spoke to Reese, and he is going to be finalizing plans with the engineers and everyone involved in the amphitheater project. And with any luck, we could have it up and running and ready to launch for the big Memorial Day weekend.
I'm working on finding the right talent to kick things off, Lexi added. There are a few big names who have shown interest, but as soon as I nail something down, I'll let you know.
Harlow and I are going to be away for the next several weeks,
he went on.
We're looking to put in some serious time over at our new resort. As much as I'd love to steal Reese away to work on it, we need him here. Yeah, no poaching the contractor,
Axel said with amusement.
Don't worry, I wouldn't dare. What else do we have going on?
Nora and Slater exchanged glances, and she motioned for him to speak first.
I'm going to stick around until January,
he said, and grinned at everyone's surprise.
It just feels like I need to be here and work on things that maybe escaped our notice. Plus, I don't have anything else lined up yet, so... You know we love having you here,
Axel told him, before looking Nora's way.
Are you okay with him sticking around?
Laughing softly, she picked up her wine glass. I am, because I'm taking a few weeks off. Beside her, Milo sat up a little straighter. I'd like to go to Seattle with Milo and help him with the things he's working on to set up a remote office here in Harbor Town. Turning her head, she smiled nervously at him. I hope you told everyone, or did I just ruin everything? He glanced around for a moment before visibly relaxing.
Everyone knows,
he assured her.
They didn't find out until today, but yeah, they know.
Okay, oof. Then, leaning in close, she whispered, and we'll talk about my news later when we're alone. I hope you're okay with taking me home with you. He leaned in even closer. His breath was warm against her skin.
That's possibly the greatest gift you ever could have given me, besides telling me you love me.
Aw. Just know that I plan on telling you that every day, she whispered.
And I plan on saying it right back,
he promised. And when he pulled back, she saw it all right there in his gaze.
I love you, Nora.
I love you too. Epilogue. 2 months later. Milo's legs were still threatening to mutiny. He sat on the wide stone hearth of the ski lodge just outside Seattle, boots unlaced, socks damp, steam curling from his jacket as the fire crackled nearby. Outside, the last of the afternoon light slid over the mountains, turning the snow soft and blue. It had been a full day of things he never would have done on his own. Chairlifts, beginner slopes, more falling than skiing. And somehow, it was perfect. Cold, but perfect. He spotted Nora walking toward him, carrying 2 giant mugs of hot cocoa. She's been so excited about them sipping it in front of the fire that she didn't even want to wait for them to get back to their suite. "Here we go," she said excitedly, placing the mugs on the hearth next to him. 2 hot cocos, extra marshmallows. He felt a bit silly about the extra marshmallows, but she assured him it was the only way to enjoy hot chocolate. She dropped down beside him, cheeks flushed from the cold, eyes bright in that way that always made his chest ache. "You survived," she said, nudging his knee playfully with hers. "I'm so proud of you." He snorted. Strong word choice. She laughed, leaning into his shoulder, and Milo knew right then that he'd do 1,000 more days like this if it meant seeing that smile, even if his dignity never fully recovered. They sipped their drinks as Nora talked about the expert trail she had skied today and how she couldn't wait to do it all again tomorrow. He loved listening to her talk, how passionate she was, how animated she got, and how she just embraced every new experience, no matter what it was. He just loved her. "Hey," he said a little too casually, reaching into his jacket pocket. Nora turned, curious, just as he shifted off the hearth and onto one knee. Her breath caught. "I'm not good at most of the things you love," he said softly. "But I want to keep trying. With you. Everywhere. Always." Everything around them seemed to fade away. There was no one else, no noise, no conversation. Just them and the crackling of the fire as he opened the box. "Yes," she whispered before he could even finish. Then louder, laughing and crying all at once. "Yes!" Milo stood just in time to catch her as she threw her arms around him, the ring glinting between them, the ski lodge, the mountains, and the fire standing witness. It felt like the perfect moment. The nerdy guy was lucky enough to have the coolest girl in the world fall in love with him. We hope you have enjoyed this production of #Resort Crush by Samantha Chase, narrated by Rebecca Gibble. Copyright 2026 by Samantha Chase. Sound recording copyright 2026 by Dreamscape Media LLC. Dreamscape is an RB Media audio brand. This recording is protected by copyright. Unauthorized copying, sharing, or distribution is prohibited. Thank you for listening. Discover audiobook giveaways, discounts, new releases, recommendations, and more from RB Media, the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Visit rbaudio.com.